For Jane and Ray. 1. Sir, what a horror, existentialism. 2. To the things themselves. 3. The magician from Messkirch. 4. The they, the call. 5. To crunch flowering almonds. 6. I don't want to eat my manuscripts. 7. Occupation, liberation. 8. Devastation. 9. Life studies. 10. The dancing philosopher. 11. Croix comme ca. 12. The eyes of the least favored. 13. Having once tasted phenomenology. 14. The imponderable bloom. Cast of characters. Acknowledgements. Notes. Select bibliography. List of illustrations. 1. Sir, what a horror, existentialism. In which 3 people drink apricot cocktails, more people stay up late talking about freedom, and even more people change their lives. We also wonder what existentialism is. It is sometimes said that existentialism is more of a mood than a philosophy, and that it can be traced back to anguished novelists of the 19th century, and beyond that to Blaise Pascal, who was terrified by the silence of infinite spaces, and beyond that to the soul-searching Saint Augustine, and beyond that to the Old Testament's weary Ecclesiastes, and to Job, the man who dared to question the game God was playing with him and was intimidated into submission. To anyone, in short, who has ever felt disgruntled, rebellious, or alienated about anything. But one can go the other way, and narrow the birth of modern existentialism down to a moment near the turn of 1932-3, when 3 young philosophers were sitting in the Bec de Gaz bar on the Rue du Montparnasse in Paris, catching up on gossip and drinking the house speciality, apricot cocktails. The one who later told the story in most detail was Simone de Beauvoir, then around 25 years old and given to watching the world closely through her elegant hooded eyes. She was there with her boyfriend, Jean-Paul Sartre, a round-shouldered 27-year-old with downturned grouper lips, a dented complexion, prominent ears, and eyes that pointed in different directions, for his almost blind right eye tended to wander outwards in a severe exotropia or misalignment of the gaze. Talking to him could be disorienting for the unwary, but if you forced yourself to stick with the left eye, you would invariably find it watching you with warm intelligence, the eye of a man interested in everything you could tell him. Sartre and Beauvoir were certainly interested now, because the third person at the table had news for them. This was Sartre's debonair old school friend Raymond Aron, a fellow graduate of the École Normale Supérieure. Like the other 2, Aron was in Paris for his winter break. But whereas Sartre and Beauvoir had been teaching in the French provinces, Sartre in Le Havre, Beauvoir in Rouen, Aron had been studying in Berlin. He was now telling his friends about a philosophy he had discovered there with the sinuous name of phenomenology, a word so long yet elegantly balanced that, in French as in English, it can make a line of iambic trimeter all by itself. Aron may have been saying something like this: traditional philosophers often started with abstract axioms or theories, but the German phenomenologists went straight for life as they experienced it, moment to moment. They set aside most of what had kept philosophy going since Plato, puzzles about whether things are real or how we can know anything for certain about them. Instead, they pointed out that any philosopher who asks these questions is already thrown into a world filled with things, or, at least, filled with the appearances of things, or phenomena, from the Greek word meaning things that appear. So why not concentrate on the encounter with phenomena and ignore the rest? The old puzzles need not be ruled out forever, but they can be put in brackets, as it were, so that philosophers can deal with more down-to-earth matters. The phenomenologist's leading thinker, Edmund Husserl, provided a rallying cry, to the things themselves. It meant, don't waste time on the interpretations that accrue upon things, and especially don't waste time wondering whether the things are real. Just look at this that's presenting itself to you, whatever this may be, and describe it as precisely as possible. Another phenomenologist, Martin Heidegger, added a different spin. Philosophers all through history have wasted their time on secondary questions, he said, while forgetting to ask the one that matters most, the question of being. What is it for a thing to be? What does it mean to say that you yourself are? Until you ask this, he maintained, you will never get anywhere. Again, he recommended the phenomenological method: disregard intellectual clutter, pay attention to things and let them reveal themselves to you. You see, mon petit camarade, said Aaron to Sartre, my little comrade, his pet name for him since their school days, if you are a phenomenologist, you can talk about this cocktail and make philosophy out of it. Beauvoir wrote that Sartre turned pale on hearing this. She made it sound more dramatic by implying that they had never heard of phenomenology at all. In truth, they had tried to read a little Heidegger. A translation of his lecture What is Metaphysics had appeared in the same issue of the journal Beauvoir as an early Sartre essay in 1931. But, she wrote, since we could not understand a word of it, we failed to see its interest. Now they saw its interest. It was a way of doing philosophy that reconnected it with normal, lived experience. Illustrations credit 1.1. They were more than ready for this new beginning. At school and university, Sartre, Beauvoir, and Aaron had all been through the austere French philosophy syllabus, dominated by questions of knowledge and endless reinterpretation of the works of Immanuel Kant. Epistemological questions opened out of one another like the rounds of a turning kaleidoscope, always returning to the same point: I think I know something, but how can I know that I know what I know? It was demanding, yet futile, and all three students, despite excelling in their exams, had felt dissatisfied, Sartre most of all. He hinted after graduation that he was now incubating some new destructive philosophy, but he was vague about what form it would take, for the simple reason that he had little idea himself. He had barely developed it beyond a general spirit of rebellion. Now it looked as though someone else had got there before him. If Sartre blanched at Aaron's news about phenomenology, it was probably as much from pique as from excitement. Either way, he never forgot the moment, and commented in an interview over 40 years later, I can tell you that knocked me out. Here, at last, was a real philosophy. According to Beauvoir, he rushed to the nearest bookshop and said, in effect, give me everything you have on phenomenology, now. What they produced was a slim volume written by Husserl's student Emmanuel Levinas, La théorie de l'intuition dans la phénoménologie de Husserl, or the theory of intuition in Husserl's phenomenology. Books still came with their leaves uncut. Sartre tore the edges of Levinas' book open without waiting to use a paper knife, and began reading as he walked down the street. He could have been Keats, encountering Chapman's translation of Homer. Then felt I like some watcher of the skies, when a new planet swims into his ken. Or like stout Cortez when with eagle eyes he stared at the Pacific and all his men looked at each other with a wild surmise. Silent, upon a peak in Darien. Sartre did not have eagle eyes and was never good at being silent, but he was certainly full of surmises. Aaron, seeing his enthusiasm, suggested that he travel to Berlin in the coming autumn to study at the French Institute there, just as he had done. Sartre could study the German language, read the phenomenologists' works in the original, and absorb their philosophical energy from near at hand. With the Nazis just coming to power, 1933 was not the perfect year to move to Germany. But it was a good time for Sartre to change the direction of his life. He was bored with teaching, bored with what he had learned at university, and bored with not yet having developed into the author of genius he had been expecting to become since childhood. To write what he wanted, novels, essays, everything, he knew he must first have adventures. He had fantasized about laboring with dockers in Constantinople, meditating with monks on Mount Athos, skulking with pariahs in India, and battling storms with fishermen off the coast of Newfoundland. For now, just not teaching schoolboys in Le Havre was adventure enough. He made the arrangements, the summer passed, and he went to Berlin to study. When he returned at the end of his year, he brought back a new blend, the methods of German phenomenology, mixed with ideas from the earlier Danish philosopher Søren Kierkegaard and others, set off with the distinctively French seasoning of his own literary sensibility. He applied phenomenology to people's lives in a more exciting, personal way than its inventors had ever thought to do, and thus made himself the founding father of a philosophy that became international in impact, but remained Parisian in flavor, modern existentialism. The brilliance of Sartre's invention lay in the fact that he did indeed turn phenomenology into a philosophy of apricot cocktails and of the waiters who served them. Also a philosophy of expectation, tiredness, apprehensiveness, excitement, a walk up a hill, the passion for a desired lover, the revulsion from an unwanted one, Parisian gardens, the cold autumn sea at Le Havre, the feeling of sitting on overstuffed upholstery, the way a woman's breasts spool as she lies on her back, the thrill of a boxing match, a film, a jazz song, a glimpse of two strangers meeting under a street lamp. He made philosophy out of vertigo, voyeurism, shame, sadism, revolution, music, and sex. Lots of sex. Where philosophers before him had written in careful propositions and arguments, Sartre wrote like a novelist, not surprisingly, since he was one. In his novels, short stories, and plays as well as in his philosophical treatises, he wrote about the physical sensations of the world and the structures and moods of human life. Above all, he wrote about one big subject, what it meant to be free. Freedom, for him, lay at the heart of all human experience, and this set humans apart from all other kinds of object. Other things merely sit in place, waiting to be pushed or pulled around. Even non-human animals mostly follow the instincts and behaviors that characterize their species, Sartre believed. But as a human being, I have no predefined nature at all. I create that nature through what I choose to do. Of course I may be influenced by my biology, or by aspects of my culture and personal background, but none of this adds up to a complete blueprint for producing me. I am always one step ahead of myself, making myself up as I go along. Sartre put this principle into a three-word slogan, which for him defined existentialism: existence precedes essence. What this formula gains in brevity it loses in comprehensibility. But roughly it means that, having found myself thrown into the world, I go on to create my own definition, or nature, or essence, in a way that never happens with other objects or life forms. You might think you have defined me by some label, but you are wrong, for I am always a work in progress. I create myself constantly through action, and this is so fundamental to my human condition that, for Sartre, it is the human condition, from the moment of first consciousness to the moment when death wipes it out. I am my own freedom, no more, no less. This was an intoxicating idea, and once Sartre had fully refined it, that is, by the last years of the Second World War, it had made him a star. He was feted, courted as a guru, interviewed, photographed, commissioned to write articles and forewords, invited onto committees, broadcast on the radio. People often called on him to pronounce on subjects outside his expertise, yet he was never lost for words. Simone de Beauvoir too wrote fiction, broadcasts, diaries, essays and philosophical treatises, all united by a philosophy that was often close to Sartre's, though she had developed much of it separately and her emphasis differed. The two of them went on lecture and book tours together, sometimes being set up on throne-like chairs at the center of discussions, as befitted the king and queen of existentialism. Sartre first realized what a celebrity he had become on October 28, 1945, when he gave a public talk for the club Maintenant, the Now Club, at the Salle des Centraux in Paris. Both he and the organizers had underestimated the size of the crowd that would show up for a talk by Sartre. The box office was mobbed, many people went in free because they could not get near to the ticket desk. In the jostling, chairs were damaged, and a few audience members passed out in the unseasonable heat. As a photo caption writer for Time magazine put it, philosopher Sartre. Women swooned. The talk was a big success. Sartre, who was only about 5 foot high, must have been barely visible above the crowd, but he delivered a rousing exposition of his ideas, and later turned it into a book, L'existentialisme est un humanisme, translated as Existentialism and Humanism. Both lecture and book culminated in an anecdote which would have sounded very familiar to an audience fresh from the experience of Nazi occupation and liberation. The story summed up both the shock value and the appeal of his philosophy. One day during the occupation, Sartre said, an ex-student of his had come to him for advice. The young man's brother had been killed in battle in 1940, before the French surrender, then his father had turned collaborator and deserted the family. The young man became his mother's only companion and support. But what he longed to do was to sneak across the border via Spain to England, to join the Free French forces in exile and fight the Nazis' red-blooded combat at last, and a chance to avenge his brother, defy his father, and help to free his country. The problem was, it would leave his mother alone and in danger at a time when it was hard even to get food on the table. It might also get her into trouble with the Germans. So, should he do the right thing by his mother, with clear benefits to her alone, or should he take a chance on joining the fight and doing right by many? Philosophers still get into tangles trying to answer ethical conundrums of this kind. Sartre's puzzle has something in common with a famous thought experiment, the trolley problem. This proposes that you see a runaway train or trolley hurtling along a track to which, a little way ahead, 5 people are tied. If you do nothing, the 5 people will die, but you notice a lever which you might throw to divert the train to a side track. If you do this, however, it will kill one person, who is tied to that part of the track and who would be safe if not for your action. So do you cause the death of this one person, or do you do nothing and allow 5 to die? In a variant, the fat man problem, you can only derail the train by throwing a hefty individual off a nearby bridge onto the track. This time you must physically lay hands on the person you are going to kill, which makes it a more visceral and difficult dilemma. Sartre's student's decision could be seen as a trolley problem type of decision, but made even more complicated by the fact that he could not be sure either that his going to England would actually help anyone, nor that leaving his mother would seriously harm her. Sartre was not concerned with reasoning his way through an ethical calculus in the traditional way of philosophers, however, let alone trolleyologists, as they have become known. He led his audience to think about it more personally. What is it like to be faced with such a choice? How exactly does a confused young man go about dealing with such a decision about how to act? Who can help him, and how? Sartre approached this last part by looking at the question of who could not help him. Before coming to Sartre, the student had thought of seeking advice from the established moral authorities. He considered going to a priest, but priests were sometimes collaborators themselves, and anyway he knew that Christian ethics could only tell him to love his neighbor and do good to others, without specifying which other mother or France. Next, he thought of turning to the philosophers he had studied at school, supposedly founts of wisdom. But the philosophers were too abstract, he felt they had nothing to say to him in his situation. Then, he tried to listen to his inner voice, perhaps, deep in his heart, he would find the answer. But no, in his soul, the student heard only a clamour of voices saying different things, perhaps things like, I must stay, I must go, I must do the brave thing, I must be a good son, I want action, but I'm scared, I don't want to die, I have to get away. I will be a better man than Papa. Do I truly love my country? Am I faking it? Amid this cacophony, he could not even trust himself. As a last resort, the young man turned to his former teacher Sartre, knowing that from him at least he would not get a conventional answer. Sure enough, Sartre listened to his problem and said simply, you are free, therefore choose, that is to say, invent. No signs are vouchsafed in this world, he said. None of the old authorities can relieve you of the burden of freedom. You can weigh up moral or practical considerations as carefully as you like, but ultimately you must take the plunge and do something, and it's up to you what that something is. Sartre doesn't tell us whether the student felt this was helpful, nor what he decided to do in the end. We don't know whether he existed, or was an amalgam of several young friends, or even a complete invention. But the point Sartre wanted his audience to get was that each of them was as free as the student, even if their predicaments were less dramatic. You might think you are guided by moral laws, he was saying to them, or that you act in certain ways because of your psychological makeup or past experiences, or because of what is happening around you. These factors can play a role, but the whole mixture merely adds up to the situation out of which you must act. Even if the situation is unbearable, perhaps you are facing execution, or sitting in a Gestapo prison, or about to fall off a cliff, you are still free to decide what to make of it in mind and deed. Starting from where you are now, you choose. And in choosing, you also choose who you will be. If this sounds difficult and unnerving, it's because it is. Sartre does not deny that the need to keep making decisions brings constant anxiety. He heightens this anxiety by pointing out that what you do really matters. You should make your choices as though you were choosing on behalf of the whole of humanity, taking the entire burden of responsibility for how the human race behaves. If you avoid this responsibility by fooling yourself that you are the victim of circumstance or of someone else's bad advice, you are failing to meet the demands of human life and choosing a fake existence, cut off from your own authenticity. Along with the terrifying side of this comes a great promise. Sartre's existentialism implies that it is possible to be authentic and free, as long as you keep up the effort. It is exhilarating to exactly the same degree that it's frightening, and for the same reasons. As Sartre summed it up in an interview shortly after the lecture, there is no traced out path to lead man to his salvation, he must constantly invent his own path. But, to invent it, he is free, responsible, without excuse, and every hope lies within him. It's a bracing thought, and was an attractive one in 1945, when established social and political institutions had been undermined by the war. In France and elsewhere, many had good reason to forget the recent past and its moral compromises and horrors, in order to focus on new beginnings. But there were deeper reasons to seek renewal. Sartre's audience heard his message at a time when much of Europe lay in ruins, news of Nazi death camps had emerged, and Hiroshima and Nagasaki had been destroyed by atom bombs. The war had made people realize that they and their fellow humans were capable of departing entirely from civilized norms. No wonder the idea of a fixed human nature seemed questionable. Whatever new world was going to arise out of the old one, it would probably need to be built without reliable guidance from sources of authority such as politicians, religious leaders, and even philosophers, the old kind of philosophers, that is, in their remote and abstract worlds. But here was a new kind of philosopher, ready to wade in and perfectly suited to the task. Sartre's big question in the mid-1940s was, given that we are free, how can we use our freedom well in such challenging times? In his essay The End of the War, written just after Hiroshima and published in October 1945, the same month as the lecture, he exhorted his readers to decide what kind of world they wanted, and make it happen. From now on, he wrote, we must always take into account our knowledge that we can destroy ourselves at will, with all our history and perhaps life on earth itself. Nothing stops us but our own free choosing. If we want to survive, we have to decide to live. Thus, he offered a philosophy designed for a species that had just scared the hell out of itself, but that finally felt ready to grow up and take responsibility. The institutions whose authority Sartre challenged in his writings and talks responded aggressively. The Catholic Church put Sartre's entire works on its index of prohibited books in 1948, from his great philosophical tome Being and Nothingness to his novels, plays and essays. They feared, rightly, that his talk of freedom might make people doubt their faith. Simone de Beauvoir's even more provocative feminist treatise The Second Sex was also added to the list. One would expect political conservatives to dislike existentialism. More surprisingly, Marxists hated it too. Sartre is now often remembered as an apologist for communist regimes, yet for a long time he was vilified by the party. After all, if people insisted on thinking of themselves as free individuals, how could there ever be a properly organized revolution? Marxists thought humanity was destined to move through determined stages towards socialist paradise. This left little room for the idea that each of us is personally responsible for what we do. From different ideological starting points, opponents of existentialism almost all agreed that it was, as an article in Les Nouvelles Littéraires phrased it, a sickening mixture of philosophic pretentiousness, equivocal dreams, physiological technicalities, morbid tastes, and hesitant eroticism, an introspective embryo that one would take distinct pleasure in crushing. Such attacks only enhanced existentialism's appeal for the young and rebellious, who took it on as a way of life and a trendy label. From the mid-1940s, existentialist was used as shorthand for anyone who practiced free love and stayed up late dancing to jazz music. As the actor and nightclubber Anne-Marie Cazalis remarked in her memoirs, if you were 20, in 1945, after 4 years of occupation, freedom also meant the freedom to go to bed at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. It meant offending your elders and defying the order of things. It could also mean mingling promiscuously with different races and classes. The philosopher Gabriel Marcel heard a lady on a train saying, "Sir, what a horror, existentialism. I have a friend whose son is an existentialist, he lives in a kitchen with a Negro woman." The existentialist subculture that rose up in the 1940s found its home in the environs of the Saint-Germain-des-Prés church on the left bank of Paris, an area that still milks the association for all it is worth. Sartre and Beauvoir spent many years living in cheap Saint-Germain hotels and writing all day in cafés, mainly because these were warmer places to go than the unheated hotel rooms. They favored the floor, the Deux Magots and the Bar Napoleon, all clustered around the corner of the Boulevard Saint-Germain and the Rue Bonaparte. The floor was the best, for its proprietors sometimes let them work in a private room upstairs when nosy journalists or passers-by became too intrusive. Yet they also loved the lively tables downstairs. At least in the early days, Sartre enjoyed working in public spaces amid noise and bustle. He and Beauvoir held court with friends, colleagues, artists, writers, students, and lovers, all talking at once and all bound by ribbons of cigarette or pipe smoke. After the cafés, there were subterranean jazz dives to go to. In the Lorientais, Claude Luter's band played blues, jazz, and ragtime, while the star of the Club Tabou was the trumpeter and novelist Boris Vian. You could undulate to a jazz band's jagged parps and bleats, or debate authenticity in a dark corner while listening to the smoky voice of Cazalis' friend and fellow muse, Juliette Gréco, who became a famous chanteuse after her arrival in Paris in 1946. She, Cazalis and Michel Vian, Boris' wife, would watch new arrivals at the Lorientais and Tabou, and refuse entry to anyone who did not look suitable, although, according to Michel Vian, they would admit anyone so long as they were interesting, that is, if they had a book under their arm. Among the regulars were many of the people who had written these books, notably Raymond Queneau and his friend Maurice Merleau-Ponty, who both discovered the nightclub world through Cazalis and Gréco. Illustrations credit 1.2. Gréco started a fashion for long, straight, existentialist hair, the drowning victim look, as one journalist wrote, and for looking chic in thick sweaters and men's jackets with the sleeves rolled up. She said she first grew her hair long to keep warm in the war years. Beauvoir said the same thing about her own habit of wearing a turban. Existentialists wore cast-off shirts and raincoats, some of them sported what sounds like a proto-punk style. One youth went around with a completely shredded and tattered shirt on his back, according to a journalist's report. They eventually adopted the most iconic existentialist garment of all, the black woolen turtleneck. In this rebellious world, just as with the Parisian bohemians and Dadaists in earlier generations, everything that was dangerous and provocative was good, and everything that was nice or bourgeois was bad. Beauvoir delighted in telling a story about her friend, the destitute alcoholic German artist known as Wolz, from Alfredo Otto Wolfgang Schulz, his real name, who hung around the area living on handouts and scraps. One day, he was drinking with Beauvoir on the terrace of a bar when a wealthy-looking gentleman stopped to speak to him. After the man had gone, Wolz turned to Beauvoir in embarrassment, and said, "I'm sorry, that fellow is my brother, a banker." It amused her to hear him apologize exactly as a banker might on being seen speaking to a tramp. Such topsy-turvydom may seem less odd today, following decades of such countercultural inversions, but at the time it still had the power to shock some and to delight others. Journalists, who thrived on salacious tales of the existentialist milieu, took a special interest in the love lives of Beauvoir and Sartre. The pair were known to have an open relationship, in which each was the primary long-term partner for the other but remained free to have other lovers. Both exercised this freedom with gusto. Beauvoir had significant relationships later in life, including with the American writer Nelson Algren and with Claude Lanzmann, the French filmmaker who later made the 9-hour Holocaust documentary show. As a woman, Beauvoir was judged more severely for her behavior, but the press also mocked Sartre for his serial seductions. One story in Samedi Soir in 1945 claimed that he tempted women up to his bedroom by offering them a sniff of his camembert cheese. Well, good cheese was hard to get in 1945. In reality, Sartre did not need to dangle cheese to get women into his bed. One may marvel at this, looking at his photos, but his success came less from his appearance than from his air of intellectual energy and confidence. He talked enthrallingly about ideas, but he was fun too. He sang Old Man River and other jazz hits in a fine voice, played piano, and did Donald Duck imitations. Raymond Aron wrote of Sartre in his school days that his ugliness disappeared as soon as he began to speak, as soon as his intelligence erased the pimples and swellings of his face. Another acquaintance, Violet Leduc, agreed that his face could never be ugly because it was illuminated by the brilliance of his mind, as well as having the honesty of an erupting volcano and the generosity of a newly plowed field. And when the sculptor Alberto Giacometti sketched Sartre, he exclaimed as he worked, "What density! What lines of force!" Sartre's was a questioning, philosophical face, everything in it sent you somewhere else, swirling from one asymmetrical feature to another. He could wear people out, but he wasn't boring, and his clique of admirers grew and grew. For Sartre and Beauvoir, their open relationship was more than a personal arrangement, it was a philosophical choice. They wanted to live their theory of freedom. The bourgeois model of marriage had no appeal for them, with its strict gender roles, its hushed-up infidelities, and its dedication to the accumulation of property and children. They had no children, they owned little, and they never even lived together, although they put their relationship before all others and met almost every day to work side by side. They turned their philosophy into the stuff of real life in other ways too. Both believed in committing themselves to political activity, and put their time, energy, and fame at the disposal of anyone whose cause they supported. Younger friends turned to them for help in starting their careers, and for financial support. Beauvoir and Sartre each maintained protégés. They poured out polemical articles and published them in the journal they established with friends in 1945, Les Temps Modernes. In 1973, Sartre also co-founded the major left-wing newspaper Libération. This has undergone several transformations since, including moving towards a more moderate politics and nearly going bankrupt, but both publications are still going at the time I'm writing this. As their status grew and everything conspired to tempt them into the establishment, Sartre and Beauvoir remained fierce in their insistence on remaining intellectual outsiders. Neither became academics in the conventional sense. They lived by school teaching or freelancing. Their friends did likewise, they were playwrights, publishers, reporters, editors, or essayists, but only a handful were university insiders. When Sartre was offered the Légion d'honneur for his resistance activities in 1945, and the Nobel Prize in Literature in 1964, he rejected them both, citing a writer's need to stay independent of interests and influences. Beauvoir rejected the Légion d'honneur in 1982 for the same reason. In 1949, François Mauriac put Sartre forward for election to the Académie Française, but Sartre refused it. "My life and my philosophy are one and the same," he once wrote in his diary, and he stuck to this principle unflinchingly. This blending of life and philosophy also made him interested in other people's lives. He became an innovative biographer, publishing around 2 million words of life writing, including studies of Baudelaire, Mallarmé, Genet, and Flaubert, as well as a memoir of his own childhood. Beauvoir too collected the minutiae of her own experience and that of friends, and shaped it all into 4 rich volumes of autobiography, supplemented by one memoir about her mother and another about her last years with Sartre. Sartre's experiences and quirks found their way even into his most serious philosophical treatises. This could make for strange results, given that his personal take on life ranged from bad mescaline flashbacks and a series of embarrassing situations with lovers and friends to bizarre obsessions with trees, viscous liquids, octopuses, and crustaceans. But it all made sense according to the principle first announced by Raymond Aron that day in the Bec de Gaz: you can make philosophy out of this cocktail. The topic of philosophy is whatever you experience, as you experience it. Such interweaving of ideas and life had a long pedigree, although the existentialists gave it a new twist. Stoic and Epicurean thinkers in the classical world had practiced philosophy as a means of living well, rather than of seeking knowledge or wisdom for their own sake. By reflecting on life's vagaries in philosophical ways, they believed they could become more resilient, more able to rise above circumstances, and better equipped to manage grief, fear, anger, disappointment, or anxiety. In the tradition they passed on, philosophy is neither a pure intellectual pursuit nor a collection of cheap self-help tricks, but a discipline for flourishing and living a fully human, responsible life. As the centuries went by, philosophy increasingly became a profession conducted in academies or universities, by scholars who sometimes prided themselves on their discipline's exquisite uselessness. Yet the tradition of philosophy as a way of life continued in a sort of shadow line alongside this, often conducted by mavericks who had slipped through the gaps in traditional universities. 2 such misfits in the 19th century had a particularly strong influence on the later existentialists, Søren Kierkegaard and Friedrich Nietzsche. Neither was an academic philosopher. Kierkegaard had no university career, and Nietzsche was a professor of Greek and Roman philology who had to retire because of ill health. Both were individualists, and both were contrarians by nature, dedicated to making people uncomfortable. Both must have been unbearable to spend more than a few hours with. Both sit outside the main story of modern existentialism, as precursors, but had a great impact on what developed later. Illustrations credit 1.3. Søren Kierkegaard, born in Copenhagen in 1813, set the tone by using existential in a new way to denote thought concerning the problems of human existence. He included it in the unwieldy title of a work of 1846, concluding unscientific postscript to philosophical fragments, a mimical pathetical dialectical compilation, an existential contribution. This eccentric title was typical of him. He liked to play games with his publications, and he had a good eye for the attention-grabbing phrase. His other works included From the Papers of One Still Living, Either/or, Fear and Trembling, The Concept of Anxiety, and The Sickness unto Death. Kierkegaard was well placed to understand the awkwardness and difficulty of human existence. Everything about him was irregular, including his gait, as he had a twisted spine for which his enemies cruelly mocked him. Tormented by religious questions, and feeling himself set apart from the rest of humanity, he led a solitary life much of the time. At intervals, though, he would go out to take people baths around the streets of Copenhagen, buttonholing acquaintances and dragging them with him for long philosophical walks. His companions would struggle to keep up as he strode and ranted and waved his cane. One friend, Hans Brockner, recalled how, when on a walk with Kierkegaard, one was always being pushed, by turns, either in towards the houses and the cellar stairwells, or out towards the gutters. Every so often, one had to move to his other side to regain space. Kierkegaard considered it a matter of principle to throw people off their stride. He wrote that he would love to sit someone on a horse and startle it into a gallop, or perhaps give a man in a hurry a lame horse, or even hitch his carriage to 2 horses who went at different speeds, anything to goad the person into seeing what he meant by the passion of existence. Kierkegaard was a born goader. He picked quarrels with his contemporaries, broke off personal relationships, and generally made difficulties out of everything. He wrote, "Abstraction is disinterested, but for one who exists his existing is the supreme interest." He applied the same argumentative attitude to the personnel of philosophical history. He disagreed, for example, with René Descartes, who had founded modern philosophy by stating cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. For Kierkegaard, Descartes had things back to front. In his own view, human existence comes first, it is the starting point for everything we do, not the result of a logical deduction. My existence is active, I live it and choose it, and this precedes any statement I can make about myself. Moreover, my existence is mine, it is personal. Descartes' I is generic, it could apply to anyone, but Kierkegaard's I is the I of an argumentative, anguished misfit. He also took issue with G.W.F. Hegel, whose philosophy showed the world evolving dialectically through a succession of forms of consciousness, each stage superseding the one before until they all rise up sublimely into absolute spirit. Hegel's phenomenology of spirit leads us to a climax as grand as that of the biblical book of Revelation, but instead of ending with everyone divided between heaven and hell, it subsumes us all into cosmic consciousness. Kierkegaard countered Hegel with typically awkward questions: what if I don't choose to be part of this absolute spirit? What if I refuse to be absorbed, and insist on just being me? Sartre read Kierkegaard, and was fascinated by his contrarian spirit and by his rebellion against the grand philosophical systems of the past. He also borrowed Kierkegaard's specific use of the word existence to denote the human way of being, in which we mold ourselves by making either/or choices at every step. Sartre agreed with him that this constant choosing brings a pervasive anxiety, not unlike the vertigo that comes from looking over a cliff. It is not the fear of falling so much as the fear that you can't trust yourself not to throw yourself off. Your head spins, you want to cling to something, to tie yourself down, but you can't secure yourself so easily against the dangers that come with being free. Anxiety is the dizziness of freedom, wrote Kierkegaard. Our whole lives are lived on the edge of that precipice, in his view and also in Sartre's. There were other aspects of Kierkegaard's thought that Sartre would never accept, however. Kierkegaard thought that the answer to anguish was to take a leap of faith into the arms of God, whether or not you could feel sure that he was there. This was a plunge into the absurd, into what cannot be rationally proved or justified. Sartre did not care for this. He had lost his own religious beliefs early in life, apparently it happened when he was about 11 years old and standing at a bus stop. He just knew, suddenly, that God did not exist. The faith never came back, so he remained a stalwart atheist for the rest of his life. The same was true of Beauvoir, who rejected her conventional religious upbringing. Other thinkers followed Kierkegaard's theological existentialism in various ways, but Sartre and Beauvoir were repelled by it. They found a philosophy more to their taste in the other great 19th-century existentialist precursor, Friedrich Nietzsche. Born in Raaken in Prussia in 1844, Nietzsche set out on his brilliant career in philology, but turned to writing idiosyncratic philosophical treatises and collections of aphorisms. He directed these against the pious dogmas of Christianity and of traditional philosophy alike. For him, both were self-serving veils drawn over the harsher realities of life. What was needed, he felt, was not high moral or theological ideals, but a deeply critical form of cultural history or genealogy that would uncover the reasons why we humans are as we are, and how we came to be that way. For him, all philosophy could even be redefined as a form of psychology, or history. He believed that every great philosopher actually wrote a kind of involuntary and unconscious memoir rather than conducting an impersonal search for knowledge. Studying our own moral genealogy cannot help us to escape or transcend ourselves. But it can enable us to see our illusions more clearly and lead a more vital, assertive existence. There is no God in this picture, because the human beings who invented God have also killed him. It is now up to us alone. The way to live is to throw ourselves, not into faith, but into our own lives, conducting them in affirmation of every moment, exactly as it is, without wishing that anything was different, and without harboring peevish resentment against others or against our fate. Nietzsche was unable to put his ideas into much effect in his own life, not because he lacked the courage, but because his body betrayed him. In his 40s, he fell victim to a disease, possibly syphilis or a brain tumor, which destroyed his faculties. After a distraught episode on the streets of Turin in January 1889, during which, the story goes, he weepingly threw his arms around the neck of an abused horse, he fell into irreversible dementia and spent the rest of his life an invalid. He died in 1900, having no idea of the impact his vision of human existence would one day have on the existentialists and others. Probably it would not have surprised him, while his own time failed to understand, he always felt his day would come. Nietzsche and Kierkegaard were the heralds of modern existentialism. They pioneered a mood of rebellion and dissatisfaction, created a new definition of existence as choice, action, and self-assertion, and made a study of the anguish and difficulty of life. They also worked in the conviction that philosophy was not just a profession. It was life itself, the life of an individual. Having absorbed these older influences, the modern existentialists went on to inspire their own and later generations in a similar way, with their message of individualism and nonconformity. Throughout the second half of the 20th century, existentialism offered people reasons to reject convention and change their lives. The most transformative existentialist work of all was Simone de Beauvoir's pioneering feminist study, The Second Sex, published in 1949. An analysis of women's experience and life choices, as well as of the whole history of patriarchal society, it encouraged women to raise their consciousness, question received ideas and routines, and seize control of their existence. Many who read it may not have realized they were reading an existentialist work, partly because the English language translation obscured much of its philosophical meaning, but that was what it was, and when women changed their lives after reading it, they did so in existentialist ways, seeking freedom and a heightened individuality and authenticity. The book was considered shocking at the time, not least because it included a chapter on lesbianism, although few yet knew that Beauvoir herself had had sexual relationships with both sexes. Sartre too supported gay rights, although he always insisted that sexuality was a matter of choice, which put him at odds with the views of many gay people who felt that they were simply born that way. In any case, existentialist philosophy offered gay people encouragement to live in the way that felt right, rather than trying to fit in with others' ideas of how they should be. For those oppressed on grounds of race or class, or for those fighting against colonialism, existentialism offered a change of perspective literally, as Sartre proposed that all situations be judged according to how they appeared in the eyes of those most oppressed, or those whose suffering was greatest. Martin Luther King Jr. was among the civil rights pioneers who took an interest. While working on his philosophy of nonviolent resistance, he read Sartre, Heidegger, and the German-American existentialist theologian Paul Tillich. No one could argue that existentialism was responsible for every social change in the mid-20th century. But, with its insistence on freedom and authenticity, it gave impetus to radicals and protesters. And when the waves of change rose and broke into the students' and workers' uprisings of 1968, in Paris and elsewhere, many of the slogans painted on city walls echoed existentialist themes. It is forbidden to forbid. Neither God nor master. A man is not intelligent, he is free or he is not. Be realistic, demand the impossible. As Sartre remarked, the demonstrators on the 1968 barricades demanded nothing and everything, that is to say, they demanded freedom. By 1968, most of the torn-shirted, coal-eyed night owls of the late 1940s had settled down to quiet homes and jobs, but not Sartre or Beauvoir. They marched in the front line, joined the Paris barricades, and addressed factory workers and students on picket lines, even though they sometimes found themselves perplexed by the new generation's way of doing things. On May 20, 1968, Sartre spoke to a gathering of about 7,000 students who had occupied the Sorbonne's magnificent auditorium. Of all the eager intellectuals who had wanted to get involved, Sartre was the one chosen to be wired up to a microphone and led before the melee to speak, as always, so diminutive that he was hard to spot, but in no doubt about his qualification for the role. He appeared first at a window to address students in the courtyard outside, like the Pope on the Vatican balcony, before being led into the packed auditorium. The students had piled themselves everywhere inside. Climbing over the statues there were students sitting in the arms of Descartes and others on Richelieu's shoulders, wrote Beauvoir. Loudspeakers mounted on the columns in the hallways transmitted the speeches outside. A TV camera appeared, but the students shouted for it to be taken away. Sartre had to bellow to be heard even through the microphone, but the crowd slowly calmed down to listen to the grand old existentialist. Afterwards, they kept him busy with questions about socialism and about post-colonial liberation movements. Beauvoir worried that he'd never get out of the hall again. When he did, it was to find a jealous group of writers waiting in the wings, annoyed that he'd been the only star, as Marguerite Duras allegedly grumbled, whom the students wanted to hear. Sartre was then just short of his 63rd birthday. His listeners were young enough to be his grandchildren. Few would have remembered the end of the war, let alone those early years of the 1930s when he had begun thinking about freedom and existence. They would have seen Sartre more as a national treasure than as truly one of themselves. Yet they owed even more to him than they could have realized, in a way that went beyond political activism. He formed a link between them and his own generation of dissatisfied students in the late 1920s, bored with their studies and longing for destructive new ideas. Further back, he connected them to the whole line of philosophical rebels, Nietzsche, Kierkegaard, and the rest. Sartre was the bridge to all the traditions that he plundered, modernized, personalized, and reinvented. Yet he insisted all his life that what mattered was not the past at all, it was the future. One must keep moving, creating what will be, acting in the world and making a difference to it. His dedication to the future remained unchanged even as, entering his 70s, he began to weaken, to lose what remained of his vision, and to become hard of hearing and confused in his mind and eventually to succumb to the weight of years after all. 12 years after the Sorbonne occupation, the biggest crowd of all assembled for Sartre's final celebrity appearance, his funeral, on April 19, 1980. It was not a state ceremony, as his refusal of establishment pomp was honored to the end. But it was certainly a massive public occasion. Excerpts from the television coverage are still viewable online. You can watch as the hospital doors open and a small truck slowly emerges, piled high with a mountain of floral sprays that teeter and wave like soft coral as the vehicle creeps into the mass of people. Helpers walk in front to clear the way. Behind the truck comes the hearse, inside which you see the coffin, and Simone de Beauvoir with other chief mourners. The camera focuses on a single rose which someone has tucked into the hearse's door handle. Then it picks out a corner of the black cloth draped over the coffin inside, decorated with a single letter S. The hushed commentator tells us that some 50,000 people are attending, about 30,000 of these line the 3 kilometers or so of streets between here and the Montparnasse Cemetery, while another 20,000 wait at the cemetery itself. Just like the 1968 students, some people inside the cemetery have climbed onto the laps or heads of memorial figures. Minor mishaps have occurred. One man reportedly fell into the open grave and had to be hauled out. The vehicles arrive and halt. We see bearers extract the coffin and convey it to the graveside, struggling to push through while maintaining their dignified demeanor. One bearer removes his hat, then realizes the others have not, and replaces it, a tiny awkward moment. At the graveside, they lower the coffin in, and the mourners are handed forward. Someone passes a chair for Simone de Beauvoir to sit on. She looks dazed and exhausted, a headscarf tied over her hair. She has been dosing herself with sedatives. She drops a single flower into the grave, and many more flowers are thrown in on top of it. The film footage shows only the first of 2 ceremonies. In a quieter event the following week, the coffin was dug up and the smaller coffin inside it removed so that Sartre could be cremated. His ashes went to their permanent spot, in the same cemetery but less accessible to a large procession. The funeral was for the public. Sartre, the second burial was attended only by those close to him. The grave, with Beauvoir's ashes interred next to him when she died 6 years later, is still there, kept well tidied and occasionally flowered. With these ceremonies, an era ended, and so did the personal story that wove Sartre and Beauvoir into the lives of so many other people. In the filmed crowd, you see a diversity of faces, old and young, black and white, male and female. They included students, writers, people who remembered his wartime resistance activities, trade union members whose strikes he had supported, and independence activists from Indochina, Algeria, and elsewhere, honoring his contribution to their campaigns. For some, the funeral verged on being a protest march. Claude Lanzmann later described it as the last of the great 1968 demonstrations. But many attended only out of curiosity or a sense of occasion, or because Sartre had made some small difference in some aspect of their lives, or because the ending of such an outsized life simply demanded some gesture of participation. I have watched that brief film clip online a dozen or more times, peering into the low-definition images of the many faces, wondering what existentialism and Jean-Paul Sartre meant to each of them. I only really know what they meant to me. Sartre's books changed my life too, albeit in an indirect and low-key way. I somehow failed to notice the news of his death and funeral in 1980, although I was already a suburban existentialist by then, aged 17. I had become fascinated by him a year earlier. On a whim, I spent some of my 16th birthday money on his 1938 novel Nausea, mainly because I liked the Salvador Dali image on the Penguin cover, a bile green rock formation and a dripping watch. I also liked the cover blurb, which called Nausea a novel of the alienation of personality and the mystery of being. I wasn't sure what alienation meant, although I was a perfect example of it at the time. But I had no doubt that it would be my kind of book. It was indeed. When I started reading, I bonded at once with its gloomy outsider protagonist Antoine Roquentin, who spends his days drifting disconsolately around the provincial seaside town of Beauvoir, modeled on Le Havre, where Sartre had been stuck as a teacher. Roquentin sits in cafes and listens to blues records instead of getting on with the biography he is supposed to be writing. He walks by the sea and throws pebbles into its grey, porridge-like depths. He goes to a park and stares at the gnarled exposed root of a chestnut tree, which looks to him like boiled leather and threatens to overwhelm him by the sheer opaque force of its being. Illustrations credit 1.4. I loved all this and was intrigued to learn that this story was Sartre's way of communicating a philosophy called existentialism. But what was all this about being? I had never been overwhelmed by the being of a chestnut root, nor had I noticed that things had being. I tried going to the public gardens in my own provincial town of Reading and staring at one of the trees until my eyes blurred. It didn't work. I thought I saw something move, but it was just the breeze in the leaves. Yet looking at something so closely did give me a kind of glow. From then on, I too neglected my studies in order to exist. I had already been inclined to absenteeism. Now, under Sartre's influence, I became a more dedicated truant than ever. Instead of going to school, I got myself an unofficial part-time job in a Caribbean emporium selling reggae records and decorative hash pipes. It provided a more interesting education than I had ever had in a classroom. Sartre had taught me to drop out, an underrated and sometimes useful response to the world. On the other hand, he also made me want to study philosophy. That meant passing exams, so I reluctantly applied myself to the syllabus at the last moment and squeaked through. I went to Essex University, where I did a philosophy degree and read more Sartre, as well as other thinkers. I fell under the spell of Heidegger and started a PhD on his work, but then dropped out again, in my second such disappearing act. In the interim, I had been transformed yet again by my student experience. I managed to spend my days and evenings more or less as the existentialists had in their cafes, reading, writing, drinking, falling in and out of love, making friends, and talking about ideas. I loved everything about it, and thought life would always be one big existentialist cafe. On the other hand, I also became aware that the existentialists were already considered out of fashion. By the 1980s, they had given way to new generations of structuralists, post-structuralists, deconstructionists, and postmodernists. These kinds of philosophers seemed to treat philosophy as a game. They juggled signs, symbols, and meanings. They pulled out odd words from each other's texts to make the whole edifice collapse. They searched for ever more refined and unlikely wisps of signification in the writers of the past. Although each of these movements disagreed with each other, most were united in considering existentialism and phenomenology the quintessence of what they were not. The dizziness of freedom and the anguish of existence were embarrassments. Biography was out, because life itself was out. Experience was out. In a particularly dismissive mood, the structuralist anthropologist Claude Lévi-Strauss had written that a philosophy based on personal experience was shopgirl metaphysics. The goal of the human sciences was to dissolve man, he said, and apparently the goal of philosophy was the same. These thinkers could be stimulating, but they also turned philosophy back into an abstract landscape, stripped of the active, impassioned beings who occupied it in the existentialist era. For decades after my second dropping out, I dipped into philosophy books occasionally, but lost the knack of reading them with the deep attention they needed. My old favorites remained on the far reaches of my bookcase, making it look like a spice shelf in a demiurge's kitchen: being and nothingness, being and time, of time and being, totality and infinity. But they rarely shifted their dust until, a few years ago, I picked up a collection of essays by Maurice Merleau-Ponty, looking for one I vaguely remembered about the Renaissance writer Michel de Montaigne, whom I was researching at the time. Merleau-Ponty was a friend of Sartre and Beauvoir, until they fell out, and a phenomenologist who specialized in questions of the body and perception. He was also a brilliant essayist. I became diverted from Montaigne into the volume's other essays, and then to Merleau-Ponty's main work, The Phenomenology of Perception. I was amazed afresh at how adventurous and rich his thinking was. No wonder I used to love this sort of thing. From Merleau-Ponty, I went on to revisit Simone de Beauvoir, whose autobiography I'd discovered during a long student summer selling ice creams on a grey, dismal English beach. I now read the whole thing again. Then came Albert Camus, Gabriel Marcel, Jean-Paul Sartre. Eventually I returned to the monumental Heidegger. As I went on, I got the eerie feeling of blending again with my 20-year-old self, especially as my copies of the books were filled with that self's weirdly emphatic juvenile marginalia. Illustrations credit 1.5. Yet my present-day self also watched over my responses, making critical or sardonic remarks from the sidelines. The two of me alternated as I read, sometimes quarreling, sometimes being pleasantly surprised by each other, sometimes finding each other ridiculous. I realized that, while I had changed in those 25 or so years, the world had changed too. Some of those fashionable movements that knocked existentialism out of the way have aged badly themselves, going into a decline of their own. The concerns of the 21st century are no longer the same as those of the late 20th century. Perhaps we are inclined to look for something different in philosophy these days. If this is so, then there is a certain refreshment of perspective to be had from revisiting the existentialists, with their boldness and energy. They did not sit around playing with their signifiers. They asked big questions about what it means to live an authentic, fully human life, thrown into a world with many other humans also trying to live. They tackled questions about nuclear war, about how we occupy the environment, about violence, and about the difficulty of managing international relations in dangerous times. Many of them longed to change the world, and wondered what sacrifices we might or might not make for such an aim. Atheist existentialists asked how we can live meaningfully in the absence of God. They all wrote about anxiety and the experience of being overwhelmed by choice, a feeling that has become ever more intense in the relatively prosperous parts of the 21st century world, even while real-world choices have shut down alarmingly for some of us. They worried about suffering, inequality, and exploitation, and wondered whether anything could be done about these evils. As part of all these questions, they asked what individuals could do, and what they themselves had to offer. They also asked what a human being is, given the last century's increasingly sophisticated understanding of brain physiology and body chemistry. If we are enthralled to our neurons and hormones, how can we still believe we are free? What distinguishes humans from other animals? Is it only a difference of degree, or are we truly set apart in some way? How should we think of ourselves? Above all, they asked about freedom, which several of them considered the topic underlying all others, and which they interpreted both personally and politically. In the years following existentialism's decline, this topic went out of focus in parts of the world, perhaps because the great liberation movements of the 1950s and 1960s achieved so much in civil rights, decolonization, women's equality, and gay rights. It seemed as though these campaigns had got what they wanted, and that no point remained in talking about liberation politics. In a television interview in 1999, the French scholar Michel Contat looked back on the Sartre of the 1960s as someone who had given him and his generation a sense of freedom that directed our lives, but he immediately added that it was a topic few took much interest in anymore. But that was 16 years ago, at the time I'm writing, and since then freedom has come into the spotlight again. We find ourselves surveilled and managed to an extraordinary degree, farmed for our personal data, fed consumer goods but discouraged from speaking our minds or doing anything too disruptive in the world, and regularly reminded that racial, sexual, religious, and ideological conflict are not closed cases at all. Perhaps we are ready to talk about freedom again, and talking about it politically also means talking about it in our personal lives. This is why, when reading Sartre on freedom, Beauvoir on the subtle mechanisms of oppression, Kierkegaard on anxiety, Camus on rebellion, Heidegger on technology, or Merleau-Ponty on cognitive science, one sometimes feels one is reading the latest news. Their philosophies remain of interest, not because they are right or wrong, but because they concern life, and because they take on the two biggest human questions: what are we? And what should we do? In asking these two questions, most, not all, of the existentialists drew on their own life experience. But this experience was itself structured around philosophy. As Maurice Merleau-Ponty summed up this relationship, life becomes ideas and the ideas return to life. This connection became especially apparent when they talked ideas through with one another, which they did all the time. As Merleau-Ponty also wrote, a discussion is not an exchange or a confrontation of ideas, as if each formed his own, showed them to the others, looked at theirs, and returned to correct them with his own. Whether he speaks up or hardly whispers, each one speaks with all that he is, with his ideas, but also with his obsessions, his secret history. Philosophical conversations between thinkers who had invested so much of themselves in their work often became emotional, and sometimes downright argumentative. Their intellectual battles form a long chain of belligerence that connects the existentialist story end to end. In Germany, Martin Heidegger turned against his former mentor Edmund Husserl, but later Heidegger's friends and colleagues turned their backs on him. In France, Gabriel Marcel attacked Jean-Paul Sartre, Sartre fell out with Albert Camus, Camus fell out with Merleau-Ponty, Merleau-Ponty fell out with Sartre, and the Hungarian intellectual Arthur Koestler fell out with everyone and punched Camus in the street. When the philosophical giants of each nation, Sartre and Heidegger, finally met in 1953, it went badly and they spoke mockingly of each other ever after. Other relationships were extraordinarily close, however. The most intimate was that between Sartre and Beauvoir, who read each other's work and discussed their ideas almost every day. Beauvoir and Merleau-Ponty had also been friends since their teenage years, and Sartre and Beauvoir were charmed by Camus when they first met him. When these friendships soured, it was generally because of ideas, most often political ideas. The existentialists lived in times of extreme ideology and extreme suffering, and they became engaged with events in the world whether they wanted to or not, and usually they did. The story of existentialism is therefore a political and a historical one. To some extent, it is the story of a whole European century. Phenomenology was first developed in the years before and during the First World War. Then Heidegger's philosophy emerged from the troubled situation of Germany between the wars. When Sartre went to Berlin in 1933, he saw Nazi marches and banners everywhere, and the mood of unease found its way into his work. His existentialism, and Beauvoir's, came of age during the Second World War, with the French experience of defeat and occupation, then went on to fill its sails with wild expectations for the post-1945 world. Existentialist ideas flowed into the widening stream of 1950s anti-conformism, and then into the full-blown idealism of the late 1960s. Through it all, the existentialists changed their thinking as the world changed. Their constant shifts of direction kept them interesting, if not consistent and not always on the right side, to say the least. In short, the existentialists inhabited their historical and personal world, as they inhabited their ideas. This notion of inhabited philosophy is one I borrowed from the English philosopher and novelist Iris Murdoch, who wrote the first full-length book on Sartre and was an early adopter of existentialism, though she later moved away from it. She observed that we need not expect moral philosophers to live by their ideas in a simplistic way, as if they were following a set of rules. But we can expect them to show how their ideas are lived in. We should be able to look in through the windows of a philosophy, as it were, and see how people occupy it, how they move about and how they conduct themselves. Inspired both by Merleau-Ponty's mottos about lived ideas and by Iris Murdoch's inhabited philosophy, and triggered by my own eerie feelings on retracing my steps, I want to explore the story of existentialism and phenomenology in a way that combines the philosophical and the biographical. This is a mixture many of them were drawn to, although one repudiated it, Heidegger, and this too has fed my desire to try the same. I think philosophy becomes more interesting when it is cast into the form of a life. Likewise, I think personal experience is more interesting when thought about philosophically. This will be a 20th century story, which is why there is very little more on the proto-existentialists Nietzsche and Kierkegaard. I'm also brief on theological existentialists and existentialist psychotherapists. They are fascinating but really need separate books to do them justice. On the other hand, people such as Iris Murdoch, the English New Existentialist Colin Wilson, the pugnacious Norman Mailer with his Existentialist Party, and the existentialist-influenced novelist Richard Wright have all found their way in, for various reasons. Some people are only here because they had an interesting role to play in the lives of the others, people like the ethical philosopher Emmanuel Levinas, the daring rescuer of manuscripts Herman Leo van Breda, and the Czech phenomenologist Jan Potočka, who defied his country's regime and died for it. The two gigantic figures in the story are inevitably Heidegger and Sartre, but those who know their being and time or being and nothingness may be surprised to find these masterworks chopped in shards and mixed up like chocolate chips in a cookie, rather than being dealt with by the whole bar, as it were. And they may not be the thinkers who, in the end, have the most to say. These philosophers, together with Simone de Beauvoir, Edmund Husserl, Karl Jaspers, Albert Camus, Maurice Merleau-Ponty, and others, seem to me to have participated in a multilingual, multi-sided conversation that ran from one end of the last century to the other. Many of them never met. Still, I like to imagine them in a big, busy café of the mind, probably a Parisian one, full of life and movement, noisy with talk and thought, and definitely an inhabited café. When you peer in through the windows, the first figures you see are the familiar ones, arguing as they puff their pipes and lean towards each other, emphasizing their points. You hear clinking glasses and rattling cups, the waiters glide between the tables. In the largest group in front, a dumpy fellow and an elegant woman in a turban are drinking with their younger friends. Towards the back, others sit at quieter tables. A few people are on a dance floor. Perhaps someone is writing in a private room upstairs. Voices are being raised in anger somewhere, but there is also a murmuring from lovers in the shadows. We can enter and take a seat, perhaps in the front, perhaps in an unobtrusive corner. There are so many conversations to overhear, one hardly knows which way to wag one's ears. But first, before the waiter comes, what is existentialism anyway? Some books about existentialism never try to answer this question, as it is hard to define. The key thinkers disagreed so much that, whatever you say, you are bound to misrepresent or exclude someone. Moreover, it is unclear who was an existentialist and who was not. Sartre and Beauvoir were among the very few to accept the label, and even they were reluctant at first. Others refused it, often rightly. Some of the main thinkers in this book were phenomenologists but not existentialists at all, Husserl, Merleau-Ponty, or existentialists but not phenomenologists, Kierkegaard. Some were neither, Camus, and some used to be one or both but then changed their minds, Levinas. All the same, here is my attempt at a definition of what existentialists do. I put it here for reference, but by all means skip it and come back if the need or want arises. Existentialists concern themselves with individual, concrete human existence. They consider human existence different from the kind of being other things have. Other entities are what they are, but as a human I am whatever I choose to make of myself at every moment. I am free. And therefore I'm responsible for everything I do, a dizzying fact which causes an anxiety inseparable from human existence itself. On the other hand, I am only free within situations, which can include factors in my own biology and psychology as well as physical, historical, and social variables of the world into which I have been thrown. Despite the limitations, I always want more. I am passionately involved in personal projects of all kinds. Human existence is thus ambiguous, at once boxed in by borders and yet transcendent and exhilarating. An existentialist who is also phenomenological provides no easy rules for dealing with this condition, but instead concentrates on describing lived experience as it presents itself. By describing experience well, he or she hopes to understand this existence and awaken us to ways of living more authentic lives. So now let us return to 1933, and to the moment when Sartre went to Germany to learn about those new philosophers who called on him to pay attention to the cocktail on the table, and to everything else in life, in short, to the things themselves. 2. To the things themselves, in which we meet the phenomenologists. Sartre's search for phenomenology took him to Berlin, but he would have found the heartland of the phenomenologists in a smaller city closer to home, Freiburg im Breisgau, in the southwest corner of Germany just over the French border. With the Rhine separating it from France on the west, and the somber Black Forest sheltering it on the east, Freiburg was a university city of about 100,000 people, a population often boosted by hikers or skiers passing through on their way to their holidays in the mountains, a fashionable pursuit in the 1920s and 1930s. They livened up Freiburg's streets with their hobnailed boots and tanned knees and brightly embroidered braces, as well as their walking sticks studded with metal discs showing which routes they had already conquered. Beside them and the students, more traditional Freiburg residents carried on their lives surrounded by elegant university buildings and a tall cathedral, its sandstone tower perforated like lace and glowing a rosy color in the evening sun. Further out, suburbs climbed over surrounding hills, especially the northern enclave of Zeringen, where many university professors had houses on the steep streets. It was a devoutly Catholic city and an intellectual one, with studious activity revolving around both its seminary and its university. The latter now featured an influential coterie in the philosophy department, the phenomenologists. Initially, this meant followers of Edmund Husserl, who took up Freiburg's chair of philosophy in 1916. He brought disciples and students with him, and recruited more, so that Freiburg remained a center for his work long after his formal retirement in 1928. It was dubbed the City of Phenomenology by one student, Emmanuel Levinas, the brilliant young Jewish Lithuanian whose book Sartre would later buy in Paris. Levinas' trajectory was typical of many phenomenology converts. He had been studying philosophy just over the French border in Strasbourg in 1928 when he saw someone in the town reading a Husserl book. Intrigued, he read it himself, and immediately arranged a transfer so he could study with Husserl in person. It changed his whole way of thinking. As he wrote, "For the young Germans I met in Freiburg, this new philosophy is more than a new theory, it is a new ideal of life, a new page of history, almost a new religion." Sartre could have become a late joiner of this gang too. Had he gone to Freiburg, he might have taken up hiking and skiing, and become a lean mountain man instead of the real little Buddha which he said he became during his year of Berlin beer and dumplings. Instead, he stayed in the capital's French Institute reading the phenomenologists' books, Husserl's above all, and learning the difficult German terms as he went. He spent the year formulating his ideas at Husserl's expense, as he later put it, but never met the master in person. Husserl probably never heard a word about him. Perhaps that was for the best, as he probably would have been unimpressed by the unfamiliar brew the young French existentialist would make of his ideas. If we could do as disciples like Levinas did, and sign up for Husserl's classes in Freiburg back in the late 1910s and the 1920s, we might at first be disappointed. He neither looked nor sounded like a guru, or even the founder of a great philosophical movement. He was quiet, with round wire glasses and a delicate look. In youth, he had soft, curly blonde hair, which soon receded to leave a bald-domed head over a mustache and neat beard. When he spoke, he accompanied his words with meticulous hand gestures. One person who attended a Husserl lecture said it reminded him of a watchmaker gone mad. Another witness, the philosopher Hans-Georg Gadamer, noticed the fingers of the right hand circling the flat palm of the left hand in a slow, turning movement, as Husserl outlined each point as if he were turning the idea round on his palm to look at it from different angles. In a very short surviving film clip of him as an elderly man in 1936, walking in a garden with his daughter, one can see him bobbing his hand up and down as he talks. Husserl himself was aware of his tendency to repetitive compulsions. He used to tell people that, as a boy, he was given a pocket knife as a present and was delighted, but sharpened it so obsessively that he wore the blade away entirely and was left with nothing but a handle. "I wonder whether my philosophy is not unlike this knife," he mused. Illustrations credit 2.1. It was by no means clear, in his boyhood, that his talents would lie in philosophy at all. Born on April 8, 1859 in the Moravian town of Prostijov, or Prosnitz, to a German speaker such as himself, it is now in the Czech Republic, Husserl came from a Jewish family but converted to Lutheranism as a young man. His school career was undistinguished. One former schoolmate told a biographer that the young Husserl was in the habit of falling fast asleep during the lesson, and it was necessary for one of us to push him to wake him up. When the teacher called on him, he would stand up sleepily, yawn and gape. Once he yawned so hard that his lower jaw remained stuck. But this only happened when Husserl was not interested in the subject. He was more alert in his favorite class of the time, mathematics, and went on to study this at the University of Leipzig. But a fellow Moravian student there, Tomáš Masaryk, later the president of Czechoslovakia, persuaded Husserl to accompany him to the University of Vienna to take classes with a charismatic philosophy teacher named Franz Clemens Brentano. He spent 2 years in Vienna from 1884, and was so won over by Brentano that he resolved to devote his life to philosophy. From then on, there was no more sleeping on the job. Brentano was the sort of teacher who could work such miracles. A former priest trained in Aristotelian philosophy, he had resigned from the priesthood and lost an earlier teaching job after questioning the Church's new doctrine of papal infallibility, which he considered indefensible. The unemployed Brentano spent a year traveling around Europe learning about other ideas, including those from the new field of experimental psychology, and decided that traditional philosophy needed reinvigorating from such sources. He then began teaching again in the more open-minded University of Vienna. There, he encouraged his students to break with tradition, criticize the great philosophers of the past, and think for themselves, while also taking care to be methodical. This was the combination that galvanized Husserl. Armed with Brentano's innovations, he embarked on his own philosophical work. A long, difficult period ensued, in which Husserl slowly built his career as a privatdozent or unpaid university tutor, surviving on freelance fees, the usual route into German academic life. He soon had a family to support, marrying Malvine Steinschneider, another Jewish convert to Protestantism from his hometown, and starting a family of 3 children. He meanwhile found time to publish increasingly innovative works of philosophy, notably Logical Investigations in 1900/1901 and Ideas in 1913. They made his name. He got a paid job in Göttingen and then, at last, took up the chair of philosophy in Freiburg, which would remain his home. Husserl arrived in Freiburg in the middle of the First World War, in 1916, and it was a terrible year for his family. All 3 of the now adult Husserl children joined the war effort. The daughter, Ellie, worked in a field hospital, while the 2 sons fought on the front line. The elder, Gerhard, was severely wounded but survived. The younger son, Wolfgang, was killed at Verdun on March 8, 1916, aged 20. Husserl, who was prone to episodes of depression, fell into one of his worst periods of despair. Usually he got himself out of depression by furious work, sometimes writing major treatises in just a few weeks. This time it was harder. Yet he had a lot to distract him in Freiburg. Besides writing and teaching, he now managed an entourage of disciples who formed a sort of Husserlian laboratory. One pictures an array of white-coated phenomenologists tinkering at benches, but mostly their labors took the form of writing, teaching, and pursuing individual research projects. They edited a yearbook in which they published phenomenological texts, and taught basic university classes, phenomenological kindergarten, as one of the key assistants, Edith Stein, called it. Stein was struck by the extreme devotion Husserl expected from her and other colleagues. She was exaggerating only slightly when she joked to a friend, "I am to stay with him until I marry, then I may only accept a man who will also become his assistant," and the same holds for the children. Husserl had to be possessive about his best followers, for only a few Stein among them mastered the art of reading his manuscripts. He used his own adaptation of a popular form of shorthand, the Gabelsberger system, and filled thousands of pages with this idiosyncratic script in a minuscule frenzy. Despite his precision of manner, he was not orderly about his writing. He would leave old projects discarded like shavings while he set off on new ones, which in turn he did not finish. His assistants worked to transcribe his drafts and tease out his arguments, but, each time they returned a document to him to revise, he would rewrite it as a new work. He always wanted to take his thought to some more puzzling and difficult place, somewhere not yet explored. His student, and later translator, Dorian Cairns recalled Husserl saying that his aim was always to work in whatever topic seemed the most distressing and uncertain to him at any time, the ones that filled him with most anxiety and self-doubt. Husserl's philosophy became an exhausting but exciting discipline in which concentration and effort must constantly be renewed. To practice it, he wrote, a new way of looking at things is necessary, a way that brings us back again and again to our project, so as to see what stands before our eyes, to distinguish, to describe. This was Husserl's natural style of working. It was also a perfect definition of phenomenology. So what exactly is phenomenology? It is essentially a method rather than a set of theories, and at the risk of wildly oversimplifying, its basic approach can be conveyed through a two-word command: describe phenomena. The first part of this is straightforward: a phenomenologist's job is to describe. This is the activity that Husserl kept reminding his students to do. It meant stripping away distractions, habits, clichés of thought, presumptions, and received ideas, in order to return our attention to what he called the things themselves. We must fix our beady gaze on them and capture them exactly as they appear, rather than as we think they are supposed to be. The things that we describe so carefully are called phenomena, the second element in the definition. The word phenomenon has a special meaning to phenomenologists. It denotes any ordinary thing or object or event as it presents itself to my experience, rather than as it may or may not be in reality. As an example, take a cup of coffee. Husserl liked coffee, long before Aaron talked about the phenomenology of apricot cocktails. Husserl told students in his seminars, "Give me my coffee so that I can make phenomenology out of it." What, then, is a cup of coffee? I might define it in terms of its chemistry and the botany of the coffee plant, and add a summary of how its beans are grown and exported, how they are ground, how hot water is pressed through the powder and then poured into a shaped receptacle to be presented to a member of the human species who orally ingests it. I could analyze the effect of caffeine on the body, or discuss the international coffee trade. I could fill an encyclopedia with these facts, and I would still get no closer to saying what this particular cup of coffee in front of me is. On the other hand, if I went the other way and conjured up a set of purely personal, sentimental associations as Marcel Proust does when he dunks his Madeleine in his tea and goes on to write 7 volumes about it, that would not allow me to understand this cup of coffee as an immediately given phenomenon either. Instead, this cup of coffee is a rich aroma, at once earthy and perfumed. It is the lazy movement of a curlicue of steam rising from its surface. As I lift it to my lips, it is a placidly shifting liquid and a weight in my hand inside its thick-rimmed cup. It is an approaching warmth, then an intense dark flavor on my tongue, starting with a slightly austere jolt and then relaxing into a comforting warmth, which spreads from the cup into my body, bringing the promise of lasting alertness and refreshment. The promise, the anticipated sensations, the smell, the color, and the flavor are all part of the coffee as phenomenon. They all emerge by being experienced. If I treated all these as purely subjective elements to be stripped away in order to be objective about my coffee, I would find there was nothing left of my cup of coffee as a phenomenon, that is, as it appears in the experience of me, the coffee drinker. This experiential cup of coffee is the one I can speak about with certainty, while everything else to do with the bean growing and the chemistry is hearsay. It may all be interesting hearsay, but it's irrelevant to a phenomenologist. Husserl therefore says that, to phenomenologically describe a cup of coffee, I should set aside both the abstract suppositions and any intrusive emotional associations. Then I can concentrate on the dark, fragrant, rich phenomenon in front of me now. This setting aside or bracketing out of speculative add-ons Husserl called epiche, a term borrowed from the ancient skeptics, who used it to mean a general suspension of judgment about the world. Husserl sometimes referred to it as a phenomenological reduction instead, the process of boiling away extra theorizing about what coffee really is, so that we are left only with the intense and immediate flavor, the phenomenon. The result is a great liberation. Phenomenology frees me to talk about my experienced coffee as a serious topic of investigation. It likewise frees me to talk about many areas that come into their own only when discussed phenomenologically. An obvious example, close to the coffee case, is expert wine tasting, a phenomenological practice if ever there was one, and one in which the ability both to discern and to describe experiential qualities are equally important. There are many such topics. If I want to tell you about a here trending piece of music, phenomenology enables me to describe it as a moving piece of music, rather than as a set of string vibrations and mathematical note relationships on which I have pinned a personal emotion. Melancholy music is melancholy, a sweet air is a sweet air. These descriptions are fundamental to what music is. Indeed, we do talk about music phenomenologically all the time. Even if I describe a sequence of notes as going up or down, this has less to do with what the sound waves are doing, which is becoming more or less frequent, and longer or shorter, than with how the music plays out in my mind. I hear the notes climbing up an invisible ladder. I almost physically rise in my chair as I listen to Ralph Vaughan Williams' The Lark Ascending. My very soul takes flight. That's not just me, it is what the music is. Phenomenology is useful for talking about religious or mystical experiences. We can describe them as they feel from the inside without having to prove that they represent the world accurately. For similar reasons, phenomenology helps physicians. It makes it possible to consider medical symptoms as they are experienced by the patient rather than exclusively as physical processes. A patient can describe a diffuse or stabbing pain, or a sensation of heaviness or sluggishness, or the vague unease in a disturbed stomach. Amputees often suffer from phantom sensations in the area of the lost limb. Phenomenology allows these sensations to be analyzed. The neurologist Oliver Sacks discussed such experiences in his 1984 book A Leg to Stand On, about his recovery from a severe leg injury. Long after the physical damage had healed, his leg felt separate from him, like a wax model. He could move it, but it did not feel like his from within. After much physiotherapy it returned to normal, but, had he not been able to convince his doctors that the feeling was phenomenologically important and that it belonged to the condition rather than being some personal oddity, he might not have received that therapy and might never have regained full control of his leg. In all these cases, the Husserlian bracketing out or apricot allows the phenomenologist to temporarily ignore the question "but is it real?" in order to ask how a person experiences his or her world. Phenomenology gives a formal mode of access to human experience. It lets philosophers talk about life more or less as non-philosophers do, while still being able to tell themselves they are being methodical and rigorous. The point about rigor is crucial. It brings us back to the first half of the command to describe phenomena. A phenomenologist cannot get away with listening to a piece of music and saying, "How lovely." He or she must ask, is it plaintive? Is it dignified? Is it colossal and sublime? The point is to keep coming back to the things themselves, phenomena stripped of their conceptual baggage so as to bail out weak or extraneous material and get to the heart of the experience. One might never finish adequately describing a cup of coffee. Yet it is a liberating task. It gives us back the world we live in. It works most effectively on the things we may not usually think of as material for philosophy: a drink, a melancholy song, a drive, a sunset, an ill-at-ease mood, a box of photographs, a moment of boredom. It restores this personal world in its richness, arranged around our own perspective yet usually no more noticed than the air. There is another side effect: it ought in theory to free us from ideologies, political and otherwise. In forcing us to be loyal to experience, and to sidestep authorities who try to influence how we interpret that experience, phenomenology has the capacity to neutralize all the isms around it, from scientism to religious fundamentalism to Marxism to fascism. All are to be set aside in the apricot. They have no business intruding on the things themselves. This gives phenomenology a surprisingly revolutionary edge, if done correctly. No wonder phenomenology could be exciting. It could also be perplexing, and often it was a bit of both. A mixture of excitement and puzzlement was evident in the response of one young German who discovered phenomenology in its early days, Karl Jaspers. In 1913, he was working as a researcher at the Heidelberg Clinic of Psychiatry, having chosen psychology over philosophy because he liked its concrete, applied approach. Philosophy seemed to him to have lost its way, whereas psychology produced definite results with its experimental methods. But then he found that psychology was too workmanlike. It lacked philosophy's grand ambition. Jaspers was not satisfied by either. Then he heard about phenomenology, which offered the best from both, an applied method, combined with the soaring philosophical aim of understanding the whole of life and experience. He wrote a fan letter to Husserl, but in it admitted that he was not yet quite sure what phenomenology was. Husserl wrote back to him, "You are using the method perfectly. Just keep it up. You don't need to know what it is, that's indeed a difficult matter." In a letter to his parents, Jaspers speculated that Husserl did not know what phenomenology was either. Yet none of this uncertainty could dim the excitement. Like all philosophy, phenomenology made great demands on its practitioners. It required a different thinking, Jaspers wrote, a thinking that, in knowing, reminds me, awakens me, brings me to myself, transforms me. It could do all that, and also give results. Besides claiming to transform the way we think about reality, phenomenologists promised to change how we think about ourselves. They believed that we should not try to find out what the human mind is, as if it were some kind of substance. Instead, we should consider what it does, and how it grasps its experiences. Husserl had picked up this idea from his old teacher Franz Brentano, in Vienna days. In a fleeting paragraph of his book Psychology from an Empirical Standpoint, Brentano proposed that we approach the mind in terms of its intentions, a misleading word, which sounds like it means deliberate purposes. Instead, it meant a general reaching or stretching, from the Latin root intend, meaning to stretch towards or into something. For Brentano, this reaching towards objects is what our minds do all the time. Our thoughts are invariably of or about something, he wrote. In love, something is loved; in hatred, something is hated; in judgment, something is affirmed or denied. Even when I imagine an object that isn't there, my mental structure is still one of aboutness or ofness. If I dream that a white rabbit runs past me checking its pocket watch, I am dreaming of my fantastical dream rabbit. If I gaze up at the ceiling trying to make sense of the structure of consciousness, I am thinking about the structure of consciousness. Except in deepest sleep, my mind is always engaged in this aboutness, it has intentionality. Having taken the germ of this from Brentano, Husserl made it central to his whole philosophy. Just try it. If you attempt to sit for 2 minutes and think about nothing, you will probably get an inkling of why intentionality is so fundamental to human existence. The mind races around like a foraging squirrel in a park, grabbing in turn at a flashing phone screen, a distant mark on the wall, a clink of cups, a cloud that resembles a whale, a memory of something a friend said yesterday, a twinge in a knee, a pressing deadline, a vague expectation of nice weather later, a tick of the clock. Some Eastern meditation techniques aim to still this scurrying creature, but the extreme difficulty of this shows how unnatural it is to be mentally inert. Left to itself, the mind reaches out in all directions as long as it is awake and even carries on doing it in the dreaming phase of its sleep. Understood in this way, the mind hardly is anything at all, it is its aboutness. This makes the human mind, and possibly some animal minds, different from any other naturally occurring entity. Nothing else can be as thoroughly about or of things as the mind is. Even a book only reveals what it's about to someone who picks it up and peruses it, and is otherwise merely a storage device. But a mind that is experiencing nothing, imagining nothing, or speculating about nothing can hardly be said to be a mind at all. Husserl saw in the idea of intentionality a way to sidestep two great unsolved puzzles of philosophical history, the question of what objects really are, and the question of what the mind really is. By doing the epoche and bracketing out all consideration of reality from both topics, one is freed to concentrate on the relationship in the middle. One can apply one's descriptive energies to the endless dance of intentionality that takes place in our lives, the whirl of our minds as they seize their intended phenomena one after the other and whisk them around the floor, never stopping as long as the music of life plays. 3 simple ideas: description, phenomenon, intentionality provided enough inspiration to keep roomfuls of Husserlian assistants busy in Freiburg for decades. With all of human existence awaiting their attention, how could they ever run out of things to do? Husserlian phenomenology never had the mass influence of Sartrean existentialism, at least not directly, but it was his groundwork that freed Sartre and other existentialists to write so adventurously about everything from café waiters to trees to breasts. Reading his Husserl books in Berlin in 1933, Sartre developed his own bold interpretation of it, putting special emphasis on intentionality and the way it throws the mind out into the world and its things. For Sartre, this gives the mind an immense freedom. If we are nothing but what we think about, then no predefined inner nature can hold us back. We are protean. He gave this idea a Sartrean makeover in a short essay which he began writing in Berlin, but published only in 1939, a fundamental idea of Husserl's phenomenology, intentionality. The philosophers of the past, he wrote, had been stuck in a digestive model of consciousness. They thought that to perceive something was to draw it into our own substance, as a spider coats an insect in its own spittle to semi-dissolve it. Instead, with Husserl's intentionality, to be conscious of something is to burst out. To wrest oneself from moist, gastric intimacy and fly out over there, beyond oneself, to what is not oneself. To fly over there, to the tree, and yet outside the tree, because it eludes and repels me and I can no more lose myself in it than it can dissolve itself into me, outside it, outside myself. And, in this same process, consciousness is purified and becomes clear as a great gust of wind. There is nothing in it any more, except an impulse to flee itself, a sliding outside itself. If, impossibly, you were to enter a consciousness, you would be picked up by a whirlwind and thrown back outside to where the tree is and all the dust, for consciousness has no inside. It is merely the exterior of itself, and it is this absolute flight, this refusal to be substance, that constitute it as a consciousness. Imagine now a linked series of bursts that wrest us from ourselves, that do not even leave in ourself the time to form behind them, but rather hurl us out beyond them into the dry dust of the world, onto the rough earth, among things. Imagine we are thrown out in this way, abandoned by our very natures in an indifferent, hostile, resistant world. If you do so, you will have grasped the profound meaning of the discovery Husserl expresses in this famous phrase, all consciousness is consciousness of something. For Sartre, if we try to shut ourselves up inside our own minds, in a nice warm room with the shutters closed, we cease to exist. We have no cozy home, being out on the dusty road is the very definition of what we are. Sartre's gift for shocking metaphor makes his intentionality essay the most readable introduction to phenomenology ever written, and one of the shortest. It is certainly a better read than anything Husserl wrote. Yet Sartre was by then already aware that Husserl had later moved away from this outward-bound interpretation of intentionality. He had come to look at it a different way, as an operation that pulled everything back into the mind after all. Husserl had long ago considered the possibility that the whole intentional dance could just as easily be understood as occurring inside a person's inner realm. Since the epocha suspended questions about whether things were real, nothing stood in the way of this interpretation. Real, not real, inside, outside, what difference did it make? Reflecting on this, Husserl began turning his phenomenology into a branch of idealism, the philosophical tradition which denied external reality and defined everything as a kind of private hallucination. What led Husserl to do this in the 1910s and 1920s was his longing for certainty. One might not be sure of much in the world, but one could be sure about what was going on in one's own head. In a series of lectures in Paris in February 1929, attended by many young French philosophers, though Sartre and Beauvoir missed it, Husserl laid out this idealist interpretation and pointed out how close it brought him to the philosophy of René Descartes, who had said, "I think, therefore I am," an introspective starting point if ever there was one. Anyone who wants to be a philosopher, said Husserl, must at least once try to do as Descartes did, withdraw into himself and start everything from scratch, on a certain foundation. He concluded his lectures by quoting Saint Augustine. Do not wish to go out, go back into yourself. Truth dwells in the inner man. Husserl would later undergo another shift, turning again towards an outside arena shared with other people in a rich mixture of bodily and social experience. In his last years, he would say less about Descartes and Augustine's inwardness, and more about the world in which experience occurs. For now, however, he was almost entirely looking within. Perhaps the crises of the war years had intensified his desire for a private, untouchable zone, although the first stirrings did predate his son's death in 1916, and the last would continue for a long time after it. Debate continues to this day about how significant Husserl's changes of direction were, and how far his idealist turn went. Husserl certainly turned idealist enough during his long reign in Freiburg to alienate a few key disciples. Among those to complain about it early on was Edith Stein, shortly after she finished her PhD thesis on the phenomenology of empathy, a subject that led her to look for connections and bonds between people in a shared exterior environment, not a withdrawn and solitary one. Early in 1917, she and Husserl had a long debate on the subject, with her sitting in the dear old leather sofa where his favorites usually sat in his office. They argued for 2 hours without reaching agreement, and shortly afterwards Stein resigned as his assistant and left Freiburg. She had other reasons for going. She wanted more time for her own work, which Husserl's demands made difficult. Unfortunately, she struggled to find another post. First, she was blocked from one formal position at the University of Göttingen because she was a woman. Then, when another came up in Hamburg, she did not even apply because she felt sure that her Jewish origin would be a problem. The department already had 2 Jewish philosophers and that appeared to be the limit. She returned to her hometown, Breslau, now Wrocław in Poland, and worked on her thesis there. She also converted to Christianity, after reading the autobiography of Saint Teresa of Avila, and in 1922 become a Carmelite nun, a dramatic transformation. The order gave her special dispensation to continue her studies and to send out for philosophy books. Meanwhile, in Freiburg, her departure left a gap in Husserl's gang. In 1918, still long before Sartre had heard of any of them or thought of going to Germany, that gap was filled by another impressive young phenomenologist. His name was Martin Heidegger, and he would prove far more trouble to the master than even the forthright and rebellious Edith Stein had been. If Sartre had gone to Freiburg in 1933 and met both Husserl and Heidegger, his thinking might have got off to a different start indeed. 3. The Magician from Meßkirch, in which Martin Heidegger appears, and we become perplexed about being. Martin Heidegger's challenge to Husserl came in the opening lines of a book, Sein und die Zeit, Being and Time, which he published in Husserl's own phenomenological yearbook series in 1927. The first page contained an innocuous-seeming quotation from Plato's dialogue The Sophist. For manifestly you have long been aware of what you mean when you use the expression being. We, however, who used to think we understood it, have now become perplexed. Of all the perplexing things about being, Heidegger goes on, the most perplexing of all is that people fail to be sufficiently perplexed about it. I say the sky is blue or I am happy, as if the little word in the middle were of no interest. But when I stop to think about it, I realize that it brings up a fundamental and mysterious question. What can it mean to say that anything is? Most philosophers had neglected the question. One of the few to raise it was Gottfried von Leibniz, who in 1714 put it this way: why is there anything at all, rather than nothing? For Heidegger, this why is not the sort of question that seeks an answer from physics or cosmology. No account of the Big Bang or divine creation could satisfy it. The point of asking the question is mainly to boggle the mind. If you had to sum up Heidegger's opening sally in Being and Time in one word, that word might be wow. It was this that led the critic George Steiner to call Heidegger the great master of astonishment, the person who put a radiant obstacle in the path of the obvious. As a fresh starting point for philosophy, this wow is itself a kind of a big bang. It's also a big snub for Husserl. We are meant to understand that he and his followers are foremost among the people who fail to be astonished at being, because they have retreated into their navel-gazing inwardness. They have forgotten the brute reality on which all of us ought to be constantly stubbing our toes. Heidegger's book politely praises Husserl's phenomenological methods, and acknowledges him with a dedication in friendship and admiration. But he also clearly implies that Husserl and his crew have lost themselves in their own heads, which is the very place of uncertainty and isolation from which intentionality had been supposed to rescue them. Wake up, phenomenologists. Remember being out there, in here, under you, above you, pressing in upon you. Remember the things themselves, and remember your own being. Oddly, Heidegger was first inspired to set off down this route by reading Franz Brentano, not Brentano's paragraph on intentionality, but his doctoral thesis, which concerned different meanings of the word being in the works of Aristotle. The philosopher who led Heidegger to notice being was the same who led Husserl to intentionality, and thus to the inward turn. Heidegger discovered Brentano's thesis when he was 18, living in his hometown of Meßkirch, not far from Freiburg but in the upper Danube region of Swabia. It is a quiet Catholic town, dominated by a wildly over-the-top Baroque church in the local style. Its interior, a riot of white and gold excess, with saints and angels and flying cherubs by the cloud, comes as a cheering surprise after the stern exterior and the solemn, dark forests around the town. Martin, born on September 26, 1889, was the eldest child, with a younger sister, Marie, and a brother, Fritz. Their father, Friedrich, was the sexton of the church, and the family lived just opposite it. Their steep-roofed house, the plain central one in a group of 3, is still there. Martin and Fritz helped out with church duties from an early age, picking flowers for decoration and climbing the tower steps to ring its 7 bells in the mornings. Each Christmas they began extra early. After drinking milky coffee and eating cakes beside the Christmas tree at home, they would cross the little square to the church before 4 a.m. and began the Schrecklauten, fright ringing, that woke all the townspeople. At Easter they stilled the bells and instead turned a handle to make small hammers hit wood, producing a rattling, pocking sound. Illustrations credit 3.1. The sound of hammers striking wood or metal resonated through Martin's world, as his father was also the town's master cooper, making barrels and other ware. A quick online search reminds us that coopers used to make casks, barrels, buckets, tubs, butter churns, hogsheads, firkins, tierces, rundlets, puncheons, pipes, tons, butts, pins and breakers, a beautiful list of objects that now sounds like a half-remembered dream. The boys would go out in the nearby forest after woodcutters had passed by, collecting pieces which their father could use. Heidegger later wrote to his fiancée describing his memories of the cooper's workshop, and also of his grandfather, a shoemaker, who would sit on his 3-legged stool hammering nails into solace, by the light of a glass globe. All this is worth dwelling on because, for Heidegger even more than for most writers, these childhood images remained important to him all his life. He never abandoned his allegiance to the world they evoked. Illustrations credit 3.2. When the helpful sun jobs were done, Martin would run out past the church and through the park of the equally grandiose Meßkirch castle into the forest, and sit with his homework on a rough-hewn bench at the side of a path in the deep woods. The bench and path helped him to think through any tangled text he was studying. Later, whenever he was bogged down in a tough philosophical task, he would think back to the bench in the woods, and see his way out. His thoughts were always filled with images of dark trees, and dappled forest light filtering through the leaves to the open paths and clearings. He gave his books titles like Holzwege, Forest Paths, and Wegmarken, Trail Marks. Their pages resound with the ringing of hammers and the serene tolling of village bells, with rustic crafts and the heft and feel of manual labor. Even in his most rarefied later writing, or especially there, Heidegger liked to think of himself as a humble Swabian peasant, whittling and chopping at his work. But he was never exactly a man of the people. From boyhood, there was something set apart about him. He was shy, tiny, black-eyed, with a pinched little mouth, and all his life he had difficulty meeting people's eyes. Yet he had a mysterious power over others. In an interview for a BBC TV program in 1999, Hans-Georg Gadamer recalled asking an old man in Meßkirch if he had known Martin Heidegger as a boy. The man replied, "Martin? Yes, certainly I remember him. What was he like?" "Tja, well," answered the man, "what can I say? He was the smallest, he was the weakest, he was the most unruly, he was the most useless. But he was in command of all of us." As he grew up, Heidegger attended seminary schools, then went to Freiburg where he studied divinity. But meanwhile, his encounter with Brentano's thesis led him to immerse himself in Aristotle, and to feel drawn towards philosophical rather than theological inquiry. He picked up the Freiburg University Library's copy of Husserl's Logical Investigations, borrowed it, and kept it in his room for 2 years. He was fascinated to see that Husserl's philosophy took no account of God. Husserl, although a Christian, kept his faith separate from his work. Heidegger studied Husserl's method of proceeding by close description and attention to phenomena. He then followed Husserl in switching to philosophy, and building his career by scraping a living as an unsalaried privatdozent for years. Also like Husserl, he acquired a family to support. He married Elfriede Petri in March 1917, and they had two sons, Jörg and Hermann. Elfriede was a Protestant, so they covered all bases by having a registry office wedding followed by two religious ones, Protestant and Catholic, after which they both broke with their churches completely. Heidegger officially ceased to consider himself a believer, although signs of a yearning for sacred things are not hard to find in his work. Their marriage lasted, despite episodes of infidelity on both sides. Many years later, Hermann Heidegger revealed a secret he had heard from his mother long before. His real father was not Martin Heidegger, but a doctor with whom she had had an affair. Illustrations credit 3.3. During Heidegger's early years studying and teaching in Freiburg, Husserl was not yet based there. As soon as he arrived in 1916, Heidegger set out to court him. At first, Husserl responded in a vague and formal way. Then, as would happen to many others, he became enthralled by the strange young man. By the end of the war, Husserl was as keen as Heidegger was to symphilosophein philosophies together, in the Greek word their circle liked to use. At that time, Husserl was still in deep grief for the son killed in the war, and Heidegger was of a similar age to the Husserl children. Unlike them, he had avoided the front line because he had a weak heart, and was instead given duties as a mail censor and weather station assistant. Having the young Heidegger around had an extraordinary effect on Husserl. "Oh, your youth, what a joy it is to me," he wrote. He became uncharacteristically gushy, adding 3 postscripts to one letter and then scolding himself for sounding like an old chatterbox. Husserl later looked back and marveled at how infatuated he had let himself become, but it's not hard to see why it happened. At his 61st birthday party in 1920, Malvine Husserl jokingly called Heidegger the phenomenological child. Heidegger cheerfully played up to the role of adoptee, sometimes beginning his letters "Dear Fatherly Friend." He once wrote a thank you letter for the Husserl's hospitality by saying, "I truly had the feeling of being accepted as a son." In 1924, Husserl helped Heidegger to get a paid job at the University of Marburg, not too far away. He stayed there for 4 years. In 1928, aged 39, he returned to Freiburg to take over the chair left vacant when Husserl retired again with Husserl's helpful support. It was a relief to be back. Heidegger was never happy in Marburg, which he called a foggy hole, but it did give his career its first big push, and while there he also had an intoxicating affair with his student Hannah Arendt. During the Marburg years, Elfriede Heidegger used an inheritance to buy a plot of land just outside the Black Forest village of Tottenauberg, 29 kilometers from Freiburg, overlooking the grand horseshoe sweep of village and valley. She designed a wood-shingled hut to be built on the site, wedged into the hillside. It was a gift for her husband. The family often went together, but Heidegger spent much time working there alone. The landscape, crisscrossed by paths to help him think, was even finer than that of his childhood. Then as now, it was frequented by skiers, sledders, and hikers, but in evenings or out of season it was silent and tranquil, with the tall trees looking down like dignified grown UPS on the humans playing between them. When alone there, Heidegger would ski, walk, light a fire, cook simple meals, talk to the peasant neighbors, and settle for long hours at his desk, where, as he wrote to Arendt in 1925, his writing took on the calm rhythm of a man chopping wood in a forest. Illustrations credit 3.4. Increasingly, Heidegger imported the peasant image into his town job too. He started wearing a specially tailored version of traditional Black Forest dress, a brown farmer's jacket, with broad lapels and a high collar, set off by knee-length breeches. His students called it his existential or one's own most look, the latter a reference to one of his favorite phrases. They found him funny, but he did not share the joke because his sense of humor was somewhere between peculiar and non-existent. It didn't matter, his clothes, his rustic Swabian accent and his seriousness only heightened his mystique. His student Karl Loet described how Heidegger's impenetrable quality gave him a mesmerizing hold over the class. You never knew where you were with him, so you hung on every word. Hans Jonas, who studied with both Husserl and Heidegger, remarked in a later radio interview that Heidegger was by far the more exciting of the two. Asked why, he replied that it was largely because he was much more difficult to understand. According to Gadamer, Heidegger's trademark style was to raise up a breathtaking swirl of questions which would billow forth until, finally, he would roll them up into deep dark clouds of sentences from which the lightning flashed, leaving the students stunned. There was something occult about this, so the students created another nickname for him, the Little Magician from Meßkirch. Even amid the clouds and lightning, however, he usually focused his lectures on minutely close readings of the classical philosophers, demanding extreme concentration on the text. According to Hannah Arendt's memories of studying with him, Heidegger taught them to think, and thinking meant digging. He worked his way down to the roots of things, she wrote, but rather than hauling them into the light he left them embedded, merely opening up exploratory routes around them just as his beloved paths wound their way through the forest. Years later, and with a less sympathetic attitude, Daniel Dennett and Asbjørn Steglich Peterson's satirical philosophical lexicon would define a Heidegger as a ponderous device for boring through thick layers of substance, as in, it's buried so deep we'll have to use a Heidegger. George Picht, who attended Heidegger's courses as a student of 18, recalled the force of his thinking as something almost palpable. It could be felt as Heidegger entered the room, and he also brought with him an air of danger. His lectures were a form of theater, masterfully staged. Heidegger urged his students to think, but not necessarily to answer back. He thought that saying the first unthought-out thing that came to mind, which is called discussion today, was empty chit-chat. He liked students to be respectful, but never sycophantic. When a student once read out the minutes, peppered with Heidegger's own phraseology, he interrupted her, "We do not Heideggerize here. Let's move on to the matter in hand." Pick suspected that some of this Heideggerian rudeness was a defensive reaction. He felt threatened, both by others and from within himself. The history of being could abruptly make its way into the personal, and the personal into what was to be thought. Once, Pick felt he had a terrifying glimpse of what it might be like to be Heidegger. How can Heidegger the person be described? He lived in a thundery landscape. As we were taking a walk in Hinterzarten during a severe storm, a tree was uprooted 10 meters in front of us. That touched me, as if I could then visualize what was going on inside him. Even as they made their nervous jests, the students around Heidegger knew they were privileged to be able to watch a great philosophy being developed piece by piece. All through the mid-1920s, as he taught courses on Plato, Aristotle, or Kant, he would twist each text into some original and unusual interpretation, until the students felt that whole edifices built by previous philosophers might come crashing down in slabs about their heads. As Hannah Arendt summed it up, thinking has come to life again. The cultural treasures of the past, believed to be dead, are being made to speak. There exists a teacher, one can perhaps learn to think. Of all the exciting moments they experienced, few could have rivaled one that occurred early in 1927. His student Hermann Morchen remembered how Heidegger arrived at one of their seminars, and wordlessly, expectantly, like a child showing off his favorite toy, produced a galley-proof sheet straight from the printer. It was the title page of his masterpiece, Being and Time, with that great opening call to amazement, followed by pages of strange text that could not be mistaken for anything written by any other philosopher, old or new. So what is the being that Heidegger wants us to marvel at in Being and Time, and what are the beings that have it? Heidegger's word sen, being, cannot be easily defined, because what it refers to is not like other categories or qualities. It certainly is not an object of any kind. Nor is it an ordinary shared feature of objects. You can teach someone what a building is by pointing to a lot of different structures from grass huts to skyscrapers. It may take a while, but eventually they will get it. But you could go on forever pointing out huts, meals, animals, forest paths, church portals, festive atmospheres, and looming thunder clouds, saying each time, "Look, being," and your interlocutor is likely to become more and more puzzled. Heidegger sums this up by saying that being is not itself a being. That is, it is not a defined or delineated entity of any kind. He distinguishes between the German word sind, which can refer to any individual entity, such as a mouse or a church door, and Sein, which means the being that such particular beings have. In English, one way of signaling the distinction is by using the capital B for the latter. He calls it the ontological difference from ontology, the study of what is. It is not an easy distinction to keep clear in one's mind, but the ontological difference between being and beings is extremely important to Heidegger. If we get confused between the two, we fall into errors. For example, settling down to study some science of particular entities, such as psychology or even cosmology, while thinking that we are studying being itself. Unlike beings, being is hard to concentrate on and it is easy to forget to think about it. But one particular entity has a more noticeable being than others, and that is myself, because, unlike clouds and portals, I am the entity who wonders about its being. It even turns out that I have a vague, preliminary, non-philosophical understanding of being already, otherwise I would not have thought of asking about it. This makes me the best starting point for ontological inquiry. I am both the being whose being is up for question and the being who sort of already knows the answer. I myself, then, will be the path. But Heidegger re-emphasizes that this does not mean I should sign up for courses in human sciences such as biology, anthropology, psychology, or sociology. These merely ontical inquiries have nothing to contribute to an ontological investigation. Like the speculative debris cleared away by Husserl's Epicure, they are likely only to get in the way by clogging up our inquiry with irrelevant ideas. If I want to know what a human being is, it's no good wiring one up to a EEG machine to measure brain waves, or analyzing examples of behavior. Just as Karl Jaspers had turned from psychology to phenomenology in order to practice a different thinking, Heidegger felt that the question of being must be truly philosophical or it is nothing. Moreover, it should not be philosophical in the old-fashioned way, focused narrowly on questions of what we can know. A new beginning is needed. For Heidegger, this means not only starting with being but ensuring constant vigilance and care in thinking. He generously helps us to achieve this by using a frustrating kind of language. As his readers soon notice, Heidegger tends to reject familiar philosophical terms in favor of new ones which he coins himself. He leaves the German Sein or being more or less as it is, but when it comes to talking about the questioner for whom its being is in question, i.e. me, a human, he strenuously avoids talk of humanity, man, mind, soul, or consciousness, because of the scientific, religious, or metaphysical assumptions such words conceal. Instead, he speaks of Dasein, a word normally meaning existence in a general way, and compounded of da, there, and Sein, to be. Thus, it means there being, or being there. The effect is at once disconcerting and intriguing. Reading Heidegger, and feeling, as one often does, that you recognize an experience he is describing, you want to say, yes, that's me. But the word itself deflects you from this interpretation, it forces you to keep questioning. Just getting into the habit of saying Dasein takes you halfway into Heidegger's world. It is so important a term that English translators tend to leave it in the original German. An early partial French translation by Henry Corbin rendered it as Réalité humaine, which created another layer of confusion. Why, one often wails, can't Heidegger speak plainly? His tangled and unnatural terms invite parody, as in Günter Grass' 1963 novel Dog Years, where a character falls under the influence of an unnamed philosopher and goes around calling underdone potatoes spuds, forgetful of being, and clearing rodents out of the kitchen's water pipes while wondering, why rats and not other assents? Why anything at all rather than nothing? One might think that, if Heidegger had anything worth saying, he could have communicated it in ordinary language. The fact is that he does not want to be ordinary, and he may not even want to communicate in the usual sense. He wants to make the familiar obscure, and to vex us. George Steiner thought that Heidegger's purpose was less to be understood than to be experienced through a felt strangeness. It is something like the alienation or estrangement effect used by Bertolt Brecht in his theater, which is designed to block you from becoming too caught up in the story and falling for the delusion of familiarity. Heidegger's language keeps you on edge. It is dynamic, obtrusive, sometimes ridiculous, and often forceful. On a page of Heidegger, things are typically presented as surging or thrusting, as being thrown forward, lit up or broken open. Heidegger admitted that his way of writing produced some awkwardness, but he thought that a small price to pay for overturning the history of philosophy and bringing us back to being. For non-German readers, it should be added, some of the awkwardness is an artifact of translation. German welcomes monumental word constructions, but in English they tend to come out as long hyphenated lines, trundling along like mismatched railway carriages. The question of being, for example, is an elegant Seinsfrage in German. But even German cannot comfortably accommodate sich Vorwegschanzen in der Welt, alsnb, innerweltlich begegnendem Seinden, or ahead of itself already being in the world, as being together with, beings encountered within the world. One way of thinking about Heidegger is as a literary innovator, and perhaps even as a kind of modernist novelist. I was well into working on this book when, via Janet Malcolm's study Two Lives, I came across excerpts from Gertrude Stein's experimental novel The Making of Americans. Stein sets out as if to relate a standard family saga, but abandons conventional ways of writing in order to say things like this about her characters. I am always feeling each kind of them as a substance darker, lighter, thinner, thicker, muddier, clearer, smoother, lumpier, granularer, mixeder, simpler, and always I am feeling in each one of them their kind of stuff, as much in them, as little in them, as all of a piece in them, as lumps in them held together sometimes by parts of the same, sometimes by other kinds of stuff in them. Are made of little lumps of one kind of being held together or separated from each other, as one comes to feel it in them, the lumps in them from each other by other kind of being in them, sometimes by other kind of being in them that is almost the complete opposite of the lumps in them, some because, the lumps are melting always into the surrounding being that keeps the lumps from touching, in some because the kind of being in them is spread out so thin in them, that everything that they have learned, that they like to be in living, all reaction to everything interesting, in them, has really nothing to do in them with the thin spread being in them. Some are always whole ones, though the being in them is all a mushy mass with a skin to hold them in and so make one. The being in them, she explains, can be slimy, gelatinous, gluey, white opaque kind of thing, and it can be white and vibrant and clear and heated, and this is all not very clear to me. Heidegger would have disliked Stein's imprecision, but he might have appreciated the sight of a writer stretching language to its utmost to avoid the dulling effect of ordinary perceptions. He might also have recognized that her distinction between characters and the being in them foreshadows his own notion of the ontological difference. Thus, it can help to think of Heidegger as an experimental novelist, or a poet. Yet, even while rejecting the traditional philosophical virtue of clarity, he was adamant that he was a philosopher, and that there was nothing merely literary or playful about his language. His purpose was to overturn human thinking, destroy the history of metaphysics, and start philosophy all over again. A little violence done to language is to be expected, given an overall aim that is so extreme, and so violent. The biggest overturning that being and time inflicts on old-school philosophy is to approach the question of Dasein and its being in a way that Husserl had been supposed to do but did not make very evident, through everyday life. Heidegger gives us Dasein in its weekday clothes, as it were, not in its Sunday best, but in its everydayness. Other philosophers have tended to start with a human being in an unusual state, such as sitting alone in a room staring into the embers of a fire and thinking, which was how Descartes began. They then go on to use simple, everyday terms to describe the result. Heidegger does the opposite. He takes Dasein in its most ordinary moments, then talks about it in the most innovative way he can. For Heidegger, Dasein's everyday being is right here, it is being in the world, or in der Welt sein. The main feature of Dasein's everyday being in the world right here is that it is usually busy doing something. I don't tend to contemplate things, I pick them up and act on them. If I hold a hammer, it is not normally to stare at the hammer thing, as Heidegger puts it. He uses the lovely word das Hamwriting. It is to go to work hammering nails. Moreover, I do my hammering in service of some purpose, such as building a bookcase for my philosophy tomes. The hammer in my hand summons up a whole network of purposes and contexts. It reveals Dasein's involvement with things, its concern. He cites examples: producing something, using something, looking after something, and letting something go, as well as negative involvements such as neglecting something, or leaving it undone. These are what he calls deficient forms, but they are still forms of concern. They show that Dasein's being in general is one of care. The distinction between care and concern, Besorgen and Sorge, is confusing, but both mean Dasein is in the world up to the elbows, and it is busy. We are not far from Kierkegaard and his point that I don't just exist, but have an interest or an investment in my existence. My involvements, Heidegger continues, lead me to deploy useful things or equipment items such as the hammer. These have a particular being which Heidegger calls Zuhandenheit, readiness to hand or handiness. While I am hammering, the hammer has that kind of being for me. If, for some reason, I lay down the hammer and gawp at it as a ham writing, then it has a different kind, Vorhandenheit or presence at hand. For Heidegger, the philosopher's second biggest mistake, after forgetfulness of being, has been to talk about everything as though it was present at hand. But that is to separate things from the everyday concernful way in which we encounter them most of the time. It turns them into objects for contemplation by an unconcerned subject who has nothing to do all day but gaze at stuff. And then we ask why philosophers seem cut off from everyday life. By making this error, philosophers allow the whole structure of worldly being to fall apart, and then have immense difficulty in getting it back together to resemble anything like the daily existence we recognize. Instead, in Heidegger's being in the world, everything comes already linked together. If the structure falls to pieces, that is a deficient or secondary state. This is why a smoothly integrated world can be revealed by the simplest actions. A pen conjures up a network of ink, paper, desk, and lamp, and ultimately also a network of other people for whom or to whom I am writing, each one with his or her own purposes in the world. As Heidegger wrote elsewhere, a table is not just a table, it is a family table, where the boys like to busy themselves, or perhaps the table where that decision was made with a friend that time, where that work was written that time, where that holiday was celebrated that time. We are socially as well as equipmentally involved. Thus, for Heidegger, all being in the world is also a being with or mitsein. We cohabit with others in a with world, or mitwelt. The old philosophical problem of how we prove the existence of other minds has now vanished. Dasein swims in the with world long before it wonders about other minds. Others are those from whom, for the most part, one does not distinguish oneself, those among whom one is too. Mitsein remains characteristic even of a Dasein that is shipwrecked on a desert island or trying to get away from everyone by living on the top of a pillar, since those situations are defined mainly by reference to the missing fellow Daseins. The Dasein of a stylite is still a being with, but it is, Heidegger loves this word, a deficient mode of being with. Heidegger gives an example that brings everything together. I am out for a walk, and I find a boat by the shore. What being does the boat have for me? It is unlikely to be just an object, a boat thing which I contemplate from some abstract vantage point. Instead, I encounter the boat as, 1. A potentially useful thing, in 2. A world which is a network of such things, and 3. In a situation where the boat is clearly useful for someone else, if not for me. The boat lights up equipment, world, and mitsane all at once. If I want to consider it a mere object, I can, but this does violence to everyday being. The surprising thing is that philosophy had to wait so long for someone to say these things. American pragmatists such as Charles Sanders Peirce, John Dewey, and William James had explored human life as a practical, active affair, but they did not share Heidegger's grand philosophical vision, and were more inclined to use pragmatism to bring philosophy down to earth rather than to remind it of its greatest tasks and questions. Husserl did share Heidegger's scale of ambition, but he had relocated everything in his idealist cavern. For Heidegger, that was a fatal mistake. Husserl had bracketed out the wrong thing. He had bracketed out being, the one thing that is indispensable. Heidegger is philosophy's great reverser. In being and time, it is everyday being rather than the far reaches of cosmology or mathematics that is most ontological. Practical care and concern are more primordial than reflection. Usefulness comes before contemplation, the ready to hand before the present at hand, being in the world and being with others before being alone. We do not hover above the great rich tangle of the world, gazing down from on high. We are already in the world and involved in it. We are thrown here. And thrownness must be our starting point. Or, as his biographer Rudiger Safransky has put it, Heidegger states the obvious in a way that even philosophers can grasp. Edmund Husserl did not fail to notice that, despite the words of dedication and praise, being and time was partly directed against him. He read it several times to be sure. After his first perusal he took it to Italy's Lake Como on holiday in the summer of 1929 and worked through it in detail, making incredulous notes in the margins, but that is absurd. He made frequent use of, and even. But when he complained, Heidegger seemed to think his interpretation of the book as an attack on him was nonsense. In private, Heidegger was becoming ever more dismissive about Husserlian philosophy. Even while Husserl was writing glowing letters of recommendation to help him get a job, Heidegger was telling other people that he considered his mentor ludicrous. To Karl Jaspers, whom he had now befriended, Heidegger wrote in 1923, "He lives with the mission of being the founder of phenomenology. No one knows what that is." Since Jaspers had long ago admitted that he did not know what phenomenology was, he could hardly help with that. Their differences were clear by 1927. When Husserl and Heidegger tried to collaborate on an article on phenomenology for the Encyclopaedia Britannica early that year, they had to give up. For one thing, each felt that the other had problems expressing himself clearly. They were not wrong there. A more serious problem was that they now disagreed on almost every point in the definition of phenomenology. Husserl took Heidegger's rebellion to heart. He had imagined it so differently. They had talked of how Heidegger might take over Husserl's Nachlass, his legacy of unpublished manuscripts, and carry his philosophy into the future. Having helped him to get the Marburg job, Husserl also helped him to take up his own job in Freiburg when he retired, hoping, as he admitted later, that this would bring Heidegger back into the fold. Instead, with Heidegger installed, Freiburg became the city of two phenomenologies. Husserl's version looked less and less exciting, while Heidegger's was becoming a cult. Illustrations credit 3.5. Heidegger gave a long speech at Husserl's 70th birthday celebrations on April 8, 1929, with slightly insulting subtexts in the guise of a tribute, stressing how Husserl's philosophy ought to lend itself to rethinking and changes of direction. In his speech of thanks, Husserl said that it was true that he had set out to accomplish a task, but that most of it was not completed. Another subtext there, he was on the right path, despite what Heidegger thought, and everyone should join him to get the job done. Heidegger's behavior was ignoble, but Husserl was expecting too much. His desire to mold Heidegger into a mini Husserl for the next generation must have been suffocating. There was no reason to think that Heidegger should follow him without question, That is never how philosophy develops. In fact, the more revolutionary a philosophy is, the more it is likely to be revolted against, precisely because it sets dramatic challenges. But Husserl did not see himself as some sort of old guard, from whom the new generation must naturally diverge and grow. On the contrary, he thought that he was becoming ever more radical while the youngsters were not keeping up. He saw himself as an appointed leader without followers, that is, without collaborators in the radical new spirit of transcendental phenomenology. For him, Heidegger's philosophical error was to remain on the level of the natural attitude or common sense. This seems an odd accusation. What could be wrong with that? But Husserl meant that Heidegger had not cast off the accumulated assumptions about the world that should have been set aside in the apricot. Obsessed with being, he had forgotten to do a basic step in phenomenology. For Heidegger, it was Husserl who was being forgetful. His turn inwards into idealism meant that he was still prioritizing the abstract contemplative mind rather than dynamic being in the world. From the start of Being and Time, he makes it clear that he wants no theoretical investigation, no mere list of definitions and proofs, but a concrete investigation, starting from whatever Dasein is doing at the moment. That's mere anthropology, retorted Husserl in a lecture of 1931. Starting with concrete worldly Dasein means giving up on the high aspirations of philosophy and its search for certainty. Husserl could not understand why Heidegger did not seem to get it, but Heidegger was less and less interested in what Husserl thought. He was now the more magnetic figure, drawing Husserl's protégés away. Heidegger's Being and Time initially conjures up a seamless world of happy hammerers, communing with their fellows in their shared Mitsein while having a vague proto-understanding of being which they never pause to think about in detail. If that were all there was to Heidegger, he probably would have inspired less passion, and if that were all there was to human life, we would hardly be interested in philosophy at all. Who would need philosophers in such a zipless world? Fortunately for the profession, zips get stuck, things break. And Heidegger analyses what happens next. So I am hammering the cupboard, I am barely aware of the hammer at all, only of the nail sinking home and my general project. If I am typing a paragraph about Heidegger on the computer, I pay no attention to fingers, keyboard or screen, my concern streams through them to whatever it is I am trying to achieve. But then something goes wrong. The nail bends, or perhaps the whole hammerhead flies off the shaft. Or the computer freezes on me. For a moment, I stand staring stupidly at the broken hammer, or, instead of looking through the computer, I stare angrily at the contraption and jab at its keys. What had been ready to hand flips into being present at hand, an inert object to be glared at. Heidegger sums up this altered state with the catchy phrase Das nur noch vorhanden sein eins zu handienen, the being just present at hand and no more of something ready to hand. Examples of this crop up frequently in everyday life. In Nicholson Baker's novel The Mezzanine, a riveting phenomenological account of one man's lunch break, the protagonist pulls on a shoelace to tie it, but the lace snaps. Dumbly staring at the fragment in his hand, he flashes on similar incidents, the moment when one pulls on a thread to open a band-aid and the thread comes loose instead of tearing the paper, or the moment when one tries to use a stapler but, instead of biting through and closing the staple tightly on the other side, it slumps toothlessly, revealing itself as empty. I read the book 20 years ago, and for some reason this little description stuck so fast that I rarely find a stapler out of staples without a murmur of it slumped toothlessly going through my mind. When such things happen, Heidegger says, they reveal the obstinacy of that with which we must concern ourselves. This revelation lights up the project in a different way, together with the full context of my concern with it. No longer is the world a smoothly humming machine. It is a mass of stubborn things refusing to cooperate, and here I am in the middle of it, flummoxed and disoriented, which is just the state of mind Heidegger seeks to induce in us when we read his prose. A small incident like a stapler running out of staples doesn't normally cause the collapse of our entire universe. After a skipped beat, the connections knit together again, and we carry on. but sometimes a more comprehensive failure occurs, and it is possible that an empty stapler could be the catalyst for questioning my entire career and path in life. A collapse of meanings on that scale was described by Austrian playwright and librettist Hugo von Hofmannsthal in a 1902 story translated as The Letter of Lord Chandos. Masquerading as a genuine letter written in 1603 by an English aristocrat, it evokes Hofmannsthal's own experiences during a breakdown in which the whole structure of things and people around him fell to bits. Everyday items suddenly look to Chandos like things seen too closely through a magnifying glass, impossible to identify. He hears people gossiping about local characters and friends, but can make no coherent narrative out of what they are saying. Unable to work or look after his estate, Chandos finds himself staring for hours at a moss-covered stone, or a dog lying in the sun, or a harrow left abandoned in a field. The connections have gone. No wonder we call an experience like this a breakdown. It may sound familiar to anyone who has suffered depression, and it can also occur in various neurological disorders. For Heidegger, it would be an extreme case of the collapse of everyday being in the world, a collapse that makes everything obtrusive, disarticulated, and impossible to negotiate with our usual blithe disregard. Heidegger gives us a different way of understanding why, sometimes, it can be so disproportionately disheartening to have a nail bend under the hammer, and to feel everything turn against you. If you throw an apple core towards the bin and it misses, to borrow an example from the Philip Larkin poem As Bad as a Mile, it is not merely annoying because you have to get up and pick it off the floor. It can make everything feel awkward, questionable, and uncomfortable. But it is in questions and discomfort that philosophy begins. This was the sort of powerful, personal stuff that people craved from philosophy in troubled times. It was one reason why Heidegger acquired such influence. His starting point was reality in its everyday clothes, yet he also spoke in Kierkegaardian tones about the strangest experiences in life, the moments when it all goes horribly wrong, and even the moments when we confront the greatest wrongness of all, which is the prospect of death. There can't be many people who haven't experienced a taste of such moments in their lives, even in peaceful, stable times. In the Germany of the 1920s, with everything thrown into chaos and resentment after the First World War, almost everyone could have recognized something in Heidegger's vision. By 1929, the Heidegger cult had spread beyond Freiburg and Marburg. That spring, he spoke at a conference in the Alpine resort of Davos, the setting for Thomas Mann's best-selling 1924 novel The Magic Mountain, which Heidegger had read, and which included a battle of ideas between the old-fashioned, rationalist Italian critic Luigi Settembrini and the mystical ex-Jesuit Leo Nafta. It is tempting to see parallels in the encounter that now occurred between the conference's two stars, as Heidegger was set against a great humanist scholar of Kantian philosophy and the Enlightenment, Ernst Cassirer. Cassirer was Jewish, tall, calm, and elegant, with his white hair swept up into a striking but antiquated bouffant style verging on a minor beehive. Heidegger was short, evasive, and compelling, with a pinched mustache and hair combed severely flat. Their debates centered on the philosophy of Kant, for their interpretations of that philosopher differed dramatically. Cassirer saw Kant as the last great representative of the Enlightenment values of reason, knowledge, and freedom. Heidegger, who had recently published Kant and the Problem of Metaphysics, believed that Kant had dismantled those values by showing that we can have no access to reality or true knowledge of any kind. He also argued that Kant's main interest was not primarily in the question of knowledge at all but in ontology, the question of being. Although no clear winner emerged from the debate, it seemed natural to many observers to cast Cassirer as a throwback to a civilized yet outmoded past, with Heidegger as the prophet of a dangerous yet thrilling future. One person who interpreted the debate that way was Emmanuel Levinas, who had now moved on from his days as Husserl's student and was attending the conference as a fervent supporter of Heidegger. As he said to an interviewer later, it was like seeing one world end and another begin. Toni Cassirer, Ernst's wife, found Heidegger vulgar. She remembered his arrival on the first evening. He literally turned heads, coming in after the other delegates had assembled to listen to an after-dinner speech. The door opened rather as happens in the Magic Mountain, where the slinky love interest Claudia Chowchat habitually enters the dining room late and with a careless bang of the door. Tony Cassirer looked round, and saw a beady-eyed little man. He looked to her like one of the Italian workmen who were numerous in German lands in those years, except that he was wearing his Black Forest garb. He seemed as awkward as a peasant who had stumbled into a royal court. She took an even dimmer view of his entourage later, after she walked in on a performance put on by the students, satirically reenacting the debate. Levinas played Ernst Cassirer, dusting his hair with white talc and twirling it into a high quiff like an ice cream cone. Tony Cassirer did not find him funny. Years later, Levinas wished he had apologized to her for his irreverence. By then he had abandoned his own adulation of Heidegger, as well as having matured in general. A few months after the Davos meeting, on July 24, 1929, Heidegger followed it up with a brilliant inaugural lecture in Freiburg, under the title What is Metaphysics? The text Sartre and Beauvoir would see in translation in 1931 without understanding it. This time Husserl himself was among the huge crowd who gathered to hear the university's new professor perform. Heidegger did not disappoint. What is Metaphysics? Was a crowd pleaser, containing the most dramatic ideas from being and time combined with some new ones. It even starts with what sounds like a deadpan joke, a surprise coming from Heidegger. What is metaphysics? The question awakens expectations of a discussion about metaphysics. This we will forego. The rest of the lecture compares nothingness and being, and contains a long discussion of moods, another of Heidegger's key ideas. Dasein's moods can range from elation to boredom, or perhaps the diffuse sense of oppression and unease described by Kierkegaard as Angst, dread, or anxiety. Each mood reveals the world in a different light. In anxiety, the world shows itself to me as something uncanny, the German word unheimlich here literally meaning not homely. It reveals the total strangeness of beings. In this unhomely, unfamiliar moment, the mood of anxiety opens up the first questioning movement of philosophy, particularly that big question, which forms the climax of Heidegger's lecture: why are there beings at all, and why not rather nothing? Heidegger's performance was terrifying and darkly thrilling. It was also puzzling in places, which added to its effect. As he came to an end, at least one listener, Heinrich Wiegand Petzet, felt on the verge of falling to the ground in an ecstatic faint. The things of the world lay open and manifest in an almost aching brilliance, Petzet wrote. For a brief moment I felt as if I had had a glimpse into the ground and foundation of the world. Husserl, in the audience, was less ecstatic. He now feared the worst about Heidegger. He was no longer a protégé but a monstrous progeny. Shortly afterwards, he wrote to a colleague that he felt the need to reject Heidegger's work completely. In another letter looking back 18 months later, he wrote of this moment: I arrived at the distressing conclusion that philosophically I have nothing to do with this Heideggerian profundity. Heidegger's philosophy, Husserl decided, was of the kind that must be fought against at all costs. It was the sort of philosophy that he felt obliged to try to stamp out, and render impossible forever. 4. The Call. In which Sartre has nightmares, Heidegger tries to think, Karl Jaspers is dismayed, and Husserl calls for heroism. Heidegger's magnetic performances in 1929 enhanced his philosophical appeal in a country that had emerged from war and a 1923 hyperinflation crisis, only to sink into economic disaster again. Many Germans felt betrayed by the socialist government that had taken over in a kind of coup in the closing stages of the war. They muttered about Jews and communists, and accused them of plotting to undermine the national cause. Heidegger seemed to share these suspicions. He too felt disillusioned and disoriented by the Germany of the 1920s. Observers who visited the country during these years were shocked by its poverty, and by the way people were responding to it by turning to extremist parties of the left and right. When Raymond Aron first arrived in 1930, his shock immediately turned into a question: how could Europe avoid being drawn into another war? 2 years later, the young French philosopher Simone Weil traveled through the country and reported back to a left-wing newspaper on how penury and unemployment were destroying the fabric of German society. Those who had jobs were haunted by the fear of losing them. People who could not afford homes became vagabonds or relied on relatives to put them up, which strained family relationships to their limits. Catastrophe could strike anyone. You see elderly men in stiff collars and bowler hats begging at subway exits or singing in cracked voices in the streets. The old suffered, while the young, who had never known anything else, did not even have good memories to escape into. The revolutionary potential of the situation was clear, but it was anyone's guess which way it would go, to the communists or to Hitler's Nazis. Weil hoped it would be to the left, but she feared that, in desperate times, the severe uniforms and regimentation of the Nazi rallies would have more appeal than vague socialist dreams of equality. She was right. On January 30, 1933, a weak coalition government headed by President Paul von Hindenburg gave in to pressure and appointed Adolf Hitler as chancellor. Once a fringe figure of ridicule, Hitler now controlled the country and all its resources. Elections on March 5 increased his party's majority. On March 23, a new enabling act gave him near total power. He consolidated it through the summer. Thus, between Aaron's invitation to Sartre after the apricot cocktail conversation and Sartre's actual move to Berlin, the country was altered out of all recognition. The first changes came quickly that spring, and they affected private life in the most basic and intrusive ways. In March, the Nazis awarded themselves new powers to arrest suspects and search homes at will. They created laws that allowed phone tapping and mail surveillance areas of privacy previously considered sacred. In April, they announced boycotts of Jewish businesses, and removed all public employees deemed Jewish or having anti-Nazi affiliations from their jobs. Trade unions were banned on May 2. The first spectacular book burning took place on May 10. All political parties other than the National Socialists were officially banned on July 14, 1933. Many Germans, as well as other people around Europe, watched this rapid sequence of events in horror but felt unable to do much about it. Beauvoir later marveled at how little she and Sartre worried in the early 1930s about the rise of Nazism in Germany, and this from two people who later became fiercely political. They read the papers, she said, but in those days they were more interested in murder stories or tales of psychological oddity, such as the Papin sisters' killing of the employer for whom they worked as maids, or a case in which a conventional couple brought home another couple for a sexual foursome then committed suicide the next day. Such incidents were curiosities of individual human behavior, whereas the rise of fascism seemed an abstract matter. Sartre and Beauvoir did have a disturbing encounter with its Italian form in the summer of 1933, just before Sartre's move to Berlin. They traveled to Rome with a discount offer from the Italian railways and, walking around the Colosseum late one evening, found themselves pinned by a spotlight and shouted at by men in black shirts. It shocked them, but did not politicize them greatly. Then came Sartre's year in Berlin, but for most of it he was so absorbed in his reading of Husserl and others that at first he barely noticed the outside world. He drank with his classmates and went for long walks. I rediscovered irresponsibility, he recalled later in a notebook. As the academic year went on, the red and black banners, the essay rallies and the regular outbreaks of violence became more disturbing. In February 1934, Beauvoir visited him for the first time, and was struck mainly by how normal Germany seemed. But when she went again in June and traveled back with him from Berlin through Dresden, Munich, and the Nazis' favorite city of Nuremberg, the military marches and half-glimpsed brutal scenes on the streets made them both eager to get out of the country for good. By this time, Sartre was having nightmares about rioting towns and blood splattering over bowls of mayonnaise. The mixture of anxiety and unreality that Sartre and Beauvoir felt was not unusual. Many Germans felt a similar combination, except for those who were Nazi converts, or else who were firm opponents or direct targets. The country was steeped in the sensation that Heidegger called uncanniness. Sometimes the best educated people were those least inclined to take the Nazis seriously, dismissing them as too absurd to last. Karl Jaspers was one of those who made this mistake, as he later recalled, and Beauvoir observed similar dismissive attitudes among the French students in Berlin. In any case, most of those who disagreed with Hitler's ideology soon learned to keep their view to themselves. If a Nazi parade passed on the street, they would either slip out of view or give the obligatory salute like everyone else, telling themselves that the gesture meant nothing if they did not believe in it. As the psychologist Bruno Bettelheim later wrote of this period, few people will risk their life for such a small thing as raising an arm, yet that is how one's powers of resistance are eroded away, and eventually one's responsibility and integrity go with them. The journalist Sebastian Hafner, a law student at the time, also used the word uncanny in his diary, adding, "Everything takes place under a kind of anesthesia. Objectively dreadful events produce a thin, puny emotional response. Murders are committed like schoolboy pranks. Humiliation and moral decay are accepted like minor incidents." Hafner thought modernity itself was partly to blame. People had become yoked to their habits and to mass media, forgetting to stop and think, or to disrupt their routines long enough to question what was going on. Heidegger's former lover and student Hannah Arendt would argue, in her 1951 study The Origins of Totalitarianism, that totalitarian movements thrived at least partly because of this fragmentation in modern lives, which made people more vulnerable to being swept away by demagogues. Elsewhere, she coined the phrase "the banality of evil" to describe the most extreme failures of personal moral awareness. The phrase attracted criticism, mainly because she applied it to the actively genocidal Adolf Eichmann, organizer of the Holocaust, who was guilty of a lot more than a failure to take responsibility. Yet she stuck by her analysis. For Arendt, if you do not respond adequately when the times demand it, you show a lack of imagination and attention that is as dangerous as deliberately committing an abuse. It amounts to disobeying the one command she had absorbed from Heidegger in those Marburg days: think. But what is it, to think? Or, as Heidegger would ask in the title of a later essay, was heißt denken? This could be translated as "what does one call thinking," or "what calls for thinking?" A play on words in the German. One might expect that Heidegger, with his constant reminders to shake off forgetfulness and to question everyday reality, would be the best placed of all philosophers to think well, and to call his compatriots to the task of responsible alertness. Indeed, that was what he believed he was doing. But he did not do it in the way Arendt, Jaspers, Husserl or most of his other later readers would have wished. Being and Time contained at least one big idea that should have been of use in resisting totalitarianism. Dasein, Heidegger wrote there, tends to fall under the sway of something called Das Man, or the they, an impersonal entity that robs us of the freedom to think for ourselves. To live authentically requires resisting or outwitting this influence, but this is not easy because Das Man is so nebulous. Man in German does not mean man as in English, that's der Mann, but a neutral abstraction, something like one in the English phrase "one doesn't do that," or they in "they say it will all be over by Christmas." The they is probably the best translation available, except that it seems to point to some group over there, separate from myself. Instead, for Heidegger, Das Man is me. It is everywhere and nowhere, it is nothing definite, but each of us is it. As with being, it is so ubiquitous that it is difficult to see. If I am not careful, however, Das Man takes over the important decisions that should be my own. It drains away my responsibility or answerability. As Arendt might put it, we slip into banality, failing to think. If I am to resist Das Man, I must become answerable to the call of my voice of conscience. This call does not come from God, as a traditional Christian definition of the voice of conscience might suppose. It comes from a truly existentialist source, my own authentic self. Alas, this voice is one I do not recognize and may not hear, because it is not the voice of my habitual they self. It is an alien or uncanny version of my usual voice. I am familiar with my they self, but not with my unalienated voice, so, in a weird twist, my real voice is the one that sounds strangest to me. I may fail to hear it, or I may hear it but not know that it's me calling. I might mistake it for something coming from afar, perhaps a thin and reedy keening like the unheard cries for help of the microscopic hero in the 1957 film The Incredible Shrinking Man, one of the best mid-century expressions of paranoia about the disappearing powers of authentic humanity. The idea of being called to authenticity became a major theme in later existentialism, the call being interpreted as saying something like be yourself, as opposed to being phony. For Heidegger, the call is more fundamental than that. It is a call to take up a self that you didn't know you had, to wake up to your being. Moreover, it is a call to action. It requires you to do something, to take a decision of some sort. You might think that the decision would be to defy the siren song of the they-self in the public realm, and thus to resist intimidation and the general tendency towards conformity. You might deduce that the authentic voice of Dasein would call on you not to raise your arm as the march passes by. But that was not what Heidegger meant. Rumors had been circulating about Heidegger's Nazi associations for a while. In August 1932, the writer René Schickele noted in his diary that Heidegger was said to be consorting exclusively with National Socialists. Husserl was told that Heidegger had made anti-Semitic remarks. Hannah Arendt heard similar stories. She wrote to Heidegger during the winter of 1932-3 asking point-blank whether he was a Nazi sympathizer. He denied it, in an angry letter emphasizing how helpful he had been to Jewish students and colleagues. She was unconvinced, and they lost contact for 17 years. Heidegger seemed able to hide his views when it suited him. Moreover, when he was in love with Arendt, her being Jewish didn't seem to disturb him. He later became close to Elisabeth Blockmann, also Jewish by origin. He had taught many Jewish students, and had shown no objection to working with Husserl earlier in his career. A certain amount of anti-Semitism was common in everyday speech at the time, so there could have been room for doubt that these rumors about Heidegger added up to much. But as it turned out, Arendt was right to assume the worst of him. In April 1933, all doubts about Heidegger were blown away when he accepted the post of rector of Freiburg University, a job that required him to enforce the new Nazi laws. It also required him to join the party. He did so, and then he delivered rousing pro-Nazi speeches to the students and faculty. He was reportedly seen attending the Freiburg book burning on May 10, trooping through a drizzly evening by torchlight towards the bonfire in the square just outside the university library, almost on the steps of his own philosophy department. In private, meanwhile, he filled notebooks with philosophical thoughts alternating with Nazi-flavored anti-Semitic remarks. When these black notebooks were published in 2014, they provided yet more confirmation of something already known: Heidegger was a Nazi, at least for a while, and not out of convenience but by conviction. One gets a feel for how he spoke and thought during this time by reading the inaugural address he gave as rector, to an assembly of university staff and party members in a hall adorned with Nazi banners on May 27, 1933. Most of what he said reflects the party line. He speaks of how German students must replace the old, so-called academic freedom with new forms of labor, military and knowledge service. But he adds distinctive Heideggerian touches, as when he explains that this knowledge service will make students place their existence in the most acute danger in the midst of overpowering being. As the German Volk in general confronts the extreme questionableness of its own existence, so must the students commit themselves to essential and simple questioning in the midst of the historical spiritual world of the Volk. Thus, Heidegger used his speech to travesty two of the most profound themes of existentialist philosophy: self-questioning and freedom. He stressed this so-called questioning again in another address that November, this time to accompany his obligatory declaration of support for Adolf Hitler and the National Socialist State. He also developed enthusiastic educational plans of his own, volunteering to host summer camps for faculty and students at his Todtner Berg hut. They were designed to combine physical training with seminar discussions, a kind of philosophical Nazi boot camp. Heidegger's Nazism was significant because he was now in a position of real power over others' lives. He had developed from being the nutty professor in funny clothes, writing beautiful and barely comprehensible works of genius for the few, into the official whom every student and professor would have to court. He could ruin careers and endanger people's physical safety if he chose to. Heidegger had said that Dasein's call would be unrecognizable, but few people reading Being and Time could have imagined that it would sound so much like a call to Nazi obedience. His position also led him into personal betrayals. Among the new regulations of April 1933, which Heidegger had to enforce and maintain, was one removing from public and university posts all those whom the Nazis identified as Jews. This affected Husserl. Although he was retired, he lost his emeritus status and the associated privileged access to university facilities. Husserl's son Gerhard, who was a law professor at the University of Kiel, lost his job by the same regulation. Gerhard, who had been wounded in the First World War and whose brother had given his life for Germany. The new laws were a stupendous insult to a family who had given so much. The only help the Heideggers offered was to send a bouquet of flowers to Malvine Husserl, with a letter from Elfried emphasizing the Husserl's record of patriotism. The letter was apparently designed for them to use in their own defense, should they ever need it. But its tone was cool, and Malvine, who was not the type to put up with insults meekly, took offense. In the same year, a new edition of Being and Time appeared. Heidegger's dedication of the book to Husserl had disappeared. Another friend was watching Heidegger's new role in dismay, Karl Jaspers. He and Heidegger had become close after they met at Husserl's birthday party, the one at which Malvine referred to Heidegger as the phenomenological child. As Jaspers lived in Heidelberg, they only traveled to see each other occasionally, but their correspondence and long-distance friendship were warm. They had many points of philosophical contact. Following his early encounter with Husserl's ideas, Jaspers had gone on to develop his own work, building on his psychology background as well as on Kierkegaardian existentialism. He was especially interested in Kierkegaard's studies of either/or choices and of freedom, the ways in which we face up to dilemmas and decide what to do. Jaspers focused on what he called Grenzsituation and border situations, or limit situations. These are the moments when one finds oneself constrained or boxed in by what is happening, but at the same time pushed by these events towards the limits or outer edge of normal experience. For example, you might have to make a life or death choice, or something might remind you suddenly of your mortality, or some event may make you realize that you have to accept the burden of responsibility for what you do. Experiencing such situations is, for Jaspers, almost synonymous with existing, in the Kierkegaardian sense. Although they are hard to bear, these are puzzles in our existence, and thus open the door to philosophizing. We cannot solve them by thinking in the abstract, they must be lived, and in the end we make our choices with our entire being. They are existential situations. Jaspers' interest in border situations probably had much to do with his own early confrontation with mortality. From childhood, he had suffered from a heart condition so severe that he always expected to die at any moment. He also had emphysema, which forced him to speak slowly, taking long pauses to catch his breath. Both illnesses meant that he had to budget his energies with care in order to get his work done without endangering his life. Illustrations credit 4.1. For all of this, he relied on his wife Gertrude, to whom he was very close. Like many philosophers' wives, she took charge of his schedule and helped him with paperwork, but she also collaborated on his work. Jaspers developed his ideas through his discussions with her, almost in the way that Sartre later worked with Beauvoir, with the major difference that Beauvoir had her own philosophical career. Heidegger was amazed to learn of Jaspers' work with Gertrude. He would never have thought of involving Elfried so closely in his intellectual life. For him, philosophy was for doing alone in the Todtnaberg hut or, at best, hammering out with chosen disciples and students. Jaspers, far more than Heidegger, believed in the value of shared thinking. Despite his shortness of breath, he loved talking with people. Hannah Arendt, a lifelong friend, later looked back on their conversations in the 1920s and 1930s. I think about your study, with the chair at the desk and the armchair across from it where you tied your legs in marvelous knots and then untied them again. Heidelberg was renowned for its scholarly salons and social circles, the most famous revolved around the sociologist Max Weber, but Jaspers became the center of another. He had an almost religious reverence for the ideal of the university as a focus for cultural activity, which made him scrupulous even with dull administrative tasks. His communicative ideal fed into a whole theory of history. He traced all civilization to an axial period in the 5th century BC, during which philosophy and culture exploded simultaneously in Europe, the Middle East and Asia, as though a great bubble of minds had erupted from the earth's surface. True philosophy needs communion to come into existence, he wrote, and added, uncommunicativeness in a philosopher is virtually a criterion of the untruth of his thinking. Jaspers' enthusiasm for philosophical talk drove him, after meeting Heidegger at Husserl's party, to invite him to Heidelberg for an initial bout of symphilosophizing in 1920, and then another 8-day stay in 1922. On this second occasion, Gertrude was away, so the two men played like children on a week-long philosophical sleepover. Jaspers became fired up by the idea of publishing a journal together, two editors, two contributors, to be called The Philosophy of the Age. It would be filled with short, clear, decisive essays on their times. This never happened, but their plans brought them closer as friends. Having begun by addressing each other as Professor in letters, then as Herr Heidegger and Herr Jaspers, they were hailing each other by late 1923 as Dear Jaspers, Dear Heidegger. Heidegger was more subdued. When they were together, he sometimes sank into silences, which made Jaspers even more inclined to talk, to fill the gap. Yet Heidegger also wrote to tell Jaspers that these first steps in friendship had given him an uncanny feeling, high Heideggerian words of praise. He and Jaspers both felt that philosophy needed a revolution, but they disagreed on what form it should take. They also disagreed about style. Heidegger thought Jaspers' mania for lists and columns in his work was boring, while Jaspers read drafts of Being and Time and found them opaque. There were other early signs of disharmony. Once, Jaspers was told that Heidegger had spoken badly of him behind his back, so he confronted him. Heidegger denied it, and added in a shocked tone, I have never experienced anything like this before. That left Jaspers puzzled too. The challenge ended with both of them disoriented and affronted, but Jaspers let the matter go. The confusion increased. With the rise of the Nazis, something estranging entered their relationship, as Jaspers put it in private notes about Heidegger written years later. Jaspers had reason to feel estranged from his friend. He was not Jewish himself, but Gertrude was. Like many others, the couple tended to be dismissive about the Nazi threat at first. They weighed the usual considerations: surely these barbarians could not stay in power long. Even for an eminent professor, it would be hard to flee the country and start again elsewhere, separated from everything that had given context to his life. Besides, leaving always meant paying punitive Reich flight taxes, and obtaining visas. From 1933 on, Karl and Gertrude regularly considered the possibility of escaping, but did not do it. An awkward moment occurred when Heidegger visited Jaspers in March 1933, just before beginning the rectorship. The subject of National Socialism came up, and Heidegger said, one must get in step. Jaspers was too shocked to speak, and did not push him, not wanting to hear what more he might say. That June, Heidegger stayed with Jaspers again while in Heidelberg to give a rerun of his speech on the new regime and universities. In the audience, Jaspers was struck by the thunderous applause with which students greeted Heidegger's words. As for himself, he wrote, I sat in front at the periphery with my legs stretched out before me, my hands in my pockets, and did not budge. The long legs that made such an impression on Arendt now provided their own commentary on Heidegger's speech. Afterwards, at his home, Jaspers began to remark to Heidegger, it is just like 1914, intending to go on to say, once again this deceitful mass intoxication. But Heidegger agreed so enthusiastically to the first few words that Jaspers left the sentence in mid-air. Over dinner a little later, the topic of Hitler and his lack of education came up, and this time Heidegger said, bizarrely, education is completely irrelevant, just look at his wonderful hands. Coming from anyone else, this would sound purely eccentric. From Heidegger, with his emphasis on handiwork and the wielding of tools, it was significant. He seemed to be attracted less by Nazi ideology than by the idea of Hitler dexterously and firmly molding the country into a new form. Gertrude Jaspers had been dreading Heidegger's visit, but she tried to welcome him for her husband's sake. Before his arrival, she wrote to her parents, "Now I must say to myself, you are a lady from the Orient, they know how to cultivate hospitality. And I must simply be kind and keep quiet." She did just that, but Heidegger was rude to her on leaving, he hardly said goodbye at all, wrote Jaspers to Arendt later. For this, above all, Jaspers could not forgive him. Years later, Heidegger would claim he had done it because he was ashamed, meaning presumably that he was embarrassed about his Nazi episode, but Jaspers was skeptical about this explanation. Their correspondence dried up for a long time, and Heidegger never came to the Jaspers house again. Jaspers later thought he might have erred in treating Heidegger too delicately. When Heidegger sent him a printed version of his rectorial address in 1933, Jaspers' reply was supremely diplomatic, it was nice to see it in its authentic version after reading about it in the paper. Should he have been more critical, he wondered later? Perhaps he had failed this intoxicated and enthused Heidegger. Heidegger perhaps needed what a later generation would call an intervention, to save him from himself. It was, Jaspers implied, a failure of engagement on his own part, and he linked this to a more general failure of tolerant, educated Germans to face up to the challenge of the time. Of course, it is relatively easy for later generations, or for the same people later in life, to see what challenges a particular border situation presented. No such retrospective view was available to those living through it. A natural human tendency is to try to continue with as ordinary and civilized a life as possible, for as long as one can. Bruno Bettelheim later observed that, under Nazism, only a few people realized at once that life could not continue unaltered, these were the ones who got away quickly. Bettelheim himself was not among them. Caught in Austria when Hitler annexed it, he was sent first to Dachau and then to Buchenwald, but was then released in a mass amnesty to celebrate Hitler's birthday in 1939, an extraordinary reprieve, after which he left at once for America. The importance of remaining open to events and seeing instantly when a decision is required was a theme also explored that year by another existentialist philosopher, this time a French one, Gabriel Marcel. A Christian thinker who made his name as a playwright, and who communicated his ideas mainly through essays or through get-togethers with students and friends in his Paris flat, Marcel developed a strongly theological branch of existentialism. His faith distanced him from both Sartre and Heidegger, but he shared a sense of how history makes demands on individuals. In his essay on the ontological mystery, written in 1932 and published in the fateful year of 1933, Marcel wrote of the human tendency to become stuck in habits, received ideas, and a narrow-minded attachment to possessions and familiar scenes. Instead, he urged his readers to develop a capacity for remaining available to situations as they arise. Similar ideas of disponibility or availability had been explored by other writers, notably André Gide, but Marcel made it his central existential imperative. He was aware of how rare and difficult it was. Most people fall into what he calls crispation, a tensed, encrusted shape in life, as though each one of us secreted a kind of shell which gradually hardened and imprisoned him. Marcel's shell recalls Husserl's notion of the accumulated and inflexible preconceptions that one should set aside in the epoche, so as to open up access to the things themselves. In both cases, what is rigid is cleared away, and the trembling freshness of what is underneath becomes the object of the philosopher's attention. For Marcel, Learning to stay open to reality in this way is the philosopher's prime job. Everyone can do it, but the philosopher is the one who is called on above all to stay awake, so as to be the first to sound the alarm if something seems wrong. Heidegger believed in vigilance too. He was determined to shock people out of their forgetfulness. But for him, vigilance did not mean calling attention to Nazi violence, to the intrusion of state surveillance, or to the physical threats to his fellow humans. It meant being decisive and resolute in carrying through the demands history was making upon Germany, with its distinctive being and destiny. It meant getting in step with the chosen hero. For Heidegger in the early 1930s, it really was all about the Germans. This aspect of his work is easy for us to forget. We are used to reading philosophy as offering a universal message for all times and places, or at least as aiming to do so. But Heidegger disliked the notion of universal truths or universal humanity, which he considered a fantasy. For him, Dasein is not defined by shared faculties of reason and understanding, as the Enlightenment philosophers thought. Still less is it defined by any kind of transcendent eternal soul, as in religious tradition. We do not exist on a higher, eternal plane at all. Dasein's being is local, it has a historical situation, and is constituted in time and place. At the very beginning of being and time, Heidegger promises that the book will take us to a grand finale in which he will make this ultimate point, that the meaning of Dasein's being is time. He never did this because he never finished the book. What we have is just the first part. But he showed clearly which way he was planning to go. If we are temporal beings by our very nature, then authentic existence means accepting, first, that we are finite and mortal. We will die. This all-important realization is what Heidegger calls authentic being towards death, and it is fundamental to his philosophy. Second, it also means understanding that we are historical beings, and grasping the demands our particular historical situation is making on us. In what Heidegger calls anticipatory resoluteness, Dasein discovers that its uttermost possibility lies in giving itself up. At that moment, through being towards death, and resoluteness in facing up to one's time, one is freed from the they-self and attains one's true, authentic self. These are the pages of being and time in which Heidegger sounds most fascistic. There can be little doubt that he was thinking in political terms when he wrote his passages on death and resoluteness. Yet, even here, Heidegger's basic concepts could have led to quite a different interpretation. Just as his ideas of the they and authenticity could have led him to a case for resisting totalitarian brainwashing, so his ideas of resoluteness and the acceptance of mortality could have formed a framework for courageous resistance to the regime and its intimidation techniques. It could have been a manifesto for anti-totalitarian heroism. Instead, it is apparent that Heidegger intended a mass of highly charged political meanings to be visible in this text, though perhaps only to those who were already inclined to be sympathetic. Hans Jonas, one of Heidegger's former students, remembered how such coded terms were present even in earlier lectures, although Jonas himself was oblivious to them at the time. He did not see them because he was not attuned that way, but in retrospect he told an interviewer he recognized the blood and soil language of the lectures, and the, how should I say it, primitive nationalism in Heidegger's talk of resoluteness and history, together with his occasional anti-French political asides and his emphasis on Black Forest rusticism. At the time, it seemed a mere eccentricity. Only after Jonas was told of Heidegger's rectorial address in 1933 did he re-evaluate his whole memory of the long-ago seminars he had taken. That was when I realized, for the first time, certain traits in Heidegger's thinking, and I hit myself on the forehead and said, yes, I missed something there before. By Christmas of 1933, however, Heidegger was feeling less at home in the role of public National Socialist philosopher than he had expected to be. According to his own account, he spent that winter break coming to a decision: he would resign the rectorship at the end of the next semester. He did just that, dating his letter of resignation April 14, 1934. After this, he later claimed, he had nothing more to do with Nazism. He even ventured a small rebellion by putting the original dedication to Husserl back into the 1935 edition of Being and Time. The new stance came at a significant cost to himself, he asserted, because he was harassed and spied on by party functionaries from then until the end of the war. Heidegger hated talking about this period, and none of his own explanations of what happened in 1933 were ever satisfactory. In 1945, he wrote just one short piece dealing with the matter, entitled The Rectorate 1933/34, Facts and Thoughts. There he admitted that he briefly saw the party as offering the possibility of an inner self-collection and of a renewal of the people, and a path toward the discovery of its historical Western purpose. But then, he said, he saw his mistake and extricated himself. The message of the essay can be summed up as "Oops, I didn't mean to be a Nazi." It suited Heidegger to make himself sound this naive. When, also in 1945, the French writer Frédéric de Taornicki weakened Heidegger's defenses with a bottle of good wine before asking him why, Heidegger responded by leaning forward and saying, in the tone of someone solemnly confiding a secret, "Dummheit." He repeated the word again, with emphasis. Dummheit. Stupidity. The implication was that his worst failing was unworldliness. He even convinced the ever-generous Jaspers, who after the war referred to the Heidegger of 1933 as a dreaming boy, a child caught up in events too difficult for him to understand. The truth is rather different. For one thing, Heidegger clearly retained Nazi sympathies long after his resignation. In August 1934, he submitted plans to the Ministry for Science and Education for their proposed philosophical academy in Berlin, a kind of urban version of the Tod-Nauberg camps in which teachers and students would live together and pursue scientific work, recreation, concentration, martial games, physical work, walks, sport, and celebrations, under the guidance of a director and professors who were politically safe National Socialists. Heidegger's submission was rejected, but not for any lack of enthusiasm in his way of presenting it. 2 years later, when he traveled to Rome in 1936 to give a lecture on the poet Friedrich Hölderlin, he still wore a Nazi pin on his lapel, and he kept it there even when he and his part-Jewish former student Karl Loewe took a day off to go sightseeing with their families. Loewe was disgusted. Regardless of Heidegger's views, it would have been easy for him to remove the badge if only to make his friends feel comfortable. That was not the only time Heidegger showed a rigid shell, an extreme form of Gabriel Marcel's crispation in dealing with people. The philosopher Max Müller, who studied with Heidegger and worked as his assistant, found himself in trouble with the regime in 1937 for writing political articles and working for a Catholic youth group. Freiburg's vice-rector, Theodor Mons, told Müller that Heidegger had been approached for a report on his students' politics, and had given him a generally good assessment as a human being, educator, and philosopher. On the other hand, he had included an observation that Müller had a negative opinion of the state. A single sentence like that meant doom. Go to him, Mons told Müller. Everything else will be fine if he crosses out that sentence. Müller turned to Heidegger, but Heidegger pedantically stuck to his point, saying, I gave the only answer that corresponds to the truth. But I have wrapped it in a cover of justifiable, good things. That won't help me, replied Müller. The sentence is there. Heidegger said, as a Catholic, you should know that one must tell the truth. Consequently, I cannot cross out the sentence. Müller disputed the theology behind this, but Heidegger was unmoved. No, I will stick to what I was asked. I can't take back my whole report now and say I won't write one at all, because people already know that I have given one to the university to be passed on. Nothing can be done. Don't hold it against me. These final words were what astonished Müller most. All Heidegger seemed to care about was justifying his own actions, with no thought to the danger facing the other man. Fortunately, Müller escaped serious consequences on this occasion, but it was no thanks to Heidegger. He remembered his parting remark to Heidegger that day, the point is not that I might hold it against you, the point is my existence. His feelings about his former mentor were different from then on. He could never forget his experience of a certain ambiguity in Heidegger's character. This word ambiguity comes up again and again in describing Heidegger, and it applies not just to his character or actions, but to his philosophy. Ever since 1945, philosophers and historians have tried to work out whether Heidegger's thought is entirely invalidated by his Nazism, or whether it can be judged in isolation from his personal and political flaws. Some people have proposed trying to rescue certain aspects while discarding others, burying the dangerous bits like so much radioactive waste while holding up the occasional fragment deemed worthwhile. But this seems unsatisfying. Heidegger's philosophy forms a dense, complicated whole in which every aspect depends on every other. If you try to remove everything unpleasant from being and time, the structure collapses. Moreover, almost every important thought in Heidegger holds some ambiguity within itself. The most dangerous ideas can also be the ones with most to offer, as in the passages calling us to authenticity and answerability. Most puzzling of all are the sections where he wrote about Mitsein, or being with others. He was the first philosopher to make this experience so central in a philosophical work. He wrote beautifully about solicitude for others, about the moments when we leap in for another person, out of concern and fellow feeling. Yet none of this enabled Heidegger to show any fellow feeling at all for those suffering or persecuted in Nazi Germany. He could write about Mitsein and solicitude, but he could not apply it to history, or to the predicaments of those around him, including those to whom he seemed close. He certainly seemed to have no idea what he was putting his friends through. Many who knew him, especially Husserl, Jaspers and Arendt, were confused by Heidegger's ambiguity, and wounded by his actions and attitudes. They could not bring themselves to forget him, so they agonized over him. Their effort to figure him out gave them a glimpse into a void. It wasn't that Heidegger had a bad character, Hannah Arendt wrote to Jaspers in 1949, it was that he had no character. Sartre said a very similar thing in an essay of 1944, speaking of Heidegger's Nazism. Heidegger has no character, there's the truth of the matter. It is as if there was something about everyday human life that the great philosopher of everydayness did not get. Brooding up at the hut in Tottenauberg, Heidegger struggled on with his writing and thinking through the 1930s. In 1935, he wrote miserably of the darkening of the world, the flight of the gods, the destruction of the earth, the reduction of human beings to a mass, the hatred and mistrust of everything creative and free. But this was ambiguous too. Did he mean that the Nazis were responsible for this, or that the general darkening and massification of humanity had made Nazism necessary? He may have felt some confusion himself during these years. He certainly had difficulty expressing his thoughts. In July 1935, he wrote to Jaspers saying that all he had been able to manage lately in his work was a thin stammering. But he had been working on translations, and with the letter he enclosed some lines from Sophocles' Antigone, the chorus ode on man section. He would also have this translation printed privately later, as a birthday gift to his wife in 1943. It begins, in the published English translation of Heidegger's German. The manifold uncanny holds sway. And nothing uncannier than man. Heidegger's thought itself was now becoming more and more uncanny. In his snowy forest, he began a long, slow reorientation which has become known as the turn, die Kehr, although it can be pinned down to no single event. It was a process leading Heidegger towards a more earthy, more receptive, more poetical way of thinking, and away from talk of resoluteness and decisiveness. His poeticizing and communing with the forest also led to new decisions of his own, however. Around the time he was considering whether to continue the rectorship, he was also offered a university post in Berlin, an option which must have complicated the Freiburg decision. But he rejected the offer. He gave his reasons in a radio address, published in the Nazi-approved publication Der Allgemeine on March 7, 1934. The address did not openly deal with politics at all, though its implications were political. He said that he would not move to Berlin because it would take him away from his Black Forest environment, from the slow and deliberate growth of the fir trees, the brilliant, simple splendor of the meadows in bloom, the rush of the mountain brook in the long autumn night, the stern simplicity of the flatlands covered with snow. When a blizzard blows around the cabin on a deep winter's night, he wrote, that is the perfect time for philosophy. And when the young farm boy drags his heavy sled up the slope and guides it, piled high with beech logs, down the dangerous descent to his house, when the herdsman, lost in thought and slow of step, drives his cattle up the slope, when the farmer in his shed gets the countless shingles ready for his roof, my work is of the same sort. When the offer first came through, said Heidegger, he sought advice from his Tottenberg neighbor, a 75-year-old farmer since identified as Johann Brender. Brender thought for a moment, one of those long, thoughtful moments that wise country people supposedly go in for. Then he replied, not with words but with a quiet shake of the head. And that was all it took. There would be no Berlin for Heidegger, no cosmopolitan urban life, no more flirting with the intoxication of power. It was back to the southwest German forest, to the tall trees, to the wood chopping, and to the rustic benches at the side of the pathways, where his thinking worked best, that is, where all things become solitary and slow. Illustrations credit 4.2. These were the scenes which just happened to correspond to Nazi rural kitsch of the worst sort, which would guide the rest of Heidegger's Philosophising. Karl and Gertrude Jaspers were also wrestling with their own decision, and continued to do so through the 1930s, should they leave Germany. The Nuremberg laws of 1935 severely restricted their lives, they stripped Jews of their citizenship and banned mixed marriages, although those already existing, like theirs, were officially tolerated for the moment. The following year, Jaspers lost his university position because of his marriage. Yet they still could not bring themselves to leave. Instead, they kept their heads down and lived cautiously, very much as Jaspers had learned always to breathe and move cautiously, for fear of damaging his vital organs. Hannah Arendt, instead, left early on. She had the benefit of a powerful warning. Just after the Nazi takeover, in spring 1933, she had been arrested while researching materials on anti-Semitism for the German Zionist organization at Berlin's Prussian State Library. Her apartment was searched, both she and her mother were locked up briefly, then released. They fled, without stopping to arrange travel documents. They crossed to Czechoslovakia, then still safe, by a method that sounds almost too fabulous to be true. A sympathetic German family on the border had a house with its front door in Germany and its back door in Czechoslovakia. The family would invite people for dinner, then let them leave through the back door at night. From Prague, Arendt and her mother went on to Geneva, then to Paris, and finally to New York, where Arendt settled. She told a television interviewer later that everyone had known from the start how dangerous Nazi Germany was, but knowing it in theory was one thing, while acting on it and turning it into personal destiny was very different. They survived. Illustrations credit 4.3. Heidegger's former sparring partner at Davos, Ernst Cassirer, did not wait for a warning. Living in Hamburg, where he had taught since 1919, he saw how things were going as soon as the laws of April 1933 came in and left promptly with his family in May. He spent 2 years at Oxford University, then 6 years at Göteborg in Sweden. When it looked as though Sweden would fall under German control, he moved on to the United States, where he taught at Yale and then Columbia. He survived until just before the end of the war. On April 13, 1945, in New York, he died of a heart attack while out for a walk. Emmanuel Levinas had left for France well before the Nazis came to power. He taught at the Sorbonne, became naturaliste as a Frenchman in 1931, and signed up to fight when the war began. The Husserl's children, Ellie and Gerhard, emigrated to the United States. Edmund Husserl himself was offered a post at the University of Southern California in November 1933, he could have become a Californian. I find it strangely easy to imagine him there, as neat as ever in his suit, strolling with a cane beneath the palm trees and clear white sun just as many other intellectual European émigrés did. But he was not prepared to leave the country that was his home. Malvin Husserl stuck by him, equally defiant. Husserl continued his work in his own extensive private library. The student whose safety Heidegger jeopardized, Max Müller, was often sent on errands to his house by Heidegger, usually to keep Husserl up to date on who was doing what in the philosophy faculty and which dissertations were being written. Apparently Heidegger did not want Husserl to be entirely isolated, yet he never went to visit him personally. Müller was pleased to have this excuse to see the great phenomenologist. From what he saw, he concluded that Husserl was indeed rather cut off, mainly because he took little interest in outside affairs. He was a strongly monological type and, as he had entirely concentrated on his philosophical problems, he did not actually experience the time that had begun in 1933 as hard, unlike his wife. Husserl was paying more attention to the world than was apparent, however. In August 1934, he applied to go to Prague for the 8th International Congress of Philosophy, dedicated to the theme "The Mission of Philosophy in Our Time." He was denied a travel permit, so he sent a letter to be read out at the Congress instead. It was a short but stirring document, in which Husserl warned that a crisis was threatening the European tradition of reason and philosophical inquiry. He called on scholars in every field to take up their responsibility, their answerability to themselves, or Selbstverantwortung, to counter this crisis, and especially to establish international networks that would bring thinkers together across borders. He repeated a similar message in person in a lecture to the Cultural Society in Vienna in May 1935, this time being allowed to travel. Scholars must unite, he said, to resist the current slide into dangerous, irrationalist mysticism. A heroism of reason was Europe's only hope. In November 1935, he applied again to travel to Prague, and permission was granted, so he delivered another lecture making similar arguments. Throughout that year, he had been working his ideas into a longer project. He finished the first 2 sections in January 1936, and published them as The Crisis of the European Sciences and Transcendental Phenomenology. Since the anti-Jewish laws now forbade him to publish anything in Germany, the work appeared in Philosophia, an international yearbook based in Belgrade. In August 1937, Husserl had a fall, and did not make a good recovery. That winter, his health declined. He continued to work with collaborators and visitors on a 3rd section of The Crisis, but he did not finish it. His mind failed him in his last few months. He spoke little, but occasionally said things like "I've made many mistakes, but it can still all turn out well," or "I'm swimming in the river of Lethe and have no thoughts." Then, with a flash of his old ambition, he said, "Philosophy has to be built up all over again from the beginning." He died on April 27, 1938, aged 79. The nursing sister who attended him said afterwards, to Malvin, "He died like a holy man." Edmund Husserl was cremated, because Malvin feared that a gravestone in a cemetery might be desecrated by vandals. She remained in their home for now, guarding her husband's ashes, his magnificent library, and his archive of personal papers, all written in that distinctive shorthand script, and including his many unpublished and unfinished works, not least the last sections of The Crisis. Pleading illness, Heidegger did not attend the funeral. 5. To crunch flowering almonds. In which Jean-Paul Sartre describes a tree, Simone de Beauvoir brings ideas to life, and we meet Maurice Merleau-Ponty and the bourgeoisie. In 1934, after his year of Husserl reading in Berlin, Sartre returned to France filled with energy. He set to work devising his own spin on phenomenology, enlivening it with distinctively Sartrean takes on Kierkegaard and Hegel. He also drew on personal material, his childhood experiences, his youthful enthusiasms, and his wide range of interesting phobias and obsessions. Now that he was reunited with Simone de Beauvoir, he also involved her in his work, and she in turn brought her past and personality into her own writing and thinking. It became a complex blend. Sartre had to return to teaching, initially in Le Havre again. In his spare time he became a missionary for phenomenology, urging all his friends to study it, including those, like Merleau-Ponty, who had already done so. Beauvoir, who could read German well, apparently better than Sartre, although he had been speaking and reading it all year, spent much of 1934 immersed in phenomenological texts. Keen to get his ideas on paper, Sartre finished off the essay he had begun in Berlin, A Fundamental Idea of Husserl's Phenomenology, Intentionality, the piece that so memorably explained intentionality as an exile from the cozy digestive chambers of the mind out into the dusty world of being. He also worked on a study of the phenomenology of the imagination, of which a shortened version was published in 1936 as L'Imagination, and a reworked full version in 1940 as L'Imaginaire or the Imaginary. Both works explored the phenomenological puzzle of how dreams, fantasies, or hallucinations can be thought of in terms of the structure of intentionality, even when their objects are non-existent or absent in reality. To extend his research in these areas, Sartre decided he should experience some hallucinations of his own, so he asked the physician Daniel Lagache, an old school friend, to help him try the drug mescaline, which had first been synthesized in 1919. Intellectuals were falling over each other to get their hands on mescaline in the mid-century. The trend culminated in 1953 with The Doors of Perception, Aldous Huxley's famous phenomenological study of what it felt like to view paintings and listen to music while tripping. An existentialist experimenter of the 1950s, the English writer Colin Wilson, described having an encounter with raw being that was like waking up on a train and finding a stranger with his face within an inch of your own. Long before then, Sartre sought his own face-to-face with being. Dr. Lagache injected him with the drug, then supervised the trip while Sartre, always the good phenomenologist, observed the experience from within and took notes. The results were dramatic. While Huxley's drug adventure would be mystical and ecstatic, and one of Dr. Lagache's assistants had enjoyed prancing through imaginary meadows with exotic dancers, Sartre's brain threw up a hellish crew of snakes, fish, vultures, toads, beetles and crustaceans. Worse, they refused to go away afterwards. For months, lobster-like beings followed him just out of his field of vision, and the facades of houses on the street stared at him with human eyes. He put relatively little of his drug experience into his studies of the imagination, perhaps because it made him fear for a while that he was losing his mind. But he did use it in other works, including the 1937 story The Room and the later 1959 play The Condemned of Altena, both of which feature young men under siege by hallucinatory monsters, as well as a semi-fictional 1938 piece called Foods. This drew both on the mescaline imagery and a 1936 trip to Italy. The narrator, walking alone around Naples on a very hot day, observes terrible things. A child on crutches picks a slice of watermelon crawling with flies out of a gutter, and eats it. Through an open doorway, he sees a man kneeling beside a little girl. While she says, "Daddy, my daddy," the man lifts up her dress and bites into her buttocks as one might into a loaf of bread. Sartre's narrator is overwhelmed by nausea, but with it comes an insight, that nothing in the world happens with any necessity. Everything is contingent, and it could all have happened a different way. The revelation horrifies him. Sartre's own insight about contingency must have come earlier, as he had been collecting notes about it for a while, initially in a suitably random blank notebook which he said he found on a metro train and which had an advertisement for MIDI suppositories on the cover. These notes evolved in Berlin into the draft of a novel, to which he gave the working title Melancholia. This in turn became the novel that I would encounter when I was 16, Nausea, the story of the writer Antoine Roquentin and his driftings in Beauvoir. Roquentin has initially come to this dull seaside town to research the life of an 18th-century courtier, the Marquis de Rolleben, whose papers are in the local library. Rolleben's career amounted to a series of wild adventures and would be a gift to any biographer, except that Roquentin now can't find a way to write about them. He has discovered that life is nothing like these swashbuckling stories, and he does not want to falsify reality. In fact, it is Roquentin himself who has come adrift. Lacking the routine or family which lends structure to most people's lives, he spends his days in the library, or wandering about, or drinking beer in a cafe that plays ragtime music on the record player. He watches the townspeople doing their bourgeois, ordinary folk things. Life resembles a lump of featureless dough, characterized only by contingency, not by necessity. This realization comes in regular episodes, like waves, and each time it fills Roquentin with a nausea that seems to attach to objects themselves to the world out there. He picks up a pebble to throw into the sea, but it feels like a disgusting globular mass in his hand. He enters a room, and the doorknob becomes a weird bulbous lump. In the cafe, his usual beer glass with its beveled edges and bright brewer's coat of arms turns horrible and contingent on him. He tries to capture these experiences phenomenologically in a diary. I must say how I see this table, the street, people, my packet of tobacco, since these are the things which have changed. Illustrations credit 5.1. Eventually, while looking at the boiled leather of a chestnut tree in the local park and feeling the nausea again, Roquentin realizes that it is not just the tree but the being of the tree that is bothering him. It is the way in which, inexplicably and pointlessly, it simply sits there refusing to make sense or tone itself down. This is what contingency is, the random, outrageous thisness of things. Roquentin realizes he can no longer see the world as he used to, and that he will never complete his Roll-Eben biography because he cannot spin adventure stories. For the moment, he can't do much at all. I slumped on the bench, dazed, stunned by that profusion of beings without origin, blooming, blossoming everywhere. My ears were buzzing with existence, my very flesh was throbbing and opening, abandoning itself to the universal burgeoning. He does have some moments of respite, and these occur when his favorite cafe plays the record of a woman, probably Sophie Tucker, singing a melancholy, bluesy number called Some of These Days. It begins with a delicate piano intro, which segues into the singer's warm voice. For the next few minutes, all is right with Roquentin's world. Each note leads to the next, no note could be otherwise. The song has necessity, so it bestows necessity on Roquentin's existence too. Everything is poised and smooth. When he lifts the glass to his lips, it moves on an easy arc, and he can set it down without spilling it. His movements flow, like those of an athlete or musician until the song ends, and everything goes to pieces again. Illustrations credit 5.2. The novel ends with Roquentin finding his way out through this vision of art as a source of necessity. He resolves to leave for Paris, in order to write not a biography, but a different kind of book that will be beautiful and hard as steel and make people ashamed of their existence. Later, Sartre reflected that this solution was a bit too easy. Can art really save us from the chaos of life? But it gave Roquentin somewhere to go in what might otherwise have been an endless, unresolved novel, blooming, blossoming in all directions. As we shall see later, anything that enabled Sartre to finish a book is to be applauded. Sartre had incorporated many of his own experiences into his writing, the out-of-season seaside town, the hallucinations, the insight about contingency. Even the obsession with the chestnut tree was personal. His work is full of trees. In his autobiography, he recalled being terrified as a child by a ghost story in which a young woman, ill in bed, suddenly screams, points out of the window at the chestnut tree outside, then falls dead on her pillow. In Sartre's own story Childhood of a Leader, the protagonist Lucien becomes horrified by a chestnut tree because it sits there unresponsively when he kicks it. Sartre later told his friend John Garrissy that his apartment in Berlin looked out over a fine big tree, not a chestnut, but one similar enough to keep the memory of his Le Havre trees alive in his mind while he wrote. Trees meant many things for Sartre: being, mystery, the physical world, contingency. They were also a handy focus for phenomenological description. In his autobiography he also quotes something his grandmother once said to him: It's not just a question of having eyes, you have to learn how to use them. Do you know what Flaubert did to the young Maupassant? He sat him down in front of a tree and gave him 2 hours to describe it. This is correct. Flaubert apparently did advise Maupassant to consider things long and attentively, saying, "There is a part of everything that remains unexplored, for we have fallen into the habit of remembering, whenever we use our eyes, what people before us have thought of the thing we are looking at. Even the slightest thing contains a little that is unknown. We must find it. To describe a blazing fire or a tree in a plain, we must remain before that fire or that tree until they no longer resemble for us any other tree or any other fire." Flaubert was talking about literary skill, but he could have been talking about phenomenological method, which follows exactly that process. With the épicot, one first discards second-hand notions or received ideas, then one describes the thing as it directly presents itself. For Husserl, this ability to describe a phenomenon without influence from others' theories is what liberates the philosopher. The connection between description and liberation fascinated Sartre. A writer is a person who describes, and thus a person who is free, for a person who can exactly describe what he or she experiences can also exert some control over those events. Sartre explored this link between writing and freedom again and again in his work. When I first read Nausea, I suspect this was part of its appeal for me. I too wanted to be able to see things fully, to experience them, to write about them and to gain freedom. That was how I came to stand in a park trying to see the being of a tree, and how I came to study philosophy. In Nausea, art brings liberation because it captures things as they are and gives them an inner necessity. They are no longer bulbous and nauseating, they make sense. Raquentin's jazz song is the model for this process. Actually, Beauvoir tells us in her memoirs that Sartre got the idea while watching a film rather than listening to music. They were keen cinemagoers, and had a particular fondness for the comedies of Charlie Chaplin and Buster Keaton, both of whom made films filled with balletic grace, as elegant as any song. I love the idea that Sartre's philosophical epiphany about the necessity and freedom of art might have come from The Little Tramp. Sartre drew on his own experience too for the other side of Raquentin's obsession, his horror of anything fleshy, sticky, or slimy. At one point, Raquentin even feels disgusted by the saliva inside his own mouth, and by his lips and his body in general wet with existence. In Being and Nothingness, published in 1943, Sartre went on to give us many more pages about the physical quality of viscosite, or viscor or viscosity or gluey sliminess. He wrote about the way honey pools as it is poured from a spoon, and evoked, with a shudder, the moist and feminine sucking that occurs when a sticky substance adheres to one's fingers. Sartre would not have liked, I suspect, the face-sucking alien in Ridley Scott's film Alien, or the gelatinous cuddle sponge in Philip K. Dick's novel Flow My Tears, The Policeman Said, which kills in precisely the way its name suggests, or the great Boyg in Ibsen's Peer Gynt, a slimy, misty being of no distinct form. Still less would he enjoy meeting the life-form glimpsed at the end of H. G. Wells' The Time Machine, a blob heaving itself around on a beach, its tentacles trailing. Sartre's horror of such things is, literally, visceral. He made so much of this imagery that, if a viscous pool or splat of anything appears on a page of philosophy, you can be fairly sure you are reading Sartre, although Gabriel Marcel claimed the credit for first giving him the idea of writing about it in a philosophical way. Viscosity is Sartre's way of expressing the horror of contingency. It evokes what he called facticity, meaning everything that drags us down into situations and inhibits us from flying free. Sartre's talent for combining personal gut responses with philosophical reasoning was one he cultivated deliberately. It sometimes took work. In a TV interview of 1972, he admitted that he had never spontaneously experienced nausea in the face of contingency himself. Another interviewee was skeptical, saying that he once saw Sartre staring at fronds of algae in water with a disgusted expression. Wasn't that nausea? Perhaps the truth was that Sartre was staring at the algae precisely so as to whip up the feeling and observe what it was like. Sartre built his ideas out of his life, but his reading found its way into the mix too. It is not hard to spot signs of Heidegger in Nausea, though perhaps not Being and Time, which Sartre had not yet read in detail. The themes of Nausea are much closer to the ones in Heidegger's 1929 lecture What is Metaphysics? Nothingness, Being, and the moods that disclose how things are. This was the published lecture that Beauvoir said they glanced at but had not been able to understand. I'm also struck by similarities to another work, Emmanuel Levinas's Essai de l'Evasion, On Escape, which appeared in Recherches philosophiques in 1935 while Sartre was still working on his drafts. Levinas there describes sensations that can come with insomnia or with physical nausea, especially the oppressive feeling that something is dragging you down and holding you prisoner, a heavy, solid, undifferentiated being that weighs on you. Levinas calls this sense of heavy, blobbish being the ilya, or the there is. Later he would compare it to the rumbling, booming noise you hear when you put a shell to your ear, or when you are lying in an empty room as a child, unable to sleep. It feels as if the emptiness were full, as if the silence were a noise. It is a nightmare sensation of total plenitude, leaving no space for thoughts, no inward cavern. In Existence and Existence, in 1947, Levinas described it as a state where beings appear to us as though they no longer composed a world, that is, devoid of their Heideggerian network of purposes and involvements. Our natural response to all this is to want to escape, and we find such escape in anything that restores our sense of structure and form. This could be art, music, or contact with another person. I'm not aware of any allegation that Sartre copied this from Levinas or even that he had read the essay, though others have observed the interesting similarities. The most likely explanation is that both men developed their thoughts in response to Husserl and Heidegger. Sartre had given up on Being and Time for now, having discovered in Berlin that reading Husserl and Heidegger at the same time was too much for one brain. But in later years he found his way to Heidegger, whereas Levinas would head in the other direction, giving up all admiration for his former mentor because of his political choices. Levinas came to feel, unlike Heidegger, that people should never accept brute being as it is. We become civilized by escaping the weight that presses on us in our nightmares, not by embracing it. One sometimes has the feeling, reading Sartre, that he did indeed borrow from other people's ideas and even steal them, but that everything becomes so mixed with his own strange personality and vision that what emerges is perfectly original. He wrote in a state of almost trance-like concentration that lent itself to producing visionary experiences. His method was best summed up in an early letter that he wrote in 1926 to his then-girlfriend Simone Jolivet, advising her on how to write. Focus on an image, he said, until you feel a swelling, like a bubble, also a sort of direction indicated to you. This is your idea, afterwards you can clarify it and write it down. This was essentially the phenomenological method, at least, a wildly colorful version of it, since Husserl would probably have disapproved of Sartre's weakness for anecdote and metaphor. While Heidegger turned Husserlian phenomenology into a kind of poetry, Sartre and Beauvoir made it novelistic, and hence more palatable for the non-professional. In her 1945 lecture The Novel and Metaphysics, Beauvoir observed that novels by phenomenologists were not as dull as those of some other philosophers because they described instead of explaining or putting things in categories. Phenomenologists take us to the things themselves. One might say that they follow the creative writing mantra, show, don't tell. Sartre's fiction is not always sparkling, it varies. So does Beauvoir's, but at her best she was a more natural fiction writer than he was. She took more care over plot and language, and she subordinated raw ideas to the play of character and event more readily. She was also good at spotting where Sartre went wrong. As he struggled with revisions of the Melancholia manuscript in the mid-1930s, she read his drafts and urged him to inject some of the suspense they enjoyed so much in films and detective stories. He obeyed. He also appropriated this principle as his own, remarking in an interview that he had tried to make the book a whodunit in which the clues lead the reader towards the guilty party, which was, and this is no great spoiler, Contingency. He worked hard on improving the manuscript, and kept at it while it was rejected by a series of publishers. Eventually, it found one in Gallimard, which then remained faithful to him to the end. But Gaston Gallimard himself wrote to Sartre suggesting that he think of a better title. Melancholia wasn't commercial enough. Sartre suggested alternatives. Perhaps Factum on Contingency? That had been the title of his earliest notes for the book in 1932. Or how about Essay on the Loneliness of the Mind? When Gallimard recoiled from these, Sartre tried a new tack, The Extraordinary Adventures of Antoine Roquentin, to be combined with a blurb laboriously explaining the joke that there are no adventures. In the end, Gallimard himself suggested the simple and startling nausea. The book came out in April 1938 and was well received by critics, one of whom was Albert Camus. It made Sartre's name. Meanwhile, Simone de Beauvoir too was beginning to sketch out her own first novel, though it would not be published until 1943, L'Invité, translated into English as She Came to Stay. She based it on a recent three-way love affair between herself, Sartre and one of her former students, Olga Kozakiewicz. In real life, this was a fraught love triangle that drew in more people until it became a love pentagon and eventually dissolved. By the time it ended, Olga was married to Sartre's former student Jacques-Laurent Bost, Sartre was sleeping with Olga's sister Wanda, and Beauvoir had retired to lick her wounds and to conduct a long, secret affair with Bost. For the novel, Beauvoir removed a few of the complications, but added a philosophical dimension, as well as a melodramatic finale involving a murder. Sartre also later fictionalized the same events as one of several narrative threads in the first volume of his Roads of Freedom sequence. The differences between their novels show differences in their philosophical and personal interests. Sartre's work was an epic exploration of freedom, in which the love affair takes its place among other threads. Beauvoir's interest was in the power lines of desire, observation, jealousy, and control that connect people. She concentrated more on her central characters and excelled at exploring how emotions and experiences find expression through the body, perhaps in illness or in strange physical sensations, as when her protagonist's head feels unusually heavy as she tries to reason herself into feeling something she doesn't feel. Beauvoir won praise for these sections from Maurice Merleau-Ponty, who specialized in the phenomenology of embodiment and perception. He opened his 1945 essay Metaphysics and the Novel with a dialogue quoted from L'Invité, in which the Sartre-like character Pierre tells the Beauvoir-like protagonist Françoise that he is amazed at the way a metaphysical situation can touch her in a concrete way. But the situation is concrete, replies Françoise, the whole meaning of my life is at stake. I'm not saying it isn't, says Pierre. Just the same, this ability of yours to put body and soul into living an idea is exceptional. This remark could apply to Beauvoir herself. Sartre bodied forth ideas in a fleshy way in Nausea, but never as plausibly as Beauvoir did, perhaps because she felt them more deeply. She had a kind of genius for being amazed by the world and by herself. All her life she remained a virtuoso marveller at things. As she said in her memoirs, this was the origin of fiction writing. It began at those times when reality should no longer be taken for granted. Sartre envied her this quality. He tried to work himself up into the same state, looking at a table and repeating, it's a table, until, he said, a shy thrill appeared that I'd christen joy. But he had to force himself. It did not wash over him as it did Beauvoir. Sartre considered her talent for amazement at once the most authentic kind of philosophy and a form of philosophical poverty, meaning perhaps that it did not lead anywhere and was insufficiently developed and conceptualized. He added, in a phrase that reflects his Heidegger reading at the time, it's the moment at which the question transforms the questioner. Of all the things Beauvoir wondered at, one thing amazed her more than any other, the immensity of her own ignorance. She loved to conclude, after early debates with Sartre, I'm no longer sure what I think, nor whether I can be said to think at all. She apparently sought out men who were brilliant enough to make her feel at a loss in this way, and there were few to be found. Before Sartre, her foil in this exercise had been her friend Maurice Merleau-Ponty. They met in 1927, when they were both 19, she was a student at the Sorbonne, and Merleau-Ponty was at the École Normale Supérieure, where Sartre also studied. Beauvoir beat Merleau-Ponty in the shared examinations in general philosophy that year. He came third and she came second. They were both beaten by another woman, Simone Weil. Merleau-Ponty befriended Beauvoir after this because, according to her account, he was keen to meet the woman who had bested him. Apparently he was less keen on the rather formidable Simone Weil, and Weil herself would prove unenthusiastic about Beauvoir, rebuffing her attempts at friendliness. Weil's and Beauvoir's results were extraordinary considering that they had not come through the elite École Normale Supérieure system. It was not open to girls when Beauvoir began her tertiary education in 1925. It had opened to female students for just 1 year, in 1910, before closing the doors in 1911 and keeping them shut until 1927, too late for her. Instead, she attended a series of girls' schools which were not bad, but which had less exalted expectations. This was just one of the many ways in which a woman's situation differed from a man's in early stages of life. Beauvoir would explore such contrasts in detail in her 1949 book The Second Sex. Meanwhile, all she could do was study furiously, seek outlets in friendship, and rage against the limitations of her existence which she blamed on the moral codes of her bourgeois upbringing. She was not the only one to feel this way. Sartre, also a child of the bourgeoisie, rebelled just as radically against it. Merleau-Ponty came from a similar background, but responded to it differently. He could enjoy himself quite happily in the bourgeois milieu, while pursuing his independent life elsewhere. For Simone de Beauvoir, independence had come only after a battle. Born in Paris on January 9, 1908, she grew up mostly in the city, but in a social environment that felt provincial, since it hedged her around with standard notions of femininity and gentility. Her mother, Françoise de Beauvoir, enforced these principles. Her father was more relaxed. Simone's rebellion started in childhood, became more intense in her teens, and still seemed to be going in adulthood. Her lifelong dedication to work, her love of traveling, her decision not to have children, and her unconventional choice of partner all spoke of total dedication to freedom. She presented her life in those terms in the first volume of her autobiography, Memoirs of a Dutiful Daughter, and reflected further on her bourgeois background later in her memoir of her mother's last illness, A Very Easy Death. Illustrations credit 5.3. It was while she was first beginning to strike out alone as a student that she met Merleau-Ponty through a friend. She noted her impressions in her journal, calling him Merleau-Ponty. He was attractive both in personality and in looks, she said, though she feared he was a little too vain about the latter. In her autobiography, where she gives him the pseudonym Pradelle, she described his limpid, rather beautiful face, with thick, dark lashes, and the gay, frank laugh of a schoolboy. She liked him at once, but that was not surprising, she added. Everyone always liked Merleau-Ponty as soon as they met him. Even her mother liked him. Merleau-Ponty was just over 2 months older than Beauvoir, born on March 14, 1908, and much more at ease with himself. He sailed through social situations with a relaxed self-possession which, as he himself thought, was probably the result of having had a very happy childhood. He had felt so loved and encouraged as a child, he said, never having to work hard for approval, that his disposition remained cheerful for life. He could be irritable sometimes, but he was, as he said in a radio interview in 1959, almost always at peace with himself. This makes him about the only person in this entire story who felt that way, a valuable gift. Sartre would later write, apropos Flaubert's lack of love in childhood, that when love is present, the dough of the spirits rises, when absent, it sinks. Merleau-Ponty's childhood was always well buoyed up. Yet it cannot have all been as easy as he liked to imply, since he lost his father in 1913 to liver disease, so that he, his brother and his sister grew up with their mother alone. Where Beauvoir had a strained relationship with her mother, Merleau-Ponty remained utterly devoted to his for as long as she lived. Everyone who knew Merleau-Ponty felt the glow of well-being emanating from him. Simone de Beauvoir was warmed by it at first. She had been waiting for someone to admire, and it seemed he would do. She briefly considered him as boyfriend material. But his relaxed attitude was disturbing to someone of her more combative disposition. She wrote in her notebook that his big fault was that he is not violent, and the kingdom of God is for violent people. He insisted on being nice to everyone. "I feel myself to be so different," she cried. She was a creature of strong judgments, while he looked for multiple sides to any situation. He considered people a mixture of qualities, and liked to give them the benefit of the doubt, whereas in youth she saw humanity as consisting of a small band of the chosen in a great mass of people unworthy of consideration. What really irked Beauvoir was that Merleau-Ponty seemed perfectly adapted to his class and its way of life, and accepted bourgeois society with an open heart. She would sometimes rant to him about the stupidities and cruelties of bourgeois morality, but he would calmly disagree. "He got on perfectly well with his mother and sister and did not share my horror of family life," she wrote. "He was not averse to parties and sometimes went dancing. Why not? He asked me with an innocent air which disarmed me." In their first summer after becoming friends, they were much thrown on each other's company, as other students were away from Paris for the holidays. They went for walks, first in the gardens of the École Normale Supérieure, an awe-inspiring place for Beauvoir, and later in the Luxembourg Gardens, where they would sit beside the statue of some queen or other and talk philosophy. Notwithstanding the fact that she had overtaken him in the exams, she found it natural to take on the role of philosophical novice beside him. In fact, she sometimes won their debates, almost by accident, but more often she was left happily exclaiming, "I know nothing, nothing. I not only have no answer to give, but I haven't even found a satisfactory way of propounding the questions." She appreciated his virtues. "I knew no one else from whom I could have learned the art of gaiety. He bore so lightly the weight of the whole world that it ceased to weigh upon me too. In the Luxembourg Gardens, the blue of the morning sky, the green lawns and the sun all shone as they used to in my happiest days, when it was always fine weather." But one day, after walking around the lake in the Bois de Boulogne with him, watching swans and boats, she exclaimed to herself, "Oh, how untermant he was! His tranquility offended me." It was clear by now that he would never make a suitable lover. He was better as a brother figure. She only had a sister, so the role was vacant and perfectly suited to him. He had a different effect on her best friend, Elisabeth Lecoin or Lacoin, called Zaza in Beauvoir's memoirs. Elisabeth too was unnerved by Merleau-Ponty's invulnerable quality and his lack of anguish, but she fell for him passionately. Far from being invulnerable, she was prone to emotional extremes and wild enthusiasms, which Beauvoir had found intoxicating during their girlhood friendship. Elisabeth now hoped to marry Merleau-Ponty, and he seemed keen to until he suddenly broke off the relationship. Only later did Beauvoir learn why. Elisabeth's mother, thinking Merleau-Ponty unsuitable for her daughter, had warned him to back off or else she would reveal an alleged secret about his mother, that she had been unfaithful, and that at least one of her children was not her husband's. To prevent a scandal engulfing both his mother and his sister, who was about to get married, Merleau-Ponty bowed out. Beauvoir was even more disgusted after she learned the truth. How typical of the filthy bourgeoisie! Elisabeth's mother had shown a classic middle-class combination of moralism, cruelty, and cowardice. Moreover, Beauvoir considered that the result literally proved lethal. Elisabeth had been very upset, and in the middle of the emotional crisis she caught a serious illness, probably encephalitis. She died of it, aged just 21. There was no causal connection between the two disasters, but Beauvoir always thought bourgeois hypocrisy had killed her friend. She forgave Merleau-Ponty his role in what had happened. Yet she never ceased to feel that he was too cozy and respected traditional values too much, and that this was a fault in him, a fault she swore never to allow into her own life. A little after this, Beauvoir's violent and opinionated side got all the satisfaction it craved when she met Jean-Paul Sartre. Sartre too had a bourgeois childhood, born an adored only child 2.5 years before Beauvoir, on June 21, 1905. Like Merleau-Ponty, he grew up without a father. Jean-Baptiste Sartre, a naval officer, died of tuberculosis when the infant Jean-Paul was just a year old. Throughout his early childhood, Sartre was doted on by his mother, Anne-Marie Sartre, and her parents, with whom they lived. Everyone loved his girlish curly hair and his delicate beauty. But he developed eye problems after an infection at the age of 3. Under the bouncing curls, the results were barely noticeable until his grandfather took him for a brutal haircut one day, and his damaged eye emerged into the light, together with his fishy lips and other disconcerting features. Sartre describes all this with high irony in his memoir Words, which recounts his early years. His amused tone becomes more intensely jaunty than ever when he discusses his looks, but he was genuinely hurt by the change in people's reactions to him. He remained obsessed with the topic of his ugliness, which he always referred to with this blunt term. It made him shy away from people for a while, but then he decided that he would not let it spoil his life. He would not sacrifice his freedom to it. Illustrations credit 5.4. His mother married again, to a man Sartre didn't like, and they moved to La Rochelle, where he was bullied by bigger and rougher boys. It was a great crisis in his childhood. Later he said that being a loner in La Rochelle had taught him all he ever needed to know about contingency, violence, the way things are. Again, however, he would not be cowed. He got through it, and he blossomed again when the family moved to Paris and he was sent to a succession of good schools, culminating in the École Normale Supérieure. From being a pariah, he became the leader of the most fashionable, anarchic, and formidable clique in the school. He always remained a sociable, alpha-type person, riddled with hang-ups, yet never hesitant about dominating a circle. Sartre's group of iconoclasts and provocateurs, revolving around him and his best friend Paul Nizan, spent their days sitting in cafés, loudly slaughtering the sacred cows of philosophy, literature, and bourgeois behavior to anyone who ventured into their ambit. They attacked any topic that suggested delicate sensibilities, the inner life or the soul. They created a stir by refusing to sit school examinations in religious knowledge, and they scandalized everyone by talking of human beings as bundles of fleshly urges rather than as noble souls. Beneath their brashness, they had the easy confidence of the impeccably educated. It was during this era, in 1929, that Beauvoir met the Sartre clique through a friend named Mahieu. She found them exciting and intimidating. They laughed at her because she took her studies so seriously, as of course she did, since being at the Sorbonne represented everything she had worked so hard to achieve. Education meant freedom and self-determination to her, whereas the boys took it for granted. But the group accepted her, and she and Sartre became friends. He and the others called her Castor, the beaver, supposedly as a reference to her constant busyness, but also as a pun on her surname and the similar English word. Sartre had none of the off-putting tranquility of Merleau-Ponty. He was a loud-mouthed and uncompromising extremist. He was not demoted to being a brother, he became her lover, and soon they were even more important to each other than that. Sartre came to regard Beauvoir as his ally, his favorite conversationalist, the first and best reader of anything he wrote. He gave her the role that Raymond Aron had played in his earlier school days, that of the sim philosopher with whom he talked out all his ideas. They considered marrying, but neither wanted a bourgeois marriage or children, since Beauvoir was determined not to replay her own fraught relationship with her mother. Sitting on a stone bench in the Tuileries one evening, she and Sartre agreed a contract. They would be a couple for 2 years, after which they would decide whether to extend the contract, separate, or change their relationship in some way. Beauvoir admitted in her memoirs that this temporary arrangement frightened her at first. Her account of the conversation is filled with the imprinted details that come from strong emotion. There was a kind of balustrade which served as a backrest, a little way out from the wall, and in the cage-like space behind it a cat was meowing. The poor thing was too big to get out. How had it ever got in? A woman came and fed the cat some meat. And Sartre said, "Let's sign a 2-year lease." Confinement, entrapment, distress, the tossing of charitable scraps, this is terrifying imagery for a story supposedly about freedom. It sounds like an ominous dream sequence. Did it really happen this way, or did she flesh out the memory with symbolic detail? In any case, the panic subsided, and the arrangement worked well. They survived the 2 years, and became partners in a long-term but non-exclusive relationship which lasted all their lives. It was perhaps made easier by the fact that, after the late 1930s, it was no longer a sexual one. She wrote to her lover Nelson Algren, "We dropped it after about 8 or 10 years, rather unsuccessful in this way." They also agreed to long-term conditions. One was that they must tell each other everything about their other sexual involvements. There must be honesty. They only partly kept to this. The other was that their own relationship must remain primary. In their language, it would be necessary while other relationships could only be contingent. They did stick to this, although it drove away some long-term lovers who grew tired of being considered accidents. But that was the deal, and everyone who became involved knew it from the start. It has become common to express concern for Beauvoir's well-being in this relationship, as if she, typical woman, had allowed herself to be bullied into something she did not want. The Tuileries scene does suggest it might not have been her first choice when she was young, and she suffered episodes of panic and jealousy at times. But a conventional bourgeois marriage would hardly have provided protection against such feelings either. I suspect that the relationship gave her exactly what she needed. Had she and Sartre attempted a normal marriage, they would either have split up or it would have ended in sexual frustration. Instead, she had a great sex life, better than Sartre's, apparently, thanks to his squeamishness. Beauvoir's memoirs attest to moods of languorous excitement and feelings of quite shattering intensity in her youth, and her later relationships were physically fulfilling. Sartre, if we can judge by the vivid descriptions in his books, found sex a nightmarish process of struggling not to drown in slime and gloop. Before we mock him too much for this, let's remember that we know it only because he revealed it so candidly. Well, okay, let's mock him a little bit. The physical lusciousness of life was never a threat to Beauvoir. She could not get enough of it. As a child, she wanted to consume everything she saw. She would gaze greedily into the windows of sweet shops, the luminous sparkle of candied fruits, the cloudy luster of jellies, the kaleidoscopic inflorescence of acidulated fruit drops, green, red, orange, violet. I coveted the colors themselves as much as the pleasures they promised me. She wished the whole universe could be edible, so it could be eaten as Hansel and Gretel ate from the gingerbread house. Even as an adult, she wrote, I wanted to crunch flowering almond trees, and take bites out of the rainbow nougat of the sunset. Traveling to New York in 1947, she felt an urge to eat the neon signs, brightly arrayed against the night sky. Her appetite extended to collecting things, including many gifts and souvenirs from her travels. When she finally moved from hotel rooms to a proper apartment in 1955, it quickly filled up with jackets and skirts from Guatemala, blouses from Mexico, ostrich eggs from the Sahara, lead tom-toms, some drums that Sartre had brought back from Haiti, glass swords and Venetian mirrors that he had bought in the Rue Bonaparte, a plaster cast of his hands, Giacometti's lamps. Her diary-keeping and memoir writing also reflected an urge to acquire and relish everything that came into her grasp. She explored the world with the same passion, traveling and walking fanatically. While living alone in Marseilles as a young schoolteacher, she would pack buns and bananas on her days off, put on a dress and a pair of espadrilles, and set out at dawn to explore the mountainous countryside. Once, carrying bread, a candle and a water bottle full of red wine, she ascended Montmaison and spent the night in a flint hut at the summit. She woke to find herself looking down on a sea of cloud, and ran down the path on rocks which, when the sun came out, heated up and burned her feet through the solace of her inappropriate shoes. On another walk, she got stuck in a gorge and barely managed to scramble out. Later, in the Alps in 1936, she fell down a sheer rock face while out alone, but escaped with a few scratches. Sartre was different. He would be persuaded to join her on walks, but didn't enjoy the sensation of fatigue. Being and Nothingness contains a marvelous description of slogging up a hill behind an unnamed companion, whom one pictures as Beauvoir, although the scene has something in common with Petrarch's famous ascent of Mont Ventoux. While this companion seems to be having fun, Sartre experiences the effort as a nuisance, something that intrudes on his freedom. He gives in quickly, throws down his knapsack and collapses at the roadside. The other person is tired too, but finds it blissful to forge on, feeling the glow of sunburn on the back of the neck and relishing the way the roughness of the path is revealed afresh by each trudging step. The whole landscape presents itself differently to the two of them. Sartre preferred skiing, and that experience also found its way into Being and Nothingness. Walking over a snowfield is hard work, he pointed out, but skiing over it is a delight. The snow itself changes underneath you, phenomenologically speaking. Instead of presenting itself as viscous and clinging, it becomes hard and smooth. It bears you up, and you slide flowingly over it, as easily as the notes of Nausea's jazz song. He added that he was curious about water skiing, a new invention which he had heard of but not tried. Even on snow, you left a line of ski marks behind you; in water, you left nothing. That was the purest pleasure Sartre could imagine. His dream was to pass through the world unencumbered. The possessions that delighted Beauvoir horrified Sartre. He too liked traveling, but he kept nothing from his trips. He gave away books after reading them. The only things he always kept by him were his pipe and his pen, and even these were not for getting attached to. He lost them constantly, he wrote, "They're exiles in my hands." With people, he was generous to the point of obsession. He gave money away as fast as it came, in order to get it away from him, like a hand grenade. If he did spend it himself, he preferred not to use it on objects but on an evening out, going to some dance hall, spending big, going everywhere by taxi, etc. etc. And in short, nothing must remain in place of the money but a memory, sometimes less than a memory. His tips to waiters were legendary, as he took out the large wad of cash he carried everywhere and peeled off bills. He was equally generous with his writing, flinging out essays or talks or forewords for anyone who asked. Even words were not for hanging onto and eking out cautiously. Beauvoir was generous too, but her openness was two-way, she liked to gather as well as to dispense. Perhaps, in their divergent styles, one can see the two sides of phenomenological existentialism, the part that observes, collects, and pores over phenomena, and the part that discards accumulated preconceptions in the Husserlian and apricot, so as to be free. With all these differences, they had a mutual understanding that no outsider seemed able to threaten. When Beauvoir's biographer Deirdre Bair was talking to her subject's friends, one of them, Colette Audrey, summed it up by saying, "Theirs was a new kind of relationship, and I had never seen anything like it. I cannot describe what it was like to be present when those two were together. It was so intense that sometimes it made others who saw it sad not to have it." It was also an extremely long relationship, lasting from 1929 to Sartre's death in 1980. For 50 years, it was a philosophical demonstration of existentialism in practice, defined by the two principles of freedom and companionship. Lest this sound too earnest, their shared memories, observations, and jokes bound them together just as in any long marriage. A typical joke began soon after they met. Visiting the zoo, they watched an enormously fat and tragic-looking sea elephant which sighed and raised its eyes to heaven as if in supplication while the keeper stuffed its mouth with fish. From then on, every time Sartre looked glum, Beauvoir would remind him of the sea elephant. He would roll up his eyes and heave comical sighs, and they would both feel better. In later years, Sartre became more remote as his work took him away from their private duo, but he remained Beauvoir's constant reference point, someone she could lose herself in when she needed to. She knew she had a tendency to do this. It had happened with Elizabeth Lecoin in her school days, and she had tried it with Merleau-Ponty but been frustrated when his smiling and ironical manner deflected her. With Sartre, she could easily play at losing herself, without actually losing her real-world freedom as a woman or as a writer. That was the most important element. It was a writer's relationship. Both Beauvoir and Sartre were compulsive communicators. They kept diaries, they wrote letters, they told each other every detail of their days. It is overwhelming even to think about the quantity of written and spoken words that flowed between them for half of the 20th century. Sartre was always the first to read Beauvoir's work, the person whose criticism she trusted and who pushed her to write more. If he caught her being lazy, he would berate her, "But Castor, why have you stopped thinking, why aren't you working? I thought you wanted to write? You don't want to become a housewife, do you?" As the emotional dramas came and went, work remained the constant. Work. Work in cafes, work while traveling, work at home. Any time they were in the same city, they worked together, whatever else was going on in their lives. After Sartre moved into a proper apartment, with his mother, in 1946, at 42 Rue Bonaparte, Beauvoir met him there every day so they could spend the morning or afternoon sitting side by side, at two desks, working. In a 1967 documentary made for Canadian TV, you can see them there, both smoking furiously, with no sound but the scratching of a pen. Beauvoir is writing in an exercise book, Sartre is reading over a manuscript. I find myself imagining this as a kind of endlessly looped video memorial. Perhaps it could have been installed on their shared grave in the Montparnasse cemetery. It's spooky to imagine them writing away there, all night, when the cemetery is closed, and all day as the visitors pass, but it would suit them better than a white grave, or any still image. 6. I don't want to eat my manuscripts. In which there occur a crisis, two heroic rescues, and the outbreak of war. As titles go, that of Husserl's last unfinished work, The Crisis of the European Sciences and Transcendental Phenomenology, is not as arresting as nausea. But the word at its head, crisis, perfectly sums up mid-1930s Europe. Mussolini's fascists had been in power in Italy for over a decade, since 1922. In the Soviet Union, following Lenin's death in 1924, Stalin had maneuvered himself into a position of control by 1929 and spent the 1930s starving, torturing, imprisoning, and executing people in vast numbers. Hitler, having consolidated his first election victories in 1933, made his expansionist ambitions increasingly clear. In 1936, civil war broke out in Spain between the left-wing Republicans and the fascist nationalists led by General Franco. Everything seemed to be conspiring to divide Europeans and lead them into another war. This was a prospect greatly feared, especially in France, where the First World War had killed around 1.4 million French soldiers in the trenches alone. The country itself was literally scarred by war, since so much of it had been fought on French soil, and no one wanted to see it happen again. France did have some far-right organizations, Action Française and the newer, more radical Croix de Feu or Iron Cross movement, but the general mood of pacifism kept their influence limited. The novelist Roger Martin Dugard voiced a common feeling when he wrote to a friend in September 1936, anything rather than war. Anything. Even fascism in Spain. And don't push me, for I would say, yes, and even fascism in France. Beauvoir felt similarly, and said to Sartre, surely France at war would be worse than France under the Nazis. But Sartre, who had seen the Nazis at close hand, disagreed. As usual, his imagination supplied lurid details. I have no wish to be made to eat my manuscripts. I don't want Nizan to have his eyes gouged out with teaspoons. By 1938, few dared hope for a reprieve. Hitler annexed Austria that March. In September he turned his attention to the strongly German Sudetenland area of Czechoslovakia, which included Husserl's homeland of Moravia. The British and French leaders Neville Chamberlain and Edouard Daladier agreed to his initial demands, and the Czechs had little choice but to accept. Hitler took this as encouragement to go further, so on September 22 he demanded the right to a full military occupation that would effectively open the doors to the rest of Czechoslovakia. There followed what became known as the Munich Crisis, a week during which people listened to their radios and read newspapers, fearing the announcement of war literally at any hour. For a young existentialist of the individualist kind, war was the ultimate affront. It threatened to sweep away all those personal thoughts and concerns like toys from a table. As the English surrealist poet David Gascoigne, then living in Paris in a delicate state of mind, wrote in his journal during that week, "What is so detestable about war is that it reduces the individual to complete insignificance." Listening to his radio, Gascoigne tried to visualize bombers flying through the sky, and buildings falling. Similar visions of impending disaster haunt George Orwell's novel Coming Up for Air, published the following year. The advertising executive George Bowling walks down his suburban street imagining houses being smashed to the ground by bombs. Everything familiar seems about to disappear. Bowling fears that afterwards there will be only endless tyranny. Sartre would try to capture the mood of the crisis in The Reprieve, the second volume of his Roads of Freedom sequence not published until 1945, but set during the crucial week of 23 to 30 September 1938. Each of his characters struggles to adjust to the idea that their future may be curtailed and that nothing will be the same again. Sartre slips from one person's thoughts to another's, in a stream of consciousness method borrowed from the novels of John Dos Passos and Virginia Woolf. The young character Boris, based on Sartre's former student Jacques Laurent Bost, calculates how long he is likely to survive in the army when war begins, and thus how many omelets he can expect to eat before dying. In a crucial moment, as everyone gathers to hear Hitler speak on the radio, Sartre draws back from the scene to show us all of France, then all of Germany, and all of Europe. 100 million free consciousnesses, each aware of walls, the glowing stump of a cigar, familiar faces, and each constructing its destiny on its own responsibility. Not all the book's experiments work, but Sartre captures the weird quality of a week in which millions of people were trying to get used to a different way of thinking about their lives, their projects or concerns, as Heidegger would have said. The book also reveals the first signs of a shift in Sartre's thought. In coming years, he would become ever more interested in the way human beings can be swept up by large-scale historical forces, while still each remaining free and individual. As for Sartre personally, he found the answer for his anxieties of 1938 in, of all things, reading Heidegger. He embarked on the foothills of being and time, though he did not ascend the steeper slopes until 2 years later. Looking back from that later point, he recalled this as a year in which he craved a philosophy that was not just a contemplation but a wisdom, a heroism, a holiness. He compared it to the period in ancient Greece, after the death of Alexander the Great, when Athenians turned away from the calm reasonings of Aristotelian science towards the more personal and more brutal thinking of the Stoics and Epicureans, philosophers who taught them to live. In Freiburg, Husserl was no longer around to witness the events of that autumn, but his widow Malvine was still living in their fine suburban house, guarding his library and his huge Nachlass of manuscripts, papers, and unpublished works. Living alone, 78 years old, officially classed as Jewish despite her Protestant faith, she was vulnerable, but for the moment she kept danger away mainly by the sheer force of her defiant personality. Earlier that decade, when her husband was still alive but after the Nazi takeover, they had discussed moving his documents to Prague, where it seemed they might be safer. A former student of Husserl, the Czech phenomenologist Jan Potoka, was willing to help arrange this. It did not happen, which was fortunate as the papers would not have been safe at all. Prague had grown into something of a center for phenomenology through the early 20th century, partly because of Tomáš Masaryk, Czechoslovakia's president, and the friend who had persuaded Husserl to study with Franz Brentano. He died in 1937, and was spared seeing the disaster that befell his country, but in the meantime he had done much to encourage the development of phenomenology and had helped other former Brentano students to collect their teachers' papers in a Prague-based archive. In 1938, with the threat of a German invasion, Brentano's archives were in danger. Phenomenologists could only be relieved that the Husserl collection was not there with them. But Freiburg was not safe either. If war came, the city might be among the first to see conflict, being near the French border. Already, Malvine Husserl was at the mercy of the Nazis. If they decided to storm the house, she could not do much to protect its contents. The situation of Husserl's Nachlass, and of his widow, attracted the attention of a Belgian philosopher and Franciscan monk named Herman van Breda. He put together a proposal urging Louvain University's Institut Supérieur de Philosophie to support transcription of key Freiburg papers, work that could only be done by former assistants able to read Husserl's shorthand. With Edith Stein having become a Carmelite nun and Heidegger having gone his own way, this mainly meant two men who had been working with Husserl in recent years, Eugen Fink, originally from nearby Konstanz but now based in Freiburg, and Ludwig Landgräbe, currently in Prague. Van Breda initially suggested financing the project in situ in Freiburg, but with the prospect of war this looked less advisable. He noted that Malvine Husserl was determined to carry on as if the Nazi regime did not exist and without showing that she was its victim, which was admirable, but it might not be good for the papers. On August 29, 1938, as the Czech crisis began brewing, Van Breda traveled to Freiburg and met her and Eugen Fink. Together they showed him the collection. He marveled at the sheer visual impact of it, rows of folders containing around 40,000 pages of writings in Husserl's shorthand, plus another 10,000 typed or handwritten pages transcribed by his assistants, and in the library some 2,700 volumes collected over nearly 60 years and countless article offprints, many covered with Husserl's pencil notes. Illustrations credit 6.1. Van Breda persuaded Malvine Husserl that something must be done. Returning to Louvain, he had another persuasion job to do. He talked his colleagues into agreeing to transfer and house the collection there, rather than funding a project remotely. This done, he went back to Freiburg, where Ludwig Landgräbe had now also arrived, leaving an unnerving situation in Prague. It was mid-September. It seemed that war might start in weeks or even days. The immediate question was how to move the stuff. The manuscripts were more portable than the books, and more of a priority. But it certainly was not safe to drive for the border with thousands of sheets of paper, all written in what looked like an unreadable secret code. A better idea was to take them to a Belgian embassy office and thence out of the country in a diplomatic pouch, guaranteeing immunity from interference. But the nearest office with an immunity agreement was in Berlin, a long way off in the wrong direction. Van Breda asked monks at a Franciscan monastery near Freiburg if they could hide the manuscripts or help smuggle them out, but they were reluctant. Then a Benedictine nun stepped in, Sister Adelgundes Gigerschmidt, from a nearby Lyaba sisters' convent. She was another former student of phenomenology who had visited Husserl regularly in his last illness, in defiance of the rules against associating with Jews. She now volunteered to take the manuscripts herself to a small house owned by her fellow sisters in Konstanz, near the Swiss border. From there, she said, the nuns could carry the manuscripts bit by bit, in small packages, across to Switzerland. It was a nerve-wracking plan. If war broke out during the operation, the manuscripts could end up split between the two locations with the borders closed. Some might be lost in the middle. The danger to the nuns was also obvious. It seemed the best option available, however, so on September 19 the heroic Sister Adelgundes loaded 3 heavy suitcases with 40,000 manuscript pages, and set off by train to Konstanz. Unfortunately, although the sisters were willing to house the manuscripts temporarily, they considered smuggling them across the border too risky. Adelgundes left the suitcases with them and returned to give Van Breda the bad news. He reverted to the idea of taking them to the Belgian embassy in Berlin. That now meant teetering via Constance to get them, and this time he went himself. So, on September 22 the day Chamberlain met Hitler and learned that Hitler had upped his demands on Czech territory, Van Breda travelled to the convent. He collected the suitcases and continued to Berlin on a night train. One can imagine the tension, war looming, 3 heavy suitcases packed with what looked like coded secrets, a train rattling through a dark night. Arriving in the city on the morning of Friday, September 23, Van Breda entrusted the suitcases to a Franciscan monastery outside the center, then went to the embassy to learn that the ambassador was away and no decisions could be taken. The junior officials did agree, however, to look after the cases in the meantime. So it was back to the Franciscans, and back to the embassy again with the suitcases. At last, on Saturday, September 24, Van Breda saw them locked away in the embassy safe. He traveled back to Freiburg, then out of Germany to Louvain. He kept with him just a handful of texts, so that the transcription project could start. To his relief, the border guards waved him through without looking at the incomprehensible handwriting. A few days later, the European crisis was resolved temporarily. Benito Mussolini brokered a meeting in Munich on September 29, attended by Hitler, Daladier, and Chamberlain. No one from Czechoslovakia was in the room when, in the early hours of September 30, Daladier and Chamberlain caved into Hitler's increased demands. The next day, German forces entered the Sudetenland. Chamberlain flew back to Britain triumphant, Daladier flew back to France ashamed and full of dread. Greeted by a cheering crowd as he got off the plane, he reportedly muttered, "Les cons. The idiots." At least that was the story Sartre seems to have heard. Once the initial relief passed, many in both France and Britain doubted that the agreement could last. Sartre and Merleau-Ponty were pessimistic, Beauvoir preferred to hope that peace might prevail. The three of them debated the matter at length. As a side effect, the peace deal reduced the urgency about getting Husserl's papers out of Germany. It was not until November 1938 that the bulk of them were transported from Berlin to Louvain. When they arrived, they were installed in the university library, which proudly organized a display. No one could know that in 2 years' time the German army would invade Belgium and the documents would be in danger again. That November, Van Breda returned to Freiburg. Malvine Husserl had now decided to seek a visa so as to join her son and daughter in the US, but this took a long time, so in the meantime Van Breda arranged for her to move to Belgium. She arrived in Louvain in June 1939, joining Fink and Landgriebe, who had moved there in the spring and were getting to work. With her came a huge cargo, a container of her furniture, the full Husserl library in 60 boxes, her husband's ashes in an urn, and a portrait of him, which Franz Brentano and his wife Ida von Lieben had jointly painted as an engagement present before the Husserls' marriage. Brentano's papers, still stored in an archive office in Prague, had meanwhile been through their own adventure. When Hitler moved on from the Sudetenland to occupy the rest of Czechoslovakia in March 1939, a group of archivists and scholars gathered most of them and spirited them out of the country on the very last civilian plane to leave. The papers ended up in the Houghton Library at Harvard University, and are still there today. The few files left behind were defenestrated through the office window by German soldiers, and mostly lost. The Husserl archives survived the war and are mostly still in Louvain, with his library. They have kept researchers busy for over 75 years, and have generated a collected edition under the title Husserliana. So far, this comprises 42 volumes of collected works, 9 volumes of extra materials, 34 volumes of miscellaneous documents and correspondence, and 13 volumes of official English translations. One of the first to travel to Louvain to see the archive was Maurice Merleau-Ponty, who already knew Husserl's earlier work well, and had read about the unpublished manuscripts in an article in the Revue Internationale de Philosophie. In March 1939, he wrote to arrange a visit to Father Van Breda so as to pursue his special interest in the phenomenology of perception. Van Breda welcomed him, and Merleau-Ponty spent a blissful first week of April in Louvain, absorbed in the unedited and unpublished sections which Husserl had intended to add to Ideas and to the Crisis of the European Sciences and Transcendental Phenomenology. These late works of Husserl's are different in spirit from the earlier ones. To Merleau-Ponty, they suggested that Husserl had begun moving away from his inward, idealist interpretation of phenomenology in his last years, towards a less isolated picture of how one exists in a world alongside other people and immersed in sensory experience. Merleau-Ponty even wondered whether Husserl had absorbed some of this from Heidegger, an interpretation with which not everyone agrees. Other influences might be seen too, from sociology, and perhaps from Jacob von Uexkull's studies of how different species experience their environment or Umwelt. Whatever the source, Husserl's new thinking included reflections on what he called the Lebenswelt, or life world that barely noticed social, historical, and physical context in which all our activities take place, and which we generally take for granted. Even our bodies rarely require conscious attention, yet a sense of being embodied is part of almost every experience we have. As I move around or reach out to grasp something, I sense my own limbs and the arrangement of my physical self in the world. I feel my hands and feet from within, I don't have to look in a mirror to see how they are positioned. This is known as proprioception, the perception of self, and it is an important aspect of experience which I tend to notice only when something goes wrong with it. When I encounter others, says Husserl, I also recognize them implicitly as beings who have their personal surrounding world, oriented around their living bodies. Body, life world, proprioception and social context are all integrated into the texture of worldly being. One can see why Merleau-Ponty saw signs of Heidegger's philosophy of being in the world in this new interest of Husserl's. There were other connections too. Husserl's late works show him considering the long processes of culture and history, just as Heidegger did. But here there is a great difference between them. Heidegger's writings on the history of being are suffused with a longing for some home time, a lost age or place to which philosophy should be traced, and from which it should be renewed. Heidegger's dream home often calls to mind the forested Germanic world of his childhood, with its craftsmanship and silent wisdom. At other times, it evokes archaic Greek culture, which he considered the last period in which humanity had philosophized properly. Heidegger was not alone in being fascinated by Greece, it was a sort of mania among Germans at the time. But other German thinkers often focused on the flowering of philosophy and scholarship in the 4th century BC, the time of Socrates and Plato, whereas Heidegger saw that as the period in which everything had started going wrong. For him, the philosophers who truly connected with being were pre-Socratics such as Heraclitus, Parmenides, and Anaximander. In any case, what Heidegger's writings on Germany and Greece share is the mood of someone yearning to go back into the deep forest, into childhood innocence and into the dark waters from which the first swirling chords of thought had stirred. Back to a time when societies were simple, profound, and poetic. Husserl did not look for such a simple lost world. When he wrote about history, he was drawn to more sophisticated periods, especially those when cultures were encountering each other through travel, migration, exploration, or trade. At such periods, he wrote, people living in one culture or home world, Heimwelt, meet people from an alien world, Fremdwelt. To those others, theirs is the home world and the other is the alien world. The shock of encounter is mutual, and it wakes each culture up to an amazing discovery, that their world is not beyond question. A traveling Greek discovers that the Greek life world is just a Greek world, and that there are Indian and African worlds too. In seeing this, members of each culture may come to understand that they are, in general, world beings, who should not take anything for granted. For Husserl, therefore, cross-cultural encounters are generally good, because they stimulate people to self-questioning. He suspected that philosophy started in ancient Greece not, as Heidegger would imagine, because the Greeks had a deep, inward-looking relationship with their being, but because they were a trading people, albeit sometimes a warlike one, who constantly came across alien worlds of all kinds. This difference highlights a deeper contrast of attitude between Husserl and Heidegger in the 1930s. During that decade's events, Heidegger turned increasingly to the archaic, provincial, and inward-looking, as prefigured by his article about not going to Berlin. In response to the same events, Husserl turned outwards. He wrote about his life worlds in a cosmopolitan spirit, and this at a time when cosmopolitan was becoming recast as an insult, often interpreted as code for Jewish. He was isolated in Freiburg, yet he used his last few talks of the 1930s, in Vienna and Prague, to issue a rousing call to the international scholarly community. Seeing the social and intellectual crisis around him, he urged them to work together against the rise of irrationalism and mysticism, and against the cult of the merely local, in order to rescue the Enlightenment spirit of shared reason and free inquiry. He did not expect anyone to return to an innocent belief in rationalism, but he did argue that Europeans must protect reason, for if that was lost, the continent and the wider cultural world would be lost with it. In his 1933 essay on the ontological mystery, Gabriel Marcel provided a beautiful image that sums up Husserl's view of what alien encounters and international mingling can do for us. He wrote, "I know by my own experience how, from a stranger met by chance, there may come an irresistible appeal which overturns the habitual perspectives, just as a gust of wind might tumble down the panels of a stage set. What had seemed near becomes infinitely remote, and what had seemed distant seems to be close. A tumbling of stage sets and abrupt readjustment of perspectives characterize many of the surprise encounters seen so far in this book. Heidegger's boyhood discovery of Brentano, Levinas' discovery of Husserl in Strasbourg, Sartre's discovery of Husserl, and Levinas, via Raymond Aron at the Bec de Gaz, with more to come. Merleau-Ponty's 1939 discovery of Husserl's late work was among the most fruitful of these moments of discovery. Largely out of that single week of reading in Louvain, he would develop his own subtle and rich philosophy of human embodiment and social experience. His work, in turn, would influence generations of scientists and thinkers to this day, linking them to Husserl. Husserl had perfectly understood the value to posterity of his unpublished works, unfinished, chaotic and barely legible though they were. He wrote to a friend in 1931, "The largest and, as I actually believe, most important part of my life's work still lies in my manuscripts, scarcely manageable because of their volume." The Nachlass was almost a life form in itself. The biographer Rudiger Safransky has compared it to the giant concha sea in Stanislaw Lem's science fiction novel Solaris. The comparison holds up well, since Lem's sea communicates by evoking ideas and images in the minds of humans who come close to it. Husserl's archive exerted its influence in much the same way. The whole hoard would have been lost without the heroism and energy of Father Van Breda. It would never have existed at all had Husserl not persisted in refining and developing his ideas long after many thought he had simply retired and gone into hiding. Moreover, none of it would have survived without a bit of sheer luck, a reminder of the role contingency plays in even the most well-managed human affairs. Merleau-Ponty's visit to Louvain took place during the last few months of peace, in 1939. This was the year, as Beauvoir later described it, when history would take hold of them all and never again let them go. Beauvoir and Sartre spent that August on holiday in a villa in Wanley-Pins, with Paul Nizan and Jacques Laurent Bost. They watched the papers and listened to the radio, hearing with fear and disgust of the Nazi-Soviet pact on August 23, which meant that the Soviet Union would increase their own power and put up no opposition should Germany advance. This came as a particular blow for anyone who had been supporting Soviet communism as the great counterweight to Nazism, as Nizan certainly had, and to some extent Sartre and Beauvoir too. If the Soviets would not stand up to the Nazis, who would? Once again, war seemed likely to start at any moment. As they sunned themselves at the villa, one subject again dominated the friends' conversations. Was it preferable to come back from the front blinded, or with your face bashed in? Without arms, or without legs? Would Paris be bombed? Would they use poison gas? Similar debates went on in another villa in southern France, where the Hungarian writer Arthur Koestler was staying with his friend Ettore Corniglian. The latter remarked that the shifts of emotion during that August reminded him of how his grandmother used to cure his chilblains by making him put his feet alternately in a bucket of cold and in a bucket of hot water. Sartre knew that he would not be posted to the front because of his eye problems. As a young man he had done his standard military service in a weather station, which meant he would be deployed in similar work, now the same thing Heidegger had done in the First World War. Raymond Aron too would be posted to a weather station that year. It seems to have been the philosopher's posting. Such a role would not involve combat, but it would still be dangerous. For Bost and Nissen the dangers would be greater. They were able-bodied and could both expect to be called up and sent to fight. The French holiday season ended on August 31st, and many Parisians went home that day from their country breaks. Sartre and Beauvoir also returned to Paris, Sartre ready to collect the kit bag and army boots stored in his hotel room and report to his unit. He and Beauvoir changed trains in Toulouse, but found the Paris train so crowded they could not get on. They had to wait another 2.5 hours, in a dark station amid a mass of anxious people and an apocalyptic atmosphere. Another train came. They got on with difficulty and made it to Paris, arriving on September 1, the day German forces invaded Poland. Sartre collected his kit. Beauvoir saw him off at the Gare de l'Est early the next morning. On September 3, Britain and France declared war on Germany. The U.S. visa for Malvine Husserl had never materialized, so she was still in Louvain when the war began. She remained there, discreetly hidden in a nearby convent in Harent. The Husserl collection was moved from the main university library to the Institut Supérieur de Philosophie in January 1940, just in time. 4 months later, much of the university library was destroyed by bombs when the German invasion began. It was the second time the library had been lost. An older building and a priceless original collection of books and manuscripts had been wiped out in the First World War. On September 16, 1940, Malvine's container of possessions, now stored in Antwerp, was hit in an Allied bomb raid. Incredibly, according to his own account, the ever-resourceful Van Breda managed to get to the wreckage and recover one valuable item, the urn of Husserl's ashes, which he kept in his monastery cell for the rest of the war. Everything else was torn to pieces, including the Brentano portrait. To spare Malvine distress, Van Breda delayed telling her what had happened. He moved the Husserl papers to various locations in Louvain, to keep them safe. Another person caught in the Low Countries when war broke out was Husserl's former assistant, Edith Stein. Having completed her thesis on empathy, converted to Christianity, taken orders as a Carmelite nun, and become Sister Teresa Benedicta, she had moved in 1938 from a community in Cologne to one in Echt in the Netherlands, which at the time appeared to be safer. Her sister Rosa went with her. In 1940, the Germans occupied the Netherlands along with the other countries of the region. They began deporting Jews to their deaths in 1942. The Carmelites tried to get the two sisters transferred to another community in Switzerland, but by this time it was impossible to get exit visas. For a brief period, Christian converts were exempted from the deportations, but this soon changed and the Nazis began raids on all Dutch monastic communities in July, searching for anyone non-Aryan. In Echt, they found Edith and Rosa. The two women were taken, along with many other converts of Jewish origin, to a transit camp and then to the camp of Westerbork. Early in August, they were sent on to Auschwitz. On the way, their train passed through their hometown of Wrocław. A postal employee working at the station recalled seeing a train paused there for a while. A woman in a Carmelite habit looked out and said that this was her hometown. Red Cross records show the two sisters arriving at Auschwitz on August 7, 1942. On August 9, they were murdered in the Birkenau gas chamber. Edith Stein had continued her philosophical work all through her years in the convent, and so she too left behind a collection of papers and unpublished works. The nuns guarded this as long as they could. When the Germans were retreating through the area in January 1945, however, amid chaotic scenes, the sisters had to flee and could not take the papers with them. In March, with the Germans gone, a couple of the sisters returned, accompanied by Herman van Breda. They found many papers still lying scattered in the open, and, with help from local townspeople, gathered up everything of Stein's that they could rescue. Van Breda took the papers to the Husserl archives. In the 1950s, the scholar Lucy Gelber took them to her own home to laboriously piece together the scattered texts. She published them in installments, as a collected edition. Edith Stein was beatified in 1987, and canonized by Pope John Paul II in 1998. In 2010, in a deliberate move to redefine the Germanic notion of hero, a marble bust of her was added to Ludwig II's Bavarian Valhalla, a hall of heroes high in the forest overlooking the Danube. She joined Frederick the Great, Goethe, Kant, Wagner, and many more, including another anti-Nazi, Sophie Scholl, who had been executed in 1943 for her resistance activities. Malvine Husserl lived out the whole war in Louvain. Only after it ended, in May 1946, aged 86, did she manage to join her children in America for her last few years of life. She died on November 21, 1950. Her body was returned to Germany, and she was buried in the cemetery of Gunterstal, just outside Freiburg. Edmund Husserl's ashes, which she had kept with her in America, were interred with her. They lie there today, with their son Gerhard, who died in 1973, and a memorial stone for his younger brother Wolfgang, the one who died in the First World War. Today one can still walk around the cemetery's green, quiet paths, and use one of the little watering cans hanging on hooks nearby to water the grave. 7. Occupation, Liberation. In Which the War Continues, we meet Albert Camus. Sartre discovers freedom, France is liberated, the philosophers throw themselves into engaged activity, and everyone wants to go to America. In 1939, having seen Sartre off at the Gare de l'Est with his army kit and boots, Beauvoir could only wait for his news. For a long time she did not even know where he was posted. She walked around Paris on the first day after war was declared, and marveled at how normal everything seemed. There were just a few oddities. Policemen were on the streets with gas masks in little pouches, and when evening fell, many cars had headlights glowing like blue gemstones in the dark, their covers having been tinted as a blackout precaution. This eerie state of affairs would continue for months, in the phony war, as it was known in English. To the French it was the drôle de guerre or funny war, to the Germans the Sitzkrieg or sitting war, and to the invaded Poles the Jina Wojna, or strange war. There was much nervousness but little action, and none of the feared gas or bomb attacks. In Paris, Beauvoir collected a gas mask from the Lycée Molière where she was teaching, wrote entries in her diary, and tidied her room manically, Sartre's pipe, his clothes. She and Olga Kozakiewicz both lived in rooms at the same hotel, the Hotel Danemark on the Rue de Vavin. It's still there. Together they blacked out the windows with a disgusting sounding mixture of blue dye, oil, and suntan lotion. Paris in late 1939 was a city of many blue half-lights. Beauvoir settled into work, still drafting and redrafting Ellen Vitae. She found time to have affairs with a couple of her students, Natalie Sorokin and Bianca Buenfeld. Both young women later became involved with Sartre too. Biographers have been hard on Beauvoir for what looks like a case of sordid grooming as well as unprofessional conduct. It is hard to tell what motivated her, since she seemed indifferent to both women for much of the time. Perhaps the explanation lay in the tense, debilitating atmosphere of phony war Paris, which led many people to odd behavior. Elsewhere in the city, Arthur Kestler was observing how everything seemed to be turning grey, as though a disease were attacking Paris' roots. The journalist and short story writer Albert Camus, who had come to the city from his home in Algeria, holed himself up in a room and listened to the street sounds outside his window, wondering why he was there. "Foreign, admit that I find everything strange and foreign," he wrote in his notebook in March 1940. No future, he added in an undated note. Yet he did not let this mood stop him from working on literary projects, a novel, L'étranger, The Stranger or the Outsider, a long essay, The Myth of Sisyphus, and a play, Caligula. He called these his three absurds, because they all dealt with the meaninglessness or absurdity of human existence, a theme that seemed to come naturally during this time. Meanwhile Sartre, whose meteorological posting turned out to be in Brumath, in Alsace near the German border, found himself with little to do but read and write. Between sending up balloons and peering through binoculars, or sitting in the barracks listening to the pocking sound of his fellow soldiers playing ping-pong, he managed to work on his own projects for up to 12 hours a day. He kept his diary, and wrote long daily letters, among them many affectionate outpourings to Simone de Beauvoir, for their letters finally got through, and they were back in contact. He jotted down the notes that would later evolve into Being and Nothingness, and produced the first drafts of his novel sequence Roads of Freedom. The first volume was scribbled out by December 31, 1939, so he immediately started on volume 2. If the war goes on at this slow lulling rhythm, I'll have written 3 novels and 12 philosophical treatises by peacetime, he told Beauvoir. He begged her to send him books, Cervantes, the Marquis de Sade, Edgar Allan Poe, Kafka, Defoe, Kierkegaard, Flaubert, and Radcliffe Hall's lesbian novel The Well of Loneliness. His interest in the latter was probably sparked by Beauvoir's tales of her adventures, since, in accordance with their agreement, she told him everything. Sartre could have gone along happily like this for years, but the funny war was a joke with a punchline. In May 1940, Germany abruptly overran Holland and Belgium, then attacked France. Fighting on the front, Bost was wounded, and would receive the Croix de Guerre. Paul Nizan, Sartre's old friend and recent holiday companion, was killed near Dunkirk on May 23, shortly before the great evacuation of Allied troops there. Merleau-Ponty was posted as an infantry officer to Longwy on the front line. He later recalled one long night during which he and his unit listened to the calls for help of a German lieutenant who had been shot and was stuck in the barbed wire. "French soldiers, come get a dying man." They had orders not to go to him, as the cries could have been a ploy, but the next day they found him dead on the wire. Merleau-Ponty would never forget the sight of the narrow chest which the uniform barely covered in that near-zero cold, the ash-blonde hair, the delicate hands. The fighting was brave but brief. With memories of the First World War so fresh, French commanders and politicians favored an early surrender, avoiding futile loss of life, a rational view, although, like other seemingly rational calculations in the Nazi era, it came at a psychological cost. Raymond Aron's unit retreated without ever seeing the enemy, and joined groups of civilians fleeing on the roads. Being Jewish, he knew the danger he faced from the Germans, and got himself quickly to Britain, where he would work throughout the war as a journalist for the Free French forces. Merleau-Ponty was taken prisoner and held for a while in a military hospital at Saint-Yrieix. Sartre too was captured. Beauvoir lost contact with him again, and had no more news of him or anyone else for a long time. She too joined the refugee civilians, all fleeing southwest with no clear objective except avoiding what was advancing on them from the northeast. She left with Bianca Buenfeld's family in a car filled with people and suitcases. A bicycle strapped to the front blocked the beam of their headlights as the overloaded car inched along in the traffic. Once free of the city, they parted ways. Beauvoir caught a bus to stay with friends in Angers for several weeks. After that, she returned to Paris, as many others did, and for part of the return journey she even got a lift on a German truck. She found the city uncannily normal, except that now there were Germans strolling everywhere, some seeming arrogant, others perplexed or abashed. Even half a year later, in January 1941, the diarist Jean Guihenno was observing, "It seems to me I can read their embarrassment on the faces of the occupying forces. They don't know what to do on the streets of Paris or whom to look at." Beauvoir resumed her habit of writing in cafés, but had to get used to the sight of groups of uniformed Nazis enjoying their coffees and cognacs at nearby tables. She also set about adjusting to the small frustrations and compromises that became necessary for Parisians. To keep her teaching job at the school, she had to sign a document stating that she was neither a Jew nor a Freemason. It was repugnant, but she did it. Finding black market produce or fuel for the coming winter became almost a full-time occupation as supplies dwindled in the city. Anyone who had friends in the countryside as she did would depend gratefully on their sending parcels of fresh food. Sometimes these took too long to arrive, however. The first package Beauvoir received contained a beautifully cooked joint of pork, crawling with maggots. She scraped them off and salvaged what she could. Later she devised ways of washing smelly meat in vinegar, then stewing it for hours with strong herbs. Her room had no heating, so she went to bed wearing ski trousers and a woolly sweater, and sometimes taught her classes in the same outfit. She took to wearing a turban, to save on hairdressers, and found that it suited her. I aimed at simplification in every sphere, she wrote in her memoirs. One necessary adjustment was learning to put up with the idiotic and moralistic homilies emanating every day from the collaborationist government, reminders to respect God, to honor the principle of the family, to follow traditional virtues. It took her back to the bourgeois talk she had so hated in her childhood, but this time backed by a threat of violence. But perhaps such talk was always backed by hidden threats of violence. She and Sartre later made this belief central to their politics. Fine-sounding bourgeois values, for them, were never to be trusted or taken at face value. They may have learned this attitude during the regime of humbug that was occupied France. Beauvoir still did not know whether Sartre was alive. To keep herself calm and warm, she started going every afternoon, after a morning's teaching or writing, to the Bibliothèque Nationale or the Library of the Sorbonne, where she read her way through Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit. The effort of sustained attention was comforting, and so was Hegel's stately vision of human history progressing through inevitable sequences of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis towards sublimation in absolute spirit. She would leave the library each afternoon feeling a radiant sense of the rightness of all things, a feeling that lasted for about 5 minutes before the city's grubby reality brought it down. It was then that Kierkegaard had more to offer. She read him as well, that awkward, anguished, irreverent anti-Hegelian. Reading both at once must have been disorienting, yet somehow, like just the right combination of uppers and downers, it gave her what she needed. Both philosophies found their way into her gradually evolving novel L'Invité. They would become two key sources for her and for existentialism in general, Kierkegaard with his insistence on freedom and choice, and Hegel with his vision of how history plays out on an epic scale, swallowing up individuals. Meanwhile, at Trier in the Rhineland near the Luxembourg border, Sartre was alive and well and imprisoned in a POW camp, Stalag 12D. He too was immersing himself in reading a difficult book, Being and Time. Heidegger's work had already answered to his need for comfort in 1938. Now, as Sartre read him in a closer and more sustained way, he found him to be the perfect inspiration for a nation in defeat. Heidegger's philosophy had grown partly out of the humiliation of Germany in 1918, now it spoke to a humiliated France after June 1940. As Sartre read it, he also worked on his own philosophical notes, which were growing into a book. In one of the many brief letters he tried to send Beauvoir, on July 22, 1940, he added as a postscript, "I've begun to write a metaphysical treatise." This would become his greatest work, L'être néant, Being and Nothingness. The very day he mentioned this, to his relief, he received a backlog of 7 letters from Beauvoir. His letters then began reaching her too, and they were back in contact at last. Then Sartre escaped. It wasn't a very swashbuckling escape, but it was simple and it worked. He had been suffering a great deal from his eye problems, thanks to all the reading and writing which were mostly done one-eyed. Sometimes both eyes were so sore that he tried to write with them closed, his handwriting wandering over the page. But his eyes gave him his escape route. Pleading the need for treatment, he procured a medical pass to visit an ophthalmologist outside the camp gates. Amazingly, he was then allowed to walk out, showing the pass, and he never went back. Sartre's eyes had in fact saved his life several times over. First they exempted him from front-line combat, then they saved him from forced Nazi labor, now they gave him his ticket out of the Stalag. This blessing came at a cost in the long term. Exotropia can cause a degree of tiredness and difficulty in concentrating that may have contributed to his destructive tendency to self-medicate with stimulant drugs and alcohol in later times. But now he was free. He headed for Paris, and arrived both pleased with himself and disoriented. For months, he had been stuck with other prisoners all day and all night, and had discovered to his surprise that it was comforting to be so merged in solidarity and sameness with his fellow men. There was no fighting for personal space in the camp. As he wrote later, his own skin was the boundary of the space he had, and even as he slept he could always feel someone's arm or leg against his own. Yet it did not disturb him, those others were part of himself. He had never found physical proximity easy before, so this was a revelation. Now, coming back to Paris, he found himself putting off the moment of going back to his former haunts. On my first night of freedom, a stranger in my native city, not having yet reached my friends of former days, I pushed open the door of a café. Suddenly, I experienced a feeling of fear or something close to fear. I could not understand how these squat, bulging buildings could conceal such deserts. I was lost, the few drinkers seemed more distant than the stars. Each of them was entitled to a huge section of bench, to a whole marble table. If these men, shimmering comfortably within their tubes of rarefied gas, seemed inaccessible to me, it was because I no longer had the right to place my hand on their shoulder or thigh, or to call one of them fathead. I had rejoined bourgeois society. It seemed that Sartre would rarely be as relaxed and happy again as he had been as a prisoner of war. Beauvoir was briefly jubilant at seeing Sartre, then frankly pissed off by the way he began passing judgment on everything she had been doing to survive. He interrogated her, did she buy things on the black market? A little tea occasionally, she said. And what of that paper certifying that she was not a Jew or a Freemason? She should not have signed that. To Beauvoir, this only showed how sheltered Sartre's life had become in the camp. He had enjoyed swearing undying fraternity with his comrades while rubbing up against their thighs and shoulders, but life in Paris was different, not as bourgeois as he seemed to imagine, and more psychologically tough. Unusually, Beauvoir sounds critical of Sartre at this point in her memoirs. But he unbent quickly. He proved happy to eat her black market stews, and he too made the adjustments necessary to get on with life, and even to be published under Nazi censorship. On the other hand, he was adamant that he had come back to do something. He assembled a dozen friends into a new resistance group under the name Socialisme et Liberté and wrote a manifesto for them. The group spent most of its time writing or discussing manifestos and polemical articles, but even this was dangerous enough. They had a bad scare when one member, Jean Poerlian, lost a briefcase filled with incriminating pamphlets together with the group members' names and addresses. They all faced arrest, torture, death. Luckily, the person who found the briefcase turned it into a lost property office. The incongruity of this, the threat of Gestapo torture coexisting with the decent civic tradition of the lost property office, captures the strangeness of life under occupation. The group foundered eventually of not knowing what to do, wrote Sartre later. But being involved had a positive effect on their morale, as did other attempts at resistance, even those that seemed fey or futile. There was much encouragement to be found in miniature rebellions such as those of Jean-Paul Hahn, one of their group, who left small anti-collaborationist poems signed only with his initials lying around on café tables or post office counters. Other Parisians made similar gestures, forbidden to fly tricolor flags on Bastille Day, for example. People would find ways of bringing red, white, and blue together, perhaps on a colorful scarf, or by wearing a red jacket together with a blue purse and white gloves. It all mattered. Merleau-Ponty was now back in Paris too, and he founded a resistance group called Sous la Botte, under the boot, which then merged with Sartre's. He married Suzanne Berthe Jolibois towards the end of 1940, and they had a daughter, to whom they gave the patriotic name Marianne, an occupation baby who was also a sign of hope for the future. He taught at the Lycée Carnot, where, despite his own activities, he urged his students to be cautious. When he found, one day, that they had taken the obligatory portrait of Marshal Pétain down from the wall, he ordered them to put it back, not from any collaborationist sentiment but to protect their safety. Everyday life required constantly negotiating this balance between submission and resistance, as well as between ordinary activity and the extraordinary underlying reality. It was even possible to have holidays from the Germans. Beauvoir and Sartre made several cycling trips in the free zone of southern France, where the Vichy puppet government was in charge. They sent their bikes over in advance, then sneaked across the border through forests and fields at night with a guide, all clad in dark clothes. After spending a few weeks wheeling around the roads of Provence, and visiting other writers whom they vaguely hoped to coax into working for the resistance, including André Gide and André Malraux, they crossed back again, refreshed by the taste of partial freedom. At least there was more food in the south, although they could not afford to buy much of it. Lack of good nutrition made them weak and accident-prone. Sartre once somersaulted over his handlebars, and Beauvoir collided with another bike, falling hard on her face and sustaining a swollen eye and a lost tooth. Weeks later, back in Paris, she squeezed a boil on her chin and felt a hard white nubbin emerge. It was her tooth, which had buried itself in the flesh of her jaw. Back in Paris, it was important to stay mindful of how dangerous the occupiers were, something easy to forget if you were not among their direct targets. Sartre wrote of how the Germans gave up their seats to old ladies in the metro, they showed affection to children and stroked their cheeks. What's more, he added, do not go imagining that the French showed them a crushing air of contempt, though they did venture small discourtesies when they could, as a way of preserving self-respect. Jean Guihenot's diary recorded times when he deliberately failed to give directions on the street to Germans, or gave them rudely, in a way he would never normally do. Merleau-Ponty noted the difficulty he had in overcoming the rules of good manners that he had learned in childhood, but he too forced himself to be rude as a patriotic duty. For someone as naturally affable and well brought up as he, it took a decided effort. Jews, and anyone actively suspected of resistance activity, had a grimmer sense of what the occupation really meant, but they too could be blithe for too long. When the regulation came in on May 29, 1942, that Jews must wear the yellow star, many of Sartre's and Beauvoir's Jewish friends ignored it. They also defied the bans on using restaurants, cinemas, libraries, and other public places. As each new rule was announced, a few took it as their cue to flee if they could, usually via Spain to Britain or America, but others stayed. It seemed possible to live with the insults and threats until it wasn't. At the most unexpected times, terrifying holes could open up in the fabric of things. Sartre described it with his usual cinematic sense. You would phone a friend one day and the telephone would ring and ring in the empty apartment, you would ring his doorbell and he wouldn't come to the door. If the concierge broke in, you would find two chairs drawn up together in the hallway with German cigarette ends between the legs. It was as if the sidewalks of the city opened occasionally, he wrote, and a tentacled monster reached up to drag someone down. The cafés, always filled with familiar faces, also became an index to disappearances. Beauvoir wrote of how two attractive Czech women, regulars at the café floor, were suddenly not there one day. They never came back. It was unbearable to see their empty places, it was, precisely, a nothingness. Cafés such as the Floor continued to be a focus for Parisian life. For a start, they were the best places to keep warm, certainly better than the sparse, cheap hotels in which many lived without heating or proper cooking facilities. Even after the war, the American writer James Baldwin would observe in the 1950s, the moment I began living in French hotels I understood the necessity of French cafés. They also became places to talk, to conspire a little, to keep one's mind alive. They certainly governed Beauvoir's and Sartre's social lives, being the places where they saw ever-increasing circles of new acquaintances, poets, playwrights, journalists, artists like Pablo Picasso and Alberto Giacometti, and avant-garde writers such as Michel Leiris, Raymond Queneau, and Jean Genet. The latter, a former thief and prostitute now gaining fame as a writer, simply marched up to Sartre one day in the floor and said bonjour. This was one of many relationships forged at wartime café tables. They met Albert Camus in a similarly abrupt way, but at the Theatre Sarah Bernhardt, where he introduced himself one day in 1943 while Sartre's play The Flies was in rehearsal. He and Sartre already knew a lot about each other. Camus had reviewed Nausea and Sartre had just been writing a piece on Camus' The Stranger. They immediately got on well. Beauvoir later said that she and Sartre found Camus a simple, cheerful soul, often funny and bawdy in conversation, and so emotional that he would sit down in the snow in the street at 2 a.m. and pour out his love troubles. Since his lonely interlude in Paris in 1940, Camus had traveled to and from Algeria a few times. His wife Francine was still there, having become stuck in the country when Allied forces captured it, Albert being near Lyons at the time, receiving treatment for a bout of the tuberculosis from which he suffered throughout life. He had now finished the absurds he had been working on 3 years earlier. These spoke above all of his dislocated experience as a French Algerian, caught between two countries and never fully at home in either. They also reflected his early experience of poverty. The Camus family had never been well off, but their situation had become dire after Camus' father Lucien died in the first year of the First World War. Being recruited into an Algerian regiment, he was sent into battle wearing a picturesque colonial uniform of red trousers and a bright blue waistcoat, fatally inappropriate for the grey mud of northern France. Albert, born on November 7, 1913, was then less than a year old. He grew up in a sordid apartment in Algiers with his brother, his grieving illiterate and deaf mother, and his grandmother, who was both illiterate and violent. Thus, while the bourgeois young Sartre had his dreams of literary derring-do, and Merleau-Ponty had his happiness at being unconditionally loved, and Beauvoir had her books and sweet shop windows, Camus grew up into a world of silence and absences. His family had no electricity, no running water, no newspapers, no books, no radio, few visitors at home, and no sense of the wider life worlds of others. He did manage to escape, to a lycée in Algiers and then to a career as a journalist and writer, but his childhood marked him. The very first entry of his first diary, written when he was 22, contains the remark, "A certain number of years lived without money are enough to create a whole sensibility." Illustrations credit 7.1. Camus went on to spend much of his life in France, but he always felt an outsider there, lost without the brilliant white Mediterranean sun that had been the one compensation in his early life. The sun became almost a character in his fiction, especially in his first novel, The Stranger. This tells of a French Algerian called Mesault, his first name is never given, who gets into a confrontation on a beach with a knife-wielding Arab whose name is never given at all. Mesault, who happens to have a friend's gun, shoots the men almost absent-mindedly while dazzled by the light glancing off the sea and the knife blade. Arrested and put on trial, he confusedly tells the judge that he did it because of the sun. As this shows, Mesault does not put his defense case well, and his lawyer is not much better. The court's attention is allowed to move away from the actual killing and onto Mesault's apparent lack of remorse for it, or indeed of an appropriate emotional response to anything at all, including his mother's recent death. Found guilty, he is sentenced to execution by guillotine, a killing just as cold and inhuman as Mesault's own crime, although no one points this out to the judge. The novel ends with Mesault in his cell awaiting death. He is afraid, yet finds a perverse consolation as he looks up at the sky and opens himself to the tender indifference of the world. It may seem odd that the man Beauvoir described as warm, funny, and gushingly emotional should have been able to write so well about a man who is an affectless blank or who, at least, cannot express emotion in the ways society expects. It is not hard to find possible reasons in his background: his father's pointless death, his own recurrent life-threatening illness, and his whole family's silence and disconnection. Yet the novel also captures something of the French wartime experience in general. Again, there is that seemingly bland surface, under which the abyss lurks. In the same year as publishing The Stranger, 1942, Camus developed his ideas further in The Myth of Sisyphus. This too was short, though it would have been longer had he not agreed to drop a chapter on Franz Kafka because the censors would not accept material about a Jew. Camus, like Sartre and many others, learned to make compromises. Later, in a preface to the English translation in 1955, he would remark that Sisyphus owed much to his discovery, while working on the book during the French defeat, that even within the limits of nihilism it is possible to find the means to proceed beyond nihilism. The book's title refers to a story from Homer's Odyssey. King Sisyphus, having arrogantly defied the gods, is punished by being condemned to roll a boulder endlessly up a hill. Each time it gets near the top, it slips out of his grasp and rolls down, so he has to plod back and begin again. Camus asks, if life is revealed to be as futile as the labor of Sisyphus, how should we respond? Like Sartre in Nausea, he points out that mostly we don't see the fundamental problem of life because we don't stop to think about it. We get up, commute, work, eat, work, commute, sleep. But occasionally a breakdown occurs, a Chandos-like moment in which a beat is skipped and the question of purpose arises. At such moments, we experience weariness tinged with amazement, as we confront the most basic question of all: why exactly do we go on living? In a way, this is Camus' variant on Heidegger's question of being. Heidegger thought the questionable nature of existence looms up when a hammer breaks. Camus thought similarly basic collapses in everyday projects allow us to ask the biggest question in life. Also, like Heidegger, he thought the answer took the form of a decision rather than a statement. For Camus, we must decide whether to give up or keep going. If we keep going, it must be on the basis of accepting that there is no ultimate meaning to what we do. Camus concludes his book with Sisyphus resuming his endless task while resigning himself to its absurdity. Thus, one must imagine Sisyphus happy. The main influence on Camus here was not Heidegger but Kierkegaard, especially in the 1843 essay Fear and Trembling. This too used a story to illuminate the absurd. Kierkegaard chose the Bible tale in which God commands Abraham to sacrifice his beloved son Isaac rather than the more usual goat or sheep. Rather to God's surprise, it seems, Abraham travels to the sacrifice site with Isaac, making no complaint. At the last moment, God lets him off, and Abraham and Isaac go home. What astounds Kierkegaard is neither the obedience nor the reprieve, but the way in which Abraham and Isaac seem able to return to the way things were before. They have been forced to depart entirely from the realm of ordinary humanity and fatherly protection, yet somehow Abraham is still confident in his love for his son. For Kierkegaard, the story shows that we must make this sort of impossible leap in order to continue with life after its flaws have been revealed. As he wrote, Abraham resigned everything infinitely, and then took everything back on the strength of the absurd. This was what Camus thought his modern readers needed to do, but in his case without any involvement of God. Here, too, one can see connections to life in occupied France. Everything has been compromised, everything lost, yet there it all still seems to be. It is the sense that has gone. How do you live without sense? The answer offered by both Camus and Kierkegaard amounted to something like the motto in the British morale-boosting poster, "Keep calm and carry on." Camus' absurds proved lastingly popular, although the third of the trio is less well known today, Caligula, a play recreating Suetonius' story of that depraved first-century emperor as a case study in freedom and meaninglessness pushed to their limits. The Stranger and Sisyphus remained bestsellers, appealing to readers for generations afterwards, including those grappling with nothing more unbearable than discontentment in suburbia. I was in that category when I first read them, at around the same time I read Sartre's Nausea, and I took all these books in a similar spirit, although I felt myself to be much more of an ill-at-ease Roquentin than a cool blanc Meursault. What I didn't realize was that important philosophical differences divided the work of Camus and Sartre. Much as they liked Camus personally, neither Sartre nor Beauvoir accepted his vision of absurdity. For them, life is not absurd, even when viewed on a cosmic scale, and nothing can be gained by saying it is. Life for them is full of real meaning, although that meaning emerges differently for each of us. As Sartre argued in his 1943 review of The Stranger, basic phenomenological principles show that experience comes to us already charged with significance. A piano sonata is a melancholy evocation of longing. If I watch a soccer match, I see it as a soccer match, not as a meaningless scene in which a number of people run around taking turns to apply their lower limbs to a spherical object. If the latter is what I'm seeing, then I am not watching some more essential, truer version of soccer, I am failing to watch it properly as soccer at all. Sartre knew very well that we can lose sight of the sense of things. If I am sufficiently upset at how my team is doing, or undergoing a crisis in my grasp of the world in general, I might stare hopelessly at the players as though they were indeed a group of random people running around. Many such moments occur in Nausea, when Roquentin finds himself flummoxed by a doorknob or a beer glass. But for Sartre, unlike for Camus, such collapses reveal a pathological state, they are failures of intentionality, not glimpses into a greater truth. Sartre therefore wrote in his review of The Stranger that Camus is claiming to render raw experience, and yet he is slyly filtering out all the meaningful connections which are also part of the experience. Camus, he said, was too influenced by David Hume, who announced that all he could find in experience was isolated impressions. Sartre thinks life only looks pointillist like that when something has gone awry. For Sartre, the awakened individual is neither Roquentin, fixating on objects in cafes and parks, nor Sisyphus, rolling a stone up the mountainside with the bogus cheerfulness of Tom Sawyer whitewashing a fence. It is a person who is engaged in doing something purposeful, in the full confidence that it means something. It is the person who is truly free. Freedom was the great subject of Sartre's philosophy, above all, and this is no accident during the period when France was not free. It is central to almost everything he wrote then: The Flies, the play that was in rehearsal when he met Camus, the Roads of Freedom novels, his many essays and lectures, and above all his masterwork Being and Nothingness, which he developed from his years of note-taking and published in June 1943. It seems extraordinary that a 665-page tome mainly about freedom could come out in the midst of an oppressive regime without raising an eyebrow among the censors, but that was what happened. Perhaps the title put them off closer inspection. That title was, of course, a nod to Heidegger's Being and Time, which Being and Nothingness resembles in size and weight. Its American reviewer William Barrett would describe the published version at nearly 700 pages as a first draft for a good book of 300 pages. Still, it is a rich and mostly stimulating work. It combines Sartre's readings of Husserl, Heidegger, Hegel, and Kierkegaard with a wealth of anecdotes and examples, often based on real-life incidents involving Simone de Beauvoir, Olga Kozakiewicz, and others. The mood of Paris in wartime haunts it, with many scenes set in bars and in cafes, as well as in Parisian squares and gardens, and on the staircases of sleazy hotels. The atmosphere is often one of tension, desire, or mistrust between people. Many key incidents could be scenes from a noir or nouvelle vague film. Being and Nothingness shares something else with Being and Time: it is unfinished. Both works end by dangling the prospect of a second part which will complete the argument of the book. Heidegger promises to demonstrate his ultimate point, that the meaning of being is time. Sartre promises to provide a foundation for existentialist ethics. Neither keeps the promise. What we do get in Being and Nothingness is an extended examination of human freedom, precisely worked out on the basis of a simple vision. Sartre argues that freedom terrifies us, yet we cannot escape it, because we are it. To make this point, he begins by dividing all of being into two realms. One is that of the pour soi, for itself, defined only by the fact that it is free. This is us, it is where we find human consciousness. The other realm, that of the en soi, in itself, is where we find everything else, rocks, penknives, bullets, cars, tree roots. Sartre does not say much about other animals, but they too, from sponges to chimpanzees, seem mostly to be in this group. These entities have no decisions to make, all they have to do is to be themselves. For Sartre, the in itself and the for itself are as opposed as matter and antimatter. Heidegger at least wrote about Dasein as a kind of being, but for Sartre the for itself is not a being at all. It is a nothingness, a vacuum-like hole in the world. Gabriel Marcel memorably described Sartre's nothingness as an air pocket in the midst of being. It is, however, an active and specific nothingness, the sort of nothingness that goes out and plays soccer. The notion of a specific nothingness sounds odd, but Sartre explains it with a story of Parisian café life. Let's imagine, he suggests, that I have made an appointment to meet my friend Pierre at a certain café at 4 o'clock. I arrive 15 minutes late and look around anxiously. Is Pierre still here? I perceive lots of other things, customers, tables, mirrors and lights, the café's smoky atmosphere, the sound of rattling crockery and a general murmuring hubbub. But there is no Pierre. Those other things form a field against which one item blares out loud and clear, the absence of Pierre. One thinks of those Czech women who disappeared from the floor, their absence is much more eloquent and glaring than their habitual presence ever was. Sartre also offers a more lightweight example. I look in my wallet and see 1,300 francs inside. That seems positive. But if I expected to find 1,500 francs, what looms up at me from the wallet is the non-being of 200 francs. A nice joke, adapted from an old one told in the Ernst Lubitsch film Ninotchka, illustrates the point. Apologies to the adapter, whom I haven't been able to trace. Jean-Paul Sartre walks into a café, and the waiter asks what he'd like to order. Sartre replies, "I'd like a cup of coffee with sugar, but no cream." The waiter goes off, but comes back apologizing. "I'm sorry, Monsieur Sartre, we are all out of cream. How about with no milk?" The joke hinges on the notion that the absence of cream and the absence of milk are two definite negativities, just as cream and milk are two definite positivities. It is a peculiar idea, but what Sartre is trying to get at is the structure of Husserlian intentionality, which defines consciousness as only an insubstantial aboutness. My consciousness is specifically mine, yet it has no real being, it is nothing but its tendency to reach out or point to things. If I look into myself and seem to see a mass of solidified qualities, of personality traits, tendencies, limitations, relics of past hurts and so on, all pinning me down to an identity, I am forgetting that none of these things can define me at all. In a reversal of Descartes, I think, therefore I am, Sartre argues, in effect, I am nothing, therefore I am free. Not surprisingly, this radical freedom makes people nervous. It is difficult enough to think of oneself as free at all, but Sartre goes further by saying that I am literally nothing beyond what I decide to be. To realize the extent of my freedom is to be plunged into what both Heidegger and Kierkegaard called anxiety, angst, or, in French, angoisse. This is not a fear of anything in particular, but a pervasive unease about oneself and one's existence. Sartre borrows Kierkegaard's image of dizziness. If I look over a cliff and feel vertigo, it tends to take the form of the sickening sensation that I might, compulsively and inexplicably, throw myself off the edge. The more freedom of movement I have, the worse this anxiety becomes. In theory, if someone tied me down securely near the edge, my vertigo would disappear, for I would know that I could not throw myself off and could therefore relax. If we could try a similar trick with the anxiety of life in general, everything would seem a lot easier. But it is impossible. Whatever resolutions I make, they can never tie me down like real ropes can. Sartre gives the example of a gambling addict who has long ago resolved never to yield to the addiction. But if this man finds himself near a casino and feels the pull of temptation, he has to renew his resolution all over again. He cannot just refer back to the original decision. I may choose to follow certain general directions in my life, but I can't force myself to stick to them. To avoid this problem, many of us try to convert our long-term decisions into real-world constraints of some kind. Sartre uses the example of an alarm clock. It goes off, and I roll out of bed as if I had no choice but to obey it, rather than freely considering whether I really want to get up or not. A similar idea lies behind more recent software applications that block you from helplessly watching videos of cats and puppies when you would rather be getting on with work. You can set it either to limit your time on particular sites, or to lock you out of the internet altogether. With a nod to paradox, the most popular of these programs is called freedom. All these devices work because they allow us to pretend that we are not free. We know very well that we can always reset the alarm clock or disable the software, but we arrange things so that this option does not seem readily available. If we didn't resort to such tricks, we would have to deal with the whole vast scope of our freedom at every instant, and that would make life extremely difficult. Most of us therefore keep ourselves entangled in all kinds of subtle ways throughout the day. Sartre gives examples. I have an appointment this evening with Beauvoir. I must not forget to reply to Simon. I do not have the right to conceal the truth any longer from Claude. Such phrases imply that we are boxed in, but for Sartre they are projections of my choices. They are, in his great vertiginous turn of phrase, so many guardrails against anguish. To show how deeply such pretenses are woven into everyday life, Sartre describes a waiter, a skillful, supercilious Parisian waiter, weaving between tables, balancing his tray, putting it in a perpetually unstable, perpetually broken equilibrium which he perpetually re-establishes by a light movement of the arm and hand. As a human being, he is a free for itself like me, but he moves as though he were a beautifully designed mechanism, enacting a predefined role or game. What game is he playing? We need not watch long before we can explain it. He is playing at being a waiter in a café. He does this as efficiently as the thief in G.K. Chesterton's Father Brown's story The Queer Feet, who slips by unnoticed in a gentleman's club by moving like a waiter when the club members are around, and like a club member when the waiters are around. A waiter playing a waiter performs his actions so gracefully that the effect is like the sequence of musical notes in Nausea's ragtime song. It seems absolutely necessary. He tries to be a work of art called waiter, whereas in truth, like the rest of us, he is a free, fallible, contingent human being. In thus denying his freedom, he enters what Sartre calls mauvaise foi, or bad faith. There is nothing exceptional about this. Most of us are in bad faith most of the time, because that way life is livable. Most bad faith is harmless, but it can have darker consequences. In the short story The Childhood of a Leader, written in 1938, Sartre examined a character, Lucien, who shores up an identity for himself as an anti-Semite mainly in order to be something. He is pleased when he hears someone else say of him, Lucien can't stand Jews. It gives him the illusion that he simply is the way he is. Bad faith here makes an entity out of a non-entity. Sartre developed this thought further in Réflexions sur la question juive, translated as Anti-Semite and Jew, begun in 1944 and published in 1946. He does not argue that all anti-Semitism comes down to bad faith. That would be a hard thesis to defend, but he uses the notion of bad faith to make a connection between two things that no one had put together quite so neatly, the fear of freedom, and the tendency to blame and demonize others. For Sartre, We show bad faith whenever we portray ourselves as passive creations of our race, class, job, history, nation, family, heredity, childhood influences, events, or even hidden drives in our subconscious which we claim are out of our control. It is not that such factors are unimportant, class and race, in particular, he acknowledged as powerful forces in people's lives, and Simone de Beauvoir would soon add gender to that list. Nor did he mean that privileged groups have the right to pontificate to the poor and downtrodden about the need to take responsibility for themselves. That would be a grotesque misreading of Sartre's point, since his sympathy in any encounter always lay with the more oppressed side. But for each of us, for me to be in good faith means not making excuses for myself. We cannot say, to quote more examples from Sartre's 1945 lecture, I have never had a great love or a great friendship, but that is because I never met a man or a woman who were worthy of it. If I have not written any very good books, it is because I had not the leisure to do so. We do say such things, all the time, but we are in bad faith when we do it. None of this means that I make choices in a completely open field or void. I am always in some sort of pre-existing situation, out of which I must act. I actually need these situations, or what Sartre calls facticity, in order to act meaningfully at all. Without it, my freedom would be only the unsatisfying freedom of someone floating in space, perhaps a high jumper who makes a great leap only to find herself drifting off in zero gravity, her jump counting for nothing. Freedom does not mean entirely unconstrained movement, and it certainly does not mean acting randomly. We often mistake the very things that enable us to be free: context, meaning, facticity, situation, a general direction in our lives, for things that define us and take away our freedom. It is only with all of these that we can be free in a real sense. Sartre takes his argument to an extreme point by asserting that even war, imprisonment, or the prospect of imminent death cannot take away my existential freedom. They form part of my situation, and this may be an extreme and intolerable situation, but it still provides only a context for whatever I choose to do next. If I am about to die, I can decide how to face that death. Sartre here resurrects the ancient Stoic idea that I may not choose what happens to me, but I can choose what to make of it, spiritually speaking. But the Stoics cultivated indifference in the face of terrible events, whereas Sartre thought we should remain passionately, even furiously engaged with what happens to us and with what we can achieve. We should not expect freedom to be anything less than fiendishly difficult. The difficulty of being free was the theme of the play Sartre was rehearsing when Camus introduced himself, The Flies. It opened on June 3, 1943, Sartre's first real play, if you do not count skits written for his fellow pals in Stalag 12d. He later called it a drama about freedom, about my absolute freedom, my freedom as a man, and above all about the freedom of the occupied French with regard to the Germans. Again, nothing about this seemed to faze the censors. This time it may have helped that he gave the play a classical setting, a ploy other writers also used during this time. Reviewers made little comment about its political message, although one, Jacques Berland in Paris Soir, complained that Sartre seemed too much of an essayist and not enough of a playwright. Camus had his Sisyphus, Sartre took his parable from the story of Orestes, hero of the Oresteia plays of Aeschylus. Orestes returns to his hometown of Argos to find that his mother Clytemnestra has conspired with her lover Aegisthus to kill her husband, Orestes' father King Agamemnon. Aegisthus now rules as a tyrant over the oppressed citizenry. In Sartre's version, the populace is too paralyzed by humiliation to be capable of rebelling. A plague of flies swarming over the city represents their demoralization and shame. But now Orestes the hero enters the scene. As in the original, he kills Aegisthus and, after a passing scruple, his own mother. He has successfully avenged his father and liberated Argos, but he has also done something terrible, and must take on a burden of guilt in place of the townspeople's burden of shame. Orestes is hounded out of town by the flies, who now represent the classical Furies. The god Zeus appears and offers to drive the Furies away, but Sartre's Orestes refuses his help. As an existentialist hero, rebelling against tyranny and taking on the weight of personal responsibility, he prefers to act freely and alone. The parallels with the French situation in 1943 were clear to see. Sartre's audience would have recognized the debilitating effects of the compromises most of them had to make, and the humiliation that came from living under tyranny. As for the guilt factor, everyone knew that joining the resistance could bring risks to one's friends and family, which meant that any act of rebellion brought a real moral burden. Sartre's play may not have bothered the censors, but it did have a subversive message. It also went on to have a long and equally provocative afterlife in other countries and other times. Beauvoir was now exploring similar themes in her work. She wrote the only play of her career, not put into production until after the war, and then to bad reviews. Useless Mouths is set in a medieval Flemish city under siege. The city's rulers initially proposed to sacrifice the women and children so as to conserve food for warriors. Later they realized that it is a better tactic to bring the whole population together to fight in solidarity. It is a clunky tale, so the bad reviews are not surprising, although Sartre's play was hardly any subtler. After the war, Beauvoir would publish her much better resistance novel The Blood of Others, which weighed the need for rebellious action against the guilt that comes from putting people in danger. Beauvoir also wrote an essay called Pyrrhus and Cines during this time, which takes the principle of bold action beyond war into more personal territory. The story comes from another classical source, Plutarch's Lives. The Greek general Pyrrhus is busying himself winning a series of great victories, knowing that there will be many more battles to come. His advisor, Cines, asks him what he intends to do when he has won them all and taken control of the whole world. "Well," says Pyrrhus, "then I will rest." To this, Cines asks, "Why not just rest now?" This sounds a sensible proposal, but Beauvoir's essay tells us to think again. For her, a man who wants to stop and navel-gaze is not as good a model as the one who commits himself to keep going. Why do we imagine that wisdom lies in inactivity and detachment, she asks. If a child says, "I don't care about anything," that is not a sign of a wise child but of a troubled and depressed one. Similarly, adults who withdraw from the world soon get bored. Even lovers, if they retreat to their private love nest for too long, lose interest in each other. We do not thrive in satiety and rest. Human existence means transcendence, or going beyond, not immanence, or reposing passively inside oneself. It means constant action until the day one runs out of things to do, a day that is unlikely to come as long as you have breath. For Beauvoir and Sartre, this was the big lesson of the war years: the art of life lies in getting things done. A related but different message emerges from Camus' resistance novel, again published only after the war in 1947, The Plague. It is set in the Algerian town of Oran during an outbreak of that disease. The bacillus suggests the occupation and all its ills. Everyone in the town reacts differently, as quarantine is imposed and claustrophobia and fear increase. Some panic and try to flee, some exploit the situation for personal gain. Others fight the disease, with varying degrees of effectiveness. The hero, Dr. Bernard Rieur, pragmatically gets down to the work of treating patients and minimizing infection by enforcing quarantine regulations, even when these seem cruel. Dr. Rieur is under no illusion that humanity can overcome deadly epidemics in the long term. The note of submission to fate is still there, as in Camus' other novels, a note never heard in Beauvoir or Sartre. But Dr. Rieur concentrates on damage limitation and on pursuing strategies to ensure a victory, if only a local and temporary one. Camus' novel gives us a deliberately understated vision of heroism and decisive action compared to those of Sartre and Beauvoir. One can only do so much. It can look like defeatism, but it shows a more realistic perception of what it takes to actually accomplish difficult tasks like liberating one's country. By early summer of 1944, as Allied forces moved towards Paris, everyone knew that freedom was near. The growing emotion was hard to take. As Beauvoir noted, it was like the painful tingling that comes when sensation returns after numbness. There was also much fear of what the Nazis might do as they retreated. Life continued to be hard, merely finding enough to eat became more difficult than ever. But the faint sound of bombs and artillery brought hope. The sounds came closer and closer, and suddenly, one hot day in mid-August, the Germans had gone. Parisians were unsure at first what was happening, especially as they still heard gunfire scattered around the city. On Wednesday, August 23, Sartre and Beauvoir walked to the office of the resistance journal Combat to meet Camus, now the paper's literary editor. He wanted to commission a piece about the liberation from them. They had to cross the Seine to get there. Halfway across the bridge they heard the crack of gunshots and ran for their lives. But tricolores were now flying from windows, and the next day broadcasts from the BBC announced that Paris was officially liberated. Church bells pealed throughout the next night. Walking the streets, Beauvoir joined in with a group of people dancing around a bonfire. At one point, someone said they saw a German tank, so everyone scattered, then cautiously returned. It was amid such scenes of nervous excitement that peace began for France. The next day brought the official liberation parade along the Champs-Élysées to the Arc de Triomphe, led by the Free French leader returned from exile, Charles de Gaulle. Beauvoir joined the crowd, while Sartre watched from a balcony. At last, wrote Beauvoir, the world and the future had been handed back to us. Illustrations credit 7.2. The first act of the future was settling accounts with the past. Reprisals began against collaborators, with swift acts of brutal punishment at first, followed by a wave of more formal trials, some of which also ended in death sentences. Here, Beauvoir and Sartre found themselves again disagreeing with Camus. After an initial hesitancy, Camus came out firmly against the death penalty. Cold, judicial killing by the state was always wrong, he said, however serious the offense. Before the trial in early 1945 of Robert Brazil-Lach, the former editor of a fascist magazine, Camus signed a petition calling for mercy in case of a guilty verdict. Sartre was not involved, as he was away at the time, but Beauvoir pointedly refused to sign the petition, saying that from now on it was necessary to make tough decisions in order to honor those who had died resisting the Nazis, as well as to ensure a fresh start for the future. She was curious enough to attend Brazil-Lach's trial, which took place on a freezing January 19, 1945, as Paris was covered in deep snow. As the court briefly deliberated and then handed down the death sentence, she was impressed to see how calmly Brazil-Lach took it. Yet this did not change her view that the sentence was right. In any case, the petition made no difference, and he was shot on February 6, 1945. From now on, Beauvoir and Sartre would invariably line up against Camus whenever such issues were at stake. After his bolder and more effective resistance activity at Combat and elsewhere, Camus now drew clearer lines. He opposed execution, torture and other state abuses, and that was that. Beauvoir and Sartre were not exactly in favor of such things, but they liked to point to complex political realities and means-ends calculations. They would ask whether there really could be cases where harm by the state could be justifiable. What if something very great is at stake, and the future of a vast number of people requires some remorseless act? Camus just kept returning to his core principle: no torture, no killing, at least not with state approval. Beauvoir and Sartre believed they were taking a more subtle and more realistic view. If asked why a couple of innocuous philosophers had suddenly become so harsh, they would have said it was because the war had changed them in profound ways. It had shown them that one's duties to humanity could be more complicated than they seemed. The war really divided my life in two, Sartre said later. He had already moved away from some of what he had said in Being and Nothingness, with its individualist conception of freedom. Now, he sought to develop a more Marxist-influenced view of human life as purposeful and social. This was one reason why he never managed to write the follow-up volume on existentialist ethics. His ideas on the subject had changed too much. He did write many draft pages, published after his death as notebooks for an ethics, but he could not give them a coherent shape. Merleau-Ponty too, having been radicalized by the war, was still desperately trying to be less nice. Having mastered the art of being beastly to Germans, he now far outdid Beauvoir and Sartre in writing fervent arguments for an uncompromising Soviet-style communism. In an essay of 1945, "The War Has Taken Place," he wrote that the war had ruled out any possibility of living a merely private life. "We are in the world, mingled with it, compromised with it," he wrote. No one could rise above events, everyone had dirty hands. For a while, dirty hands became a buzz term in the existentialist milieu. It went with a new imperative: get down to work, and do something. Thus, now that the war in France was safely over, Sartre's gang raced out like greyhounds from opened racetrack gates. Sartre wrote a series of essays arguing that writers had a duty to be active and committed. These appeared in periodical form in 1947, and then separately in 1948 as What is Literature? Authors had real power in the world, he said, and they must live up to it. He called for a literature engagée, a politically committed literature. Beauvoir recalled how urgent all such tasks seemed. She would read of some incident that fired her up, think at once, "I must answer that," and rush out an article for publication. She, Sartre, Merleau-Ponty and other friends produced so much writing so quickly that they got together to launch a new cultural journal in 1945, Les Temps Modernes. Sartre was the journal's figurehead, and most people assumed he wrote all its editorials, although in fact Merleau-Ponty put in more work than anyone and wrote many uncredited pieces. The name Modern Times was taken from Charlie Chaplin's manic 1936 film about worker exploitation and industrialization, a film Sartre and Beauvoir had enjoyed so much when it came out that they sat through 2 showings in succession. Their pace of literary production matched that lampooned in Chaplin's film, and over the coming decades Les Temps Modernes became one of the great engines of intellectual debate in France and beyond. It is still being published today. It was in Les Temps Modernes that Sartre's essay on committed literature first appeared, and it set the tone for the years that followed. The flow of existentialist fiction and drama continued too. Beauvoir's The Blood of Others appeared in September 1945. Sartre published the first 2 volumes of his Roads of Freedom novel sequence, both written years earlier and set in 1938. They show his main character Mathieu Delarue progressing from a naive view of freedom as a mere do-as-thou-wilt selfishness towards a better definition, in which he faces up to the demands made by history. By the time the 3rd volume appeared in 1949, La Mort dans l'âme, variously translated as Iron in the Soul, the Defeat, or Troubled Sleep, we see Mathieu bravely defending a village bell tower as France falls. He uses his freedom to better ends now, but the defeat appears to be the end of him. A projected 4th volume was meant to show him surviving after all, and finding real freedom through solidarity with comrades in the resistance. Unfortunately, as generally happened when Sartre planned a grand conclusion for a project, the volume was never finished. Only a few fragments appeared, many years later. Just as the ethics question was left hanging in Being and Nothingness, the freedom question remained hanging in Roads of Freedom. In neither case was the problem to do with Sartre losing interest, it was because of his tendency to keep changing his mind philosophically and politically. In all these 1940s novels, stories, and essays, the dominant mood was not so much one of post-traumatic exhaustion as of excitement. The world had fallen to pieces, but for that very reason almost anything could now be done with it. It made for a thrilling and frightening mixture which was just the combination of emotions that characterized the first wave of post-war existentialism in general. It was a combination engendered in places far from Paris too. In a 1959 study of war experiences, the American Heideggerian scholar J. Glenn Gray recalled traveling through the Italian countryside with his unit towards the end of the war there. One evening he stopped to exchange a few words in broken Italian with an elderly man smoking a pipe outside a hut. The encounter saddened Gray, since this traditional world and its age-old calm seemed about to be lost forever. Yet along with the premonition of loss he felt exhilaration and a sense of promise. Whatever happened next, Gray thought that evening, One thing was certain, the philosophers he had studied in college could have little to offer the post-war world. It would be a new reality, so new philosophers would be needed. And here they were. Thus began existentialism's year of marvels and mania, with all the wild experimentation we sneakily previewed in Chapter 1. Sartre's rousing lecture in October 1945 ended in mayhem and a big news story. Talk of his philosophy spread through Paris, and beyond. In 1946, Gabriel Marcel wrote, "Hardly a day goes by without my being asked what is existentialism." He added, "Usually it is a society lady who asks for this information, but tomorrow it may be my charwoman or the ticket collector on the metro." Every fashionable person wanted to learn about it, every establishment institution fretted about it, and almost every journalist seemed to be using it to make a living. Sartre's friend Boris Vian spoofed the craze in his 1947 novel L'écume de Jours, translated as Froth on the Daydream or Mood Indigo. This surreal and playful romance includes, as a side character, a famous philosopher called Jean-Saul Sartre. When Sartre gives a lecture, he arrives on an elephant and mounts a throne, accompanied by his consort the Countess de Beauvoir. An extraordinary radiance emanates from his slender body. The audience is so enraptured that his words are drowned out by the cheering, and at the end the hall collapses in rubble from pressure of numbers. Sartre watches, delighted to see everyone committing themselves with such engagement. The real Simone de Beauvoir enjoyed Vian's satire, and called it a work of enormous tenderness. The trumpet-playing Vian was the leader of the festive element of the existentialist scene, which found its home in the Saint-Germain-des-Prés area of the left bank. He had already pioneered the trend for hosting jazz parties in private apartments towards the end of the occupation, with curfew-dodging youngsters known as Zazous who avoided the band hours by simply not going home until the next day. With the war over, Vian played in the New Cellar clubs. He also mixed bizarre cocktails behind their bars, and fired off amusing, sensationalist or surrealistic novels according to mood. Later he wrote a Saint-Germain-des-Prés manual, giving maps, descriptions and pen portraits of the exotic cavern-dwelling troglodytes to be found in it. Illustrations credit 7.3. In the cellars and bars, philosophers often went literally arm in arm with jazz stars, dancing the night away. Merleau-Ponty was especially popular among habitués of the left bank, being known for his good cheer and flirtatious charm. He was, Vian observed, the only one of the philosophers who will actually invite a girl out onto the dance floor. When Merleau-Ponty took Juliette Greco dancing, he would also, at her request, teach her a little philosophy as they gyrated round the floor. Sartre and Beauvoir danced too, when they managed to evade the new hangers-on and journalists in the better-known haunts. They loved jazz. Sartre wrote the lyrics for one of Juliette Greco's most successful songs, La Rue de Blancs Manteaux. Another song sung by Greco, a Marseillaise existentialist, had lyrics jointly penned by Merleau-Ponty, Boris Vian, and Anne-Marie Cazalis. This told the sorry but well-rhymed tale of someone who was too poor to get credit at the floor, too free despite reading Merleau-Ponty, and who always ended up stuck in the same disaster, notwithstanding Jean-Paul Sartre.